and the Shin Bet should do its job and monitor extremism, whichever population it comes from.
Well, yeah, I just don't think. I don't think that that's enough either. Like terrorists, of this sort, extremists of this sort generally aren't really afraid of being arrested. And in fact, if they're suicide bombers, they're clearly not afraid of being killed. So I don't think that there's
suicide bombings for 20 years. Why are we still talking about it as if that's the mode?
Well, there hasn't been suicide bombings because there are massive, heavily policed physical barriers preventing it from happening. And the day that those barriers come down is the day that the suicide bombings resume.
You don't think the close collaboration between the PA and the Shin Bet to catch and arrest extremist cells in Jenin or whatever, you don't think that they at all can play a role?
Oh, no. I'm sure there would be some shared mutual policing yeah, but I mean, the main thing that's preventing more violence on the West Bank than is already occurring is that both sides are again, there's still tons of violence to go around, but it would be so much worse if there weren't really any boundaries and weren't checkpoints and all of these other things. Now, I'm not saying that this necessarily counts as a justification for Israel staying there, having the checkpoints to begin with. Like, maybe they should all just back up and leave. Maybe that's the only real moral thing for them to do. But what I'm saying is that there's enough thirst for violence between maybe a minority, but a large enough minority for peace to be unrealistic, because violent minorities can metastasize very quickly when they have the opportunity to start mutually radicalizing each other. The other thing I wanted to say is that I have no doubt whatsoever that the majority of Palestinians in the West Bank or in Gaza don't want themselves to engage in any violent activities. Like, they're just like you and me, just normal people. Most normal people aren't super ideological. They just want to sort of keep their heads down and work and support their own families or just themselves for that matter. Like most of us, I mean, I don't know if I have enough physical courage to go fight for an army, much less, some disorganized militia where death is basically assured. I'm pretty lazy. I just want to, make money and read interesting things and talk on the internet, etc. However, I think being willing to work with work with members of the other side is compatible with also basically being in support of other people committing huge, engaging in huge paroxysms of violence. And I kind of identify the early intifadas, or the first intifada with this. Like, before the first intifada, there weren't that many walls or checkpoints separating, I think, even Gaza from Israel. Probably the West Bank was similar. If you lived in Gaza, you could just drive over to some relatively nearby Israeli city and go to work there and drive back home.
I remember that. Yeah, of course.
Nevertheless, beneath that kind of sort of stability, that kind of mutual stability was unfortunately just a kind of facade for the sort of violent impulses that, I'm not only blaming one side, but that I think both sides had. The first intifada isn't, it was massively popular at the time. The people who work with the same people who work with Israelis, many of them would just, on one day, once the intifada erupted, would cheer on, the random shootings or bombings or whatever the very next. You shouldn't be fooled by the fact that someone is willing to work with you when they don't really have that much opportunity to do anything else. And I think that they really have some sort of goodwill towards coexistence with you, if non-coexistence is in fact on the table. It isn't on the table right now because, their hands are extremely tied, but it would be, once in a unified state.
So I want to address two things about the checkpoints. One is that, the number of checkpoints, I think it's, I understand initially the checkpoints were put up because of the Intifada and those terror attacks, right? And since then they haven't occurred. but the number of checkpoints has multiplied to the extent that it's become pretty ridiculous. Where like even like between, it's not just between Palestinians and Israelis, it's like between villages and towns. Like just to get to school, to get to a hospital, there's like long lines and holdups and arrests. Just like, you know, like I don't know, my friend who grew up in the West Bank, I don't know, like 20 years ago, said she literally, there were 2 checkpoints, 20 years ago, like there were 2 checkpoints just to walk from her little town to the UNRWA school, right? And they were pushed off the road and got to school covered in mud. I mean, they've been used in a punitive way that no longer can be justified by security things. And number 2 is, you know, I think if you followed, I don't know if you're from New York City, but there was, I think it's hard to prove that, you know, the decline in terror from the West Bank is directly linked to 20-year-long policy of excessive checkpoints and monitoring of movement of Palestinians. You know, if you look at stop and frisk and how it was justified as like a targeted policing strategy for areas that had high crime areas, and it was completely data driven, and then was deemed unconstitutional. Obviously, it's stop and frisk people in high crime neighborhoods, aka black neighborhoods, and then you know, it turned out that these criteria, the checklist they had was like, oh, if they're wearing red or loitering or sitting the wrong way, then they're deemed suspicious and can be stopped and frisked. And it created a very unequal city. Anyway, when they removed stop and frisk, what they found is, you know, people attributed plummeting crime rates in New York City to this eventually deemed illegal policy of stop and frisk, as well as like just broken windows policing in general. And then when they removed it, crime rates, specifically murder rates, continued to plummet. So they found that it actually had nothing to do with it, and has to do with other sort of sociological factors that were causing the crime to decline. So I think we should consider that maybe the lack of violence, you know, terror attacks coming from the West Bank over the last 20 years. I think it's hard to like drag a direct correlation to this policy.
Well, regarding the first thing you said, I'm not trying to defend the number of checkpoints in the West Bank, and in fact, I tend to really tentatively endorse the Israelis basically leaving the West Bank, in which case there'd be basically 0 left over. So I'm not saying that the checkpoints, etc., aren't oppressive or aren't multiplied past the point of any reasonable security concern. My point was just that like having some minimum threshold of checkpoints, if you're going to settle the West Bank in general, is probably what's responsible for there not being way more violence than there currently is. You know, assuming that you have Israelis living there to begin with. And regarding the second point, like, I don't know, I think if we like try to take as a sort of lens to analyze this stuff, like American, you know, like American domestic criminology, I'm sad to say that I think you'll probably end up losing the debate. Like, I think I'm not super prepared to sort of prosecute it right now because they'd have to marshal a bunch of studies, and I didn't really see us getting, you know, moving to this place. But I think I can make a pretty strong case, if given time, that there's a pretty strong and tight correlation between policing and crime, and that New York, indeed New York, is going to serve as a good test case. But I mean, I think to the more key point that I was making, which is just that you can't read off the goodwill of one group of people to coexist with another from the fact that, you know, they mostly just want to keep their heads down on an individual level, you know, in the status quo, and, you know, are willing to work with the other group. Like, my point was that that's just not a good guide to what, you know, how they would feel about other people engaging in radical acts of ideological violence. And it's not a good guide to what they would do if they had more opportunity than they currently do. So, for example, like, I'm sure lots of people in the West Bank have work with Israeli Jews on the regular, and have, you know, somewhat warm personal relationships with at least some of them. Nevertheless, I mean, most of them, until recently, approved of the October 7th attacks on, you know, whoever Hamas could find. Like, I'm willing to be with you, but ultimately, if a situation presents itself, I can still be willing to approve of an orgiastic sort of carnival of violence against your group and count it as a great injury. And I mean, yeah, I mean, so yeah, like I think it's better to go by polling than like personal anecdotes. And I think that most of all, just like you have to remember that like this isn't like even if there's some decent probability that your optimistic case is right, it's like this is what Israelis are like. Is it a high enough probability that this is something that you would trust, like bet on your own, on the safety of your own children? And I mean, for most Israelis, the answer is going to be no, and that's rational, in my opinion, regardless of whether regardless of the moral case, just like the purely pragmatic case of is it rational, whether it's moral or immoral, to bet the safety of your children on this other group of people who approve of the October 7th attacks to be nice to you once you give them power and include them.
Right.
Like the answer.
I was just trying to put some doubt into this suggestion that this draconian checkpoint strategy is linked to the decline in terror attack, or the non-existence of terror attacks from the West Bank. Like, I think we've seen, I know it's not the apples to apples comparison, but we know, like, I guess I'm just trying to point out that there's been no terror attacks when there were fewer checkpoints, and when there were more checkpoints. So, like...
Well, I mean, it could be the case that there's, like, extremely diminishing returns where a certain number of checkpoints gives you a lot of prevention, but past that, adding more and more checkpoints, does very little. But I mean, you don't just have to look at the checkpoints. You can look at the wall blocking Gaza off from southwestern Israel. Like, it did in fact successfully stop, the essentially weekly suicide bombings, and it was only because it failed that it stopped, the October 7th attacks. Like, a much better version of it would, in theory, stop even that.
Mark, I want to go back because you guys are having this dialogue about like you being against the 1948, right? Idea of like Israel, right? I feel like, you would. I mean, a lot of people have argued, Mark, that actually the settlements of the Jews and that piece of land was actually through legal migration and through legal purchases of land, right, from their Arabian, from their Arab neighbors, as an example, right. That it's in virtue of them being protected, right, from all of these hostilities, all these hostilities towards their Arab neighbors that they then declared the state, right. And so, and another thing, Mark, with your claim when you said that you don't believe that they have this divine ownership of the land, right? Well, I mean, can someone argue, fine, from a secular standpoint, there wouldn't be this divine ownership, but even from the history, like there was this kingdom of Israel, there were Jews living there.
Well, no, I mean, you're still talking, you can finish.
Oh, no, yeah, so there were Jews living there, and it's only through the Second Temple destruction, right, of the Jews like going around being exiled throughout all the world, being dispersed, right, that we then see the arrival of, we then see the Byzantine, of course there was Byzantine control, and then we had the arrival of the Arabs going there and conquering the land during the time of Oliver and right. Through there it became like Arabized ever since up until the 19th century, right. And so like going through like the history, actually even from the secular standpoint, the Jews were there before everyone else, right? Definitely.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's a few things there. Like, first of all, I mean, I agree that most of the Jews who were living in that territory were living there legally by the standards of, the Ottoman Empire, which had, crumbled, and then I guess the British Mandate, although I'm sure there were also some Jews who migrated there illegally, whatever. And I agree that there's clearly historic Jewish presence in the land of Judea. But I mean, I just don't think those two things entitle them to their own, like morally entitle them to their own own state, given that there were other people living in basically the same place who were also there legally and also had longstanding ancestral ties to the region. And I think this principle generalizes. Like, I'm sure Mormons, I would guess Mormons have been in Utah for approximately the same time as Christian, mainstream Christians have been in Utah. I don't think that morally entitles Mormons to establish their own state there, over and above, all the other groups. In general, like, I'm not, unlike most pro-Palestinians and unlike most pro-Israelis, I'm not a blood and soil ethnic nationalist. I don't think that where your ancestors live really truly morally entitles you to live in a certain place and have, a state of your own that sort of specially caters to you more than it does other people. I think any kind of justification for the existence of states has to appeal ultimately not to blood and soil ancestral connections, but to utilitarian considerations. And in some cases, those will overlap. Like in some cases where trying to demographically uproot one, abolish one state and invite, open the borders and invite everyone in. In many cases, I will oppose it because I think it will lead to a lot of instability and civil war and negative utilitarian outcomes. But ultimately, everything has to boil down to utility and not, ancient rights, which I don't think are real or important.
Mark, would you believe in a principle that if you have a severely persecuted people, that they can formulate a sovereign state, or only for them in a way, just to protect their rights and their safety protection? Or you wouldn't agree with that principle in general?
Well, maybe. I mean, in some cases, to tie it in with what I just said, in some cases, it will be positive expected utility to do it. Maybe in most cases it will. And so, I'm all for it. But I mean, there's also the question of what are the negative externalities, and in particular, what are the negative externalities to other people who might deserve, their own protection. And I mean, the obvious thing to say with regards to Israel and Palestine, which is that and one of the most common responses you'll hear to this kind of argument is that yes, maybe you could make a case that Jews deserve a state of their own, but that sort of abstract claim doesn't ipso facto mean they have the right to form their state on any particular land and or displace any particular population who is prior living on that land. Now again, that's not necessarily to say that I'm not trying to actively argue against the creation of Israel, even though I personally think there's a decent chance that it was. I'm just saying I don't think these arguments for the sort of wisdom or validity of its creation have to be very good.
Okay, but I mean, can someone construct an argument and say based on this general principle that you now agree with, right? Let's say there were Jews that were living there, right, and faced those severe persecutions, right? Couldn't they then just call for a state of their own? If they were existing in that piece of land, peacefully alongside other Arab nations, then these other Arab nations, started to threaten the Jewish community that was living there, right? Well, then they have then the right to, even on that piece of land, for a state based on the general principle that you agree with, or you would say, no, not on this piece of land specifically.
Well, I mean, again, I don't really like talking in terms of rights because I think that they either don't exist or it's just derivative language that sort of heuristically correlates with utilitarian concerns. But the question is not only do they have the quote unquote right to establish a state of their own on a particular piece of territory, but do they have the right to expel some other group that has also been on the territory for just as long and not let them come back after sort of the truly immediate military threat has ceased. And I mean, if you ask me, does a group that if you just ask me abstractly, does a group that feels that it's under threat have the right to form its own state and expel other people and not let them come back? I mean, in most cases, I'm going to say no, even though I'm not going to actually endorse the language. Right.
Mark, you are including the not
huge part. Like if Israel declared itself a Jewish state, but that was just like, that was purely a kind of formality. There was, there was no real displacement, and it's kind of like a teacher giving you a gold star. It doesn't really mean anything. Although maybe, that's yellow stars are maybe an insensitive analogy to use in this context. But you know what I mean.
How about we call it yellow patches?
I don't think it would. If Israel were only formally a Jewish, formally, I don't know if formally is that word, but if it were only nominally a Jewish state, but there weren't really any population transfers, then I just wouldn't consider it at all a pressing or interesting moral question.
But wait,
But more academic curiosity.
wait.
Still be more than just a mere gold sticker, and there being no Nakba. It should be like the laws are Jewish, demographically more majority Jewish.
Well, this is
It's
the problem.
just that there's lots of Palestinians that are there. Like I don't. That's in fact not only is it conceivable, it's like what would have happened if there hadn't had the 48, if the Arab armies hadn't attacked,
I'll
the
tell you.
Fire Nation hadn't attacked.
Well, this necessity of a demographic majority is the reason for the Nakba and the subsequent violence for 70 years. If you require a demographic majority, it necessitates violence by definition.
You can't argue that. You can have other ways to get demographic majorities. You can say like, hey, we'll pay the Jews to have more babies, and you can do other things that are like create demographic change.
It's tried. It doesn't work.
Killing people out, like.
Yeah, but like barring, incentives working, which I doubt it would, you're gonna have to do something to enforce that, right?
I don't think you need. I don't know if you guys know this, are the only Western first world nation that has an above placement population. At least that's the last I heard that recently. And there seems to be just a cultural thing where Jews are like, we need to have babies because we need to like replace the 6 million, and we need to like not be out competed by the Arabs. So like I think you can have things that cultural and governmental.
No, that's fine, but you're also gonna have to like regulate around like immigration. And then what your immigration policy is gonna be like ethnicity, not religion based, right? Like it's pretty obvious they're gonna have to.
You don't have mass immigration of non-Jews. That's a good. Here's a pro tip. That's a good step one.
Yeah. You're just enforcing
the 1948, the state of Israel that existed in 1948 when Israel declared itself a state. Yes, it may have had like a mandate to have a majority Jewish population, but also the state that would have been Palestine would have also had a mandate to have a majority Palestinian population. And just like Lebanon had certain mandates for Christians over Muslims. Like it's not something that didn't exist for other countries. It's something that people just only point out when it comes to Israel being the state. And also after the Nakba, there's a book, I forget the name of it, that maybe it's about Ben Gurion, I don't know. Ben Gurion did want to allow the Palestinians that were removed or displaced to return to the land, but he had allowed some percentage of them to, but not 100% of them, because he found that they would be a threat, or that they were a threat to society.
Mark, I wanted to ask a question about the whole displacement theory, right, that you were talking about. I mean, a lot of people will argue, Mark, that, of course, Israel was actually, that wasn't really the outcome that Israel really wanted. Yeah, it evolved into the idea of having this Jewish majority as a mandate, but that's a result of actually the hostilities that they were also receiving and the threats, the terroristic threats from these Palestinian Arabs, one can say, right? Because of that, they wanted to ensure a safety for Jewish people, right? That's where wanted to raise those security bars higher and higher because of the threats they were receiving. And actually, some people argue that Israel, despite all that, and actually offering so many, like in the Oslo Accords, it was more than fair, right? But the Palestinian side, unfortunately, wanted to erase Israel from the map, right? Never wanted to take up all these peace offers. That's why they. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. No, it's not Mark. It's Miller.
Okay, but can Mark?
Do you really think there's like?
Can Mark?
Oh yeah, Mark.
No,
I'm
you
sorry,
can
let me
ask
ask
her.
her. Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say like, does anyone? Okay, yeah, Mark. I'm sorry. Shut up.
Well, I'm not 100% sure what the question. What question exactly?
Basically, his question is like, isn't it really like, isn't the things that the Jews are doing like, kind of like reactionary?
I think like maybe like it wasn't like this offensive type of thing, like that. Oh, we'll just kick out everyone just like that, so have like a Jewish majority, but it's because of the threats, the terroristic threats and hostilities that they were receiving, that they had to measure up.
If a Jewish state necessitates a Jewish majority because of the threats, or like does it lose its Jewish nature if it's not a majority? He's saying it was because of the threats that they decided they needed a majority rather than the other way around. Rather than
Just like Syria,
policy
Lebanon.
needing a majority causing.
Just like Lebanon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to do counter. Like, I think that they were in 1948. They were rational to feel physically threatened by not having a majority, but I don't necessarily believe that they would have acted any differently if they didn't feel that threat. I'm agnostic. It's hard to do counterfactualism. And whether the sort of lengths they went to were justified against the rationality of that sense of threat is another thorny philosophical question that I don't have a good answer.
Yeah, so to my point, right, is that someone can construct maybe an argument like that, trying to rationalize and justify what Israel did, right? And you could say that they can be actually, that can actually be rationalized and justified, right?
I mean, I agree that like the best case that you can make for the morality of the creation of Israel, etc., is that it was like this totally amoral us or them, or it's at least to argue that it was this totally amoral us or them scenario in which both sides wanted to ethically cleanse the other, and so, if it's between you or me, I guess I'm going to pick me. I mean, it's not really that much in the way of a moral justification, but at least it kind of at least it's like, just like not completely, at least it's somewhat understandable.
Yeah. And by the way, sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead, brother.
No, it's alright. Sorry, you know.
Nobody's there.
Oh, shut. No, he's not around. Fuck him. I'm going for him. The cough thing. I thought you were going to respond.
Oh no, I don't really have a response.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I have a response.
Yeah, shut up. What was I gonna say? So like, I think what Mark said at the end was exactly what I was gonna say. It's just like, you can frame it as like, it's this binary thing, right? Where like, the only option is that the Israelis had is like, genocide all of these people, or like, create an Israeli-only kind of like fortress, and then like, become like an apartheid state, right? But those aren't the only two options. Like, presumably there could be a place that Jews could travel to that they could feel safe from, like, other external threats, like even like anti-Semitism in other countries, right? And that could be like an open and pluralistic, like Western-style democracy, right? Those two things are like not at odds.
Where would that be?
In Israel.
Is that not what they want to?
No, what do you mean?
What?
Are they going to establish an ethnic state?
It would be a Western style.
Scotland, the way you just.
Obviously no.
I think Syria.
Yeah.
Why is that a problem? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Turkey's have to mistake. Yeah, cool. Yeah, and one of them right now is inflicting a kind of a brutally oppressive race.
Actually, it feels like
another ethnic group. So that's why he's going to focus on them right now.
Did you know that the Palestinians in Germany don't have citizenship? It's an ethnic state.
Let's criticize the Jordanians as well. Thank you for that valuable.
or help the Palestinians.
But I wanted to ask Mark, so I'm not sure what you're necessarily responding to, so I could be explaining something to you that isn't like that is an
attention essentially to anything you said. But like presumably it's like each claim or intention isn't evaluated equally, given that like one group of settlers just like recently moved to the land. As in like this kind of idea of ensuring their own safety by essentially like embarking on some like fucking, you know, like basically setting the endeavor being to protect themselves by ethnically cleansing, you know, the people who inhabit the land. It's like we wouldn't really say that like, oh, if both of you, you know, whoever basically comes out on top, you can't really judge either to be more egregious than the other. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I'll start with this. Would you say that like one claim is one claim to the land is weaker than the other? One claim to basically security in a particular region is weaker than the other if the people that are claiming to secure themselves didn't inhabit the land, like aren't indigenous to the land or something?
Well, it might depend on what region we're talking about, but in general, I reject indigeneity-based arguments. I view them as essentially just another form of blood and soil nationalism, which I reject. And I mean, many people will find that paradoxical in that I reject a one-state solution in favor of two states that are both individually obsessed with their own indigeneity and flaunt it at every opportunity. But my arguments for that solution are just purely utilitarian in character and not sort of race-based or indigeneity in character. So, for example, I think that in some sort of counterfactual history where it wasn't the Jews who ended up creating a state in Palestine or mandatory Palestine in 1948, but some like really bizarre, wayward, you know, Vietnamese minority who just ended up there as a result of oppression or whatever in Vietnam, and then, you know, the UN, you know, voted on a resolution to give them a state. But the history of this sort of Vietnamese Israel versus Palestine was basically qualitatively identical to actual Israel versus Palestine. I would say those hypothetical, you know, 2025 or 2026 era Vietnamese Israelis would have just as much of a right to live there and have their state as modern day Jews.
So, but I could say that, apologies as well, because that was pretty confused the way I articulated it. Forget indigeneity, just like the people who actually inhabit the land and own the land, because presumably, some civilization is like, I don't know, like private rights, land ownership, stuff like that, private ownership, things like that, right? So, what about just like out of one group, or between two groups, one group has like far more ownership of the land that's in question, the land that like one group is going to be ethnically fenced from. You think that group has like a stronger case in and has like more right to not be ethnically fenced or whatnot than the other?
I mean, are you asking me if one group is a minority in sort of a contested land that they at best only have a right to a minority of the actual square mile?
I'm saying like just take two groups, just say they're equal in population size, but just like one group owned a lot more of the land and had been there for longer. I don't know, do they have more right to say that than the other? Or is it just like some, you know, whoever gets there first, first past the post?
I mean, you might not have been here when.
But like there was actually legal situation of this.
You might not have been here, but I mean, I was careful to distinguish my support of Israel in the present from my support of its creation in the 1940s, which I'm much more ambiguous on.
Okay, that's why I asked you. I too was like careful about framing this as like a rumor or contention thing, but you know,
I mean, one of the things I said is that, you know, if Israel didn't currently exist, but people were talking of creating it, and I knew that the history would play out exactly as it did in the 1940s, then probably I'd oppose it, just as I oppose the creation of a Mormon state in Utah or whatever.
Do you think that if we formed a Mormon state right now in Utah, it would be like terrible? Like, I'm not saying the size of Utah, but like Israel size thing. That was like more Momia.
No, honestly, I think it would probably be pretty good. But I mean, I view that the American Southwest as a much less volatile.
I mean, they have great music, because like, they have a great like theater culture.
Are you saying that because of the Book of Mormon?
Yes. That was the joke. Yes.
Jews on both sides, like radical, I don't know, jihadists versus like radical Jews or whatever, is so high that you're just going to have a mess regardless. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a good test case is Lebanon. I think the outcome would be much worse than the outcome in Lebanon because the groups in this joint Israel-Palestinian state have a much longer and more bitter history of mutual hatred than, like Christians and Muslims in Lebanon do.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Or Lebanon, some people say. So.
Just need to do a little house cleaning. So it's pronounced heterogeneous, and it's pronounced Bangladesh.
You have full Lebanon. Lebanon's pretty good.
What are you saying? What she was getting accused of mispronouncing earlier?
Yeah, she said some word that Lee was correcting her on. I'm trying to remember what.
Oh, fuck, it's gonna. Yeah. So,
Where you been, Sasha?
Thank you, Robert. Wait, what was it?
I wish you could search by name in the chat. That would be useful.
I need to have more conversations with Buttercup. Come on, we need to make her a Zionist, okay, Sam? Like, so next time, yeah, you're gonna debate her again, right, Sam?
Hey, can we all agree to get rid of that guy, World? He's just like,
I like World.
She was saying emaciated, and then leave us like.
Yeah,
What happened?
It's about emaciated. It was a new show.
Got them back to work.
I'm not gonna retard.
Wait, I lost the war because I said emaciated instead of emaciated.
Yeah, so that's I'm so sorry. You lose the point.
That's like how evidence of how gluttonous and well fed we are in the West. Like we can't even say emaciated, without like a mouthful of food and stuff.
If we disagree, we just Sam likes folksy definitions that are ill-defined.
Yes, they're folksy. They're not ill-defined. They're ill-defined. My definition of genocide is if there's, if a government is trying to kill as many ethnic group as they can, they are trying to do genocide. They have to. That's what killing people is.
Yeah, which Israel is not. Yeah,
And all the evidence that he gave was that of desire for ethnic cleansing of to want to breathe the air, not that they were trying to kill as many as they could.
I think it's really demonstrated that Israel intentionally created conditions on the ground that are incompatible for human life, so that the reasonable expectation for good starts to die out.
So that they would leave, yes.
But they're trapped in their head. They know that.
Okay, so now it's not that they were trying to cause them So the three things you said were dumb bombs, distribution of aid, and attacking Rafa. And I mean, dumb bombs. No, I mean, it's a good word for dumb bombs. Bombs, like every bomb prior to like this last.
That's bullshit. Asian allies had what's it called? I mean, mortars. During World War II.
Remember however you pronounce that? Like, was it linked to fucking Hamas and like helping them?
No evidence.
They themselves found very little they even decided
No evidence. Baseless claims.
Okay, well, I was
That's
just
like the big hot top.
and then on the Rafa and stuff, like as Mark said, like if you have the terrorists that are completely
You literally have the ICJ offering.
they're gonna be where the people are.
I think you're very confused. I didn't say not Rafa, but the policy of raising every single bit of stability and infrastructure to the ground, even in areas they fully.
How many times were
I think that
No, wait.
But then also at the same time create.
Sam, you said you believe that it is collective punishment.
Yeah. But I don't.
So how's that consistent with proportionality?
I'm not arguing.
It's trying to punish the
I'm arguing
population.
that there's war crimes and there's ethnic cleansing going on. But that what I'm claiming is not happening is that their goal is to kill lots of Gazans, like because they're Gazans, that they want to just kill as many as they can get their hands on, which I think is what characterizes what the Hutus are doing to the Tutsis
That's
not
why.
and other genocides in history.
No, I know you want to like idiosyncratically define it. I'm saying that.
I don't think it's any
Why?
I think I would.
Well, literally,
I would make
because
money if I just go up to people on the street and I go, is this a reasonable definition of genocide? They're just trying to kill lots of people in an ethnic group because they're an ethnic group. They're like,
yeah, also.
And they're like, no, actually, the UN sent me like killing or a whole war
Precisely,
from people.
I don't. Yeah. Firstly, I'm not gonna trust your prognostications. And secondly, like,
Let's do it. Let's run the study. Let's get the study wrong.
What is it? Yeah, but what is interesting? But what is interesting is that what you're prepared to concede to is just by the technical legal definition, as in when all of the post World War II and this international community convened in Geneva. Okay, you just agree by that standard. Yes, what's transpiring now is genocide.
I agree. According to I started thinking what I'm saying. If you're saying does this count according to the UN definition, I agree. Then we have nothing to discuss. I just
Okay, that's
genocide.
Genocide look the same that Israel's done made over its nefarious, comprehensive military strategy that were designed that any reasonable person can infer would cause them this death. So even if like the stated purpose is not, you can see, with the aid distribution, they had plausible deniability when UNRWA controlled it. Then they seized control and people started to die, and everyone warned them that people would die. Then they could have inferred that it would cause mass death. And then what was the last one that I did? Oh, raising everything to the ground. That explicitly they said the reason is to make it unlivable, to make the conditions unlivable on the ground. So what is
First, like engaging in military action that foreseeably causes mass death is true of the majority of wars. Like during the American Civil War, when Sherman invaded the South, like any half see that a large number of Southerners, probably thousands, died. But I don't think that the Civil War, genocide. I think relative to the American population, the Civil War did remarkably low casualties, and even in the left. Well, I mean, we fundamental.
In a world that I think was plenty of casualties, insurance workers through this.
So they destroyed a lot of civilian infrastructure, but the army was quite obsessed about, punishing people who shot Southerners. Like, again, I'm agreeing that there were a ton of civilians who died in the American Civil War, like maybe, 40 to 60,000. That's just my guess. Maybe I'm off by like 10% in either direction. Nevertheless, I don't think many people want to say that the Civil War was a genocide by the North against the South. Maybe, I don't know, we'll bite that bullet though.
No, I don't want to say it's a genocide, obviously. I want to say it's like
You might be the first person to preemptively do so.
No, I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
Characterize this war.
More sinister charges. Okay.
No.
Do you think the Civil War
Genocides.
was a genocide? I don't think that's given that it involved a lot of foreseeable civilian mass. No, I was asking.
I think. I don't know. I don't recollect what genocide was the thing. I don't really.
Is this
It wasn't pointed at. We didn't have the munitions that we have today. I also want to point out that, one thing that was unique to the Nazi genocide, which is similar in this genocide, is the development of tools of mass murder that absolve the perpetrators of being affected by it, right? Like the AI technology. And I think increasingly we're seeing more and more genocides because we have very advanced tools of murder, of killing.
So, to the first point, a word can describe things, in the past that occurred before the word itself was coined. So, for example, I think you and I will agree that anti-Semitism, i.e., hatred of Jews, existed before the word anti-Semitism was coined somewhere in the 19th century. So, too, could genocides have happened before the word genocide was invented?
It's not a targeting ethnic group, though. Isn't it that people targeting their own people? Like, I don't know.
No, like in
Well, I mean,
it's largely now, right? Like, was what, 500 BC or something? So,
well, you're saying the Civil War doesn't count because the Southerners didn't count as their sort of ethnic group. But first of all, the notion of ethnic group is itself pretty nebulous, and maybe it could be used to apply to Southerners. Like the Southerners did have some sort of national self-conception that was important to them. That's why they were rebelling in the first place. But even if they weren't their own ethnic group, like if we suddenly swapped out their ethnicity so that they were all Australian Aboriginals or whatever, would that make the American Civil War any more damning for the North? I think the answer is probably no.
There are other characteristics that distinguish this war from the Civil War, which is pretty much the formalized, organized effort to squeeze the civilian population through multiple means, which resemble previous historical attempts by one ethnic group to annihilate another, in particular the Jews in World War II. Like the pattern, even if it didn't start off the way it did in Germany with seeing as an entire race is biologically inferior and the need to eradicate them or remove them, it unfolded, whether that was the original intent or not, in a similar manner. It started with restrictions on movement, discrimination, ghettoization, restrictions on food and just like it was like a series of organized, coordinated strategies to squeeze the entire population to the point that they knew it would have caused mass death. And
well, I mean, the same thing is true of the Civil War. The Southerners were squeezed through multiple means. Their fields were burned, their railroad tracks were torn out, their ports were blockaded, their cities were shelled. There were a lot of ways that the North made life in the South horribly uncomfortable, to the point where anyone in the North could guess that thousands of Southern civilians, women and children, included,
like the government
would die. Nevertheless,
they had military soldiers watching all of the influence societal.
okay,
which is great, but as
I do agree.
just Judd said, like there's a lot of basically rational distrust in the immediate aftermath of the war of the South, and they were sort of somewhat tightly monitored, maybe not to the extent the Palestinians were, but there was this sort of multimodal way of squeezing physically and socially the population of the South. I still don't think that the Civil War should be considered a genocide of the North, or of the South by the North.
Okay, I think we can all agree, like, previous wars, like, millions of people died. Like, we can assume that prior to World War II, before there were all these conventions about how war should be conducted, most of them were conducted in barbaric manners that wouldn't hold up to today's international law standards, right?
Well, sure. I mean, maybe the Civil War was in fact like maybe the North did all sorts of unethical things to the South, and war crimes, or like things that should have been considered war crimes, even though there weren't like specific international criminal codes that would have applied, etc. What the North did to the South was, should we consider it a genocide? And the answer seems to be no. So
I think the ethnic
you have to propose a more refined set of criteria to distinguish genocidal wars from
I think there's an easy way to see the difference here, right? So take at the same period as the Civil War, right, where we did the same sorts of things to Indian nations, right, where we controlled their governments and societies and like the resources and stuff, but there was the added effort to do things knowingly that would eradicate huge portions of their population, and sometimes specifically to do that. Right?
and not only that, it's also
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, so that shows like the difference, right? Because like the forced marches and stuff, providing blankets and clothing, right, that were known to likely spread diseases, things like this, right? That to the stuff that was done to the South. So I mean, it's clear that the intent to eradicate many or all of the population is like the necessary thing. The rest of that doesn't really.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
the intent is there to eradicate.
And that steps are taken to do that it actually starts to happen. Like, I don't think just wanting it to happen is enough. Like, you could intend.
Well, that's why I described multiple steps that they took to make it happen. I don't know that it started that way when the first attack, October 7th, happened. They had an obligation, like any government, to respond. But it metastasized as they squeezed Hamas, and Hamas wouldn't surrender. It metastasized into what I would consider to be an attempt to cause mass civilian casualties in the entire population to further pressure Hamas.
Now
So,
metastasized.
and it's
Something else. I'm forgetting something.
it's also pronounced.
yeah, and that's another point.
You put the S before an extra S before the T. You said metastasized.
Oh, I thought you were losing a lot of points.
Yeah, you also called the war northern aggressions.
Including the northern genocide.
The North aggressively allowed a surprise attack on Fort Sumter by the South.
they'd have a good chance with me.
I mean, why did they use dumb bombs if they could use targeting munitions, Sam? What was the goal? Was the military objective? That like justification? Just cheap.
Probably it's cheap. I don't know.
Probably lack of concern about extra casualties, right? I don't think at first like it was a misfire. Maybe some of the decision makers did, but I think in general it was like, why use the thing that's 10 times more expensive if you don't care how many hands are going to get switched to?
I think they said explicitly the goal was shock and awe to just cause mass destruction, not just military targets, but also civilian infrastructure, to like just as a immediate, show.
No, I mean it's like when you're trying to weed the lawn, if you don't care, like if the grass is gonna die too, then you're not gonna get the more expensive targeted weed killer, right? You're just gonna.
Do you think that Hamas had an active moral to surrender?
I was just gonna say that. Does Hamas has an obligation? Yes, Hamas must be accountable to the people it serves, the Gazans. So whatever military actions it does or doesn't take, it is accountable for the results of that. So they must be accountable, like any government, to their people for the results of the decisions they made throughout the war.
Sam, are you asking something like, do you have a responsibility to surrender when you have absolutely no shot at winning a war?
Yeah, I think that actually whether or not this is a genocide is relevant to whether you should surrender or not. Like if all of your people are going to be slaughtered, then you shouldn't surrender. You should fight to the last man. But if you're not going to be all killed, if it's just going to be like a puppet government or something like that, then of course you should surrender if you have no chance. If it's just going to cause mass destruction for your people, then you should surrender if you care about your people. And I think because Israel doesn't in fact want to kill as many Gazans as possible, that of course they did have an obligation to surrender, and they should have surrendered right away, save their people much suffering.
I don't think that because they're like a militia with like all this ideological, like sort of messianic delusions, I don't think you can really expect them to respond to normal like incentives and like penalties, right? Like they operate on kind of a different.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they care about the people. They care about the people like as an ideal, not about like as individual, a collection of individuals, right? They care about like the people, not the people.
But yeah, no, if you just gave Napoleon as one of the generals, it wouldn't have worked. It has to be like Jefferson Davis level, logistics, controlling, like complete control over the thing.
Not lucky. You just focused on the right things, the right time. You focused on like. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Amateur talk tactics. Shut up. Amateur talk tactics. Experts talk logistics. Right? So like he was an organizational and logistical genius, but a lot of it was like he just like looked into certain things that like gave him huge physics behind calculating cannonball like trajectories, right? He was one of the what if not the first, one of the first people like in the military context to like use canned food as a form of like logistical a long term
was invented.
Store. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So like things like that, like he came around at the right time to like take advantage of these like innovation and other areas that made him like
preserve food. He put out a call for people to invent a way to do it. That's why the canning, like tin cans, was invented, right? The person who invented it had to come up with a way to pasteurize and stuff. They did not exist until we said that, hey, we need to preserve food better. I'm going to put out a prize for, the French inventor.
I didn't know that. If that's the
That
case,
is true. Yeah, he saw the need and created it, had a solution created, right? He said, hey, I've got this need. I've got tons of people, right, who would love to have a whole bunch of money for finding a way.
But the ballistic stuff was like, he's coming on the back of like innovations in like mathematics and physics.
Yeah, that's right. Newton and stuff,
But like he's applying it, and he's like looking into the science of artillery. Like, some of the first people to like really study the topic like meticulously, right? But it's coming on the back of like the people who are really making like the innovations in things like math.
The reason why we have the Rosetta Stone is because Napoleon was like, we should also think over Egypt. We should like bring a bunch of scientists and stuff over there too, because that seems like important.
He's also the reason we don't have like the Great Pyramid, though, right? Because he let his people, his generals and stuff, just practice shooting cannons at it. That's why I think lost most of his thought.
I guess urban questions.
Maybe.
Within Napoleon beginning Jefferson Davis's job, how much prep time is he given? Like, if he's given like 20 years, maybe he's got it. But like, it's like right at the war. Well, just the industrial capacity is not much you can do with it.
Exactly. It's like one of those old questions of like, could the Germans have, like, Hitler wasn't there, because the Germans have like defeated all of their adversaries in World War II, right? Because there's a lot of like fucking around from like this whatever the equivalent of like the Gestapo, right? Is for the Germans. There's a lot of fucking around from like the political side of the Nazi machine, and like I don't think they could have, right? Like at best, right? At like the best part of like point for them when it came to like resources like oil, right? They were producing like as much oil in like, they were consuming as much oil in like a month as the Americans can consume in like 2 or 3 days, right? And that's when they're like peak of like oil consumption, right? We're like at their peak of like oil production. Depending on like which part of the like European map they take over, right? There's no counter for that. There's no counter for like for every one tank you can get out of the door, the opponents can have like 7. Right? Like it's just that
One thing Napoleon had is he had a bunch of really, really talented marshals under him. So there's like Devoux, I don't know how to pronounce it, Devoux, I think it's Say. He had just a bunch of really competent guys that he really trusted, and it's hard to find good talent, you know what I mean? So I also think that he would get to have his crew. When he comes to the
I think he one of the first to promote it. Like I know the British Navy at the time was like you needed it to be like an aristocrat, like any position of power for the Navy, like the French Army and presumably the French Navy as well. Oh, and by the way, Napoleon was a fucking horrible naval command. He got.
Well, there wasn't really a naval commander.
He was. He built a whole fleet of French ships. No, but he was in the head of all of the French army. Like it's like saying Eisenhower wasn't a naval commander.
Yeah, well.
like the Solomon Islands. Like, what are you talking about? He's unable to.
Wait, so Mel, if Hitler had just stopped Poland, do you think it would have been just fine, or do you think that somehow that would?
That would have probably been fine. There was no like there was this thing before Hitler invaded France called the Phony War, which was like after he invaded Poland, it was like the French and the Germans like just like pointing guns at each other and like waiting for like one of them to actually do something meaningful, right? And if like Hitler had stopped at that point, it probably would have just ended like that, right? Because no one except the Germans apparently were like gunning for like another World War I style like massive war.
Yeah. It is one of the more tragic things of world history that after World War I, the world didn't learn its lesson. They needed a second World War in order to be like, you know what? Maybe great power wars aren't a good idea. Like, we needed to fucking really hammer it home with a second one of these bad boys. Kind of embarrassing, to be honest.
I think Napoleon was the greatest naval commander in history. It's just like, you can play your hand in poker perfectly but still lose. That's Napoleon.
I honestly don't think that like generals like there's like three different levels of like it's like tactical. I forget which one's which. I'm not asking, but it's like tactical, strategic, and like something else, right? And there's like three different levels of analysis of like who's gonna be like who's doing better in a war or whatever, right? And like at one or two of those levels out of the three, like generals make a huge difference, right? But like on the like whole, like when it comes to like evaluating the entire war, generals are usually not the deciding factor, right? It's usually things like like economic production, like how quickly you can like respond to military innovations from the other side, like how like good you are at doing things like breaking communications, how good you are at like doing things like managing your own logistics, right? Like those are the
I don't know, but how do you explain these like people like Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Napoleon that seem to just like be utterly dumb?
it might be different, yeah.
Like,
It might be different in the ancient like world. Napoleon is more modern, so I'd be more apt to talk to that. The ancient world, generals probably mattered more, I guess. I don't really know because I don't really know exactly how ancient warfare took place. Like I don't know how much like command.
Well, it didn't have much difference in terms of industrial like.
Well, it would because they would be on campaign for so long. You're like home industrial based meant very little. Like the way they campaign is completely different, right? Like they didn't need to like fuel machines with gas, but like also I just don't know like how much like in ancient warfare, right? Like how much of the actual battlefield could one person ever really command? You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like they had like sophisticated means of like communication. Like they had like trumpets and stuff and like semaphores, whatever, like flags that they would wave, right? It's hard for me to like. I just don't know enough about ancient warfare to know like what was Alexander the Great doing during a typical battle, right? Like
he was
standing there, like
he was on his horse and he had his companion cavalry around and he was riding around and people would sometimes say he would sometimes give commands where he would say help Menelaus to like turn go to his flank whatever and
I don't think it was really like that though. Like I think that's more of a Hollywood thing, right? Like I think like
No, that's how it was.
that's exactly how it was.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious. Why?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I mean, why would they not? Why couldn't they just use couriers, tell divisions where to move?
Exactly. Because that's like I don't know. I would imagine it's like a very slow. Like they could, I guess. I'm just not sure. Like I'm not sure. Like part of my understanding of why like the Romans were effective, right, in their like checkerboard formations because they had like they basically devolve decision making down to a lower level than it like had been before, right? So like each individual unit can make like tactical decisions, right? But like I'm not sure like like if you had like an army of Greek hoplites, right, that were facing like I don't know Persians, like the line would be extremely long. It would be thin and very long. Like how much could you really? I don't know. Maybe I'm just like overthinking it, but like how much could you really get couriers? Like some of these lines would be like miles long.
I mean, the battles were extremely slow and took hours. So you had time to reach all of that.
But like, it's like something's happening on my flank to the right, and it's a mile or two away from me, right? Like I don't know. It might like I really don't know. I don't know how quick these things developed. I don't know exactly.
I doubt this distance was that large.
They were. I think like some of the like especially in hoplite formations were thin, very long lines. But, like I think like you can look into like some of the historic battles that like Alexander fought himself, and like the lines are like enormous. But I might be wrong about that.
But they're not like single man thin.
No, they're both like 4 or 5 hoplites. The whole point of a hoplite formation is that you can't get flanked. So you always have to extend as far as you can. That's like also why like the hoplite formation is strong in like a narrow like like what's the word I'm looking for like funnel type of thing where you have like natural right, like the hoplite formation is like it's very slow moving, it's very slow to react, and it's very weak to attack from the back.
Looking into it, I think you're probably right. I think it probably was somewhere. It could get up to 2 to 3 miles long. Although I mean, maybe this column is wrong. Still, I mean, like using couriers to try to direct them.
Sure, I think they use like flags and trumpets more than couriers.
Oh, if that's what we're talking about, sure. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
I don't know. We were just been talking about ancient history stuff and battles. How much commanders matter.
When I left, I was like, actually, wait, is that what? I thought I left last right. Maybe I'm mistaken.
But I mean, before that, Mel was asking how much military commanders really mattered in ancient battles. I mean, I think the answer is quite a lot. I mean, like I don't really remember the details of Alexander's major battles, but I remember watching a good YouTube series about among other things, like going into this sort of moment-to-moment troop movements of Hannibal's 3 great victories over the Romans in the Second Punic War. And I mean, assuming
the elephants.
yeah. I mean, that's the war with the elements, yeah. So, I mean, assuming this series is accurate, it seemed like they had fairly fine-grained control and executed like really critical tactics to like surround the Romans in the middle of the battle.
I would love to see that.
I mean, you would really, if I was interrupting Timothy, but just to tell the video series, it's called Historia Civilis. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll
Yeah. You guys like Sesame Forest? There's Cane. What's the third animal script we can say? I don't know. Okay, so I just read this first.
Wait, can I just say, I want to say 2 things. 1, what is spelling it gonna do, Melissa? And 2, Sam, why didn't you interrupt Mark to say, Mark, Timothy was talking?
I don't know.
Because Mark's a way nicer and more polite and generous person than you.
Sam.
You interrupt everyone.
Mark's not nicer than me, but Mark's like ambivalent about fucking genocide. I'm not.
That's true.
Well, dude, man, I care about people.
Well, the more important than my ambivalence about genocide is that Sam was confusing the Battle of Lake Trasimene with the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest centuries later.
Fucking retard.
Oh my God, Sam. Oh my God.
You know what? See, you fucking butted up Mark just for him to spread you on a fucking.
What's the third one?
I looked it up. I had to look these up. It was Trebia.
So it's Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and
Yeah, I guess.
and Kenai. Okay. Okay, so that's
That's
like.
way more stupid than thinking that ancient Chinese were the first people to like propose the Riemann hypothesis. Like, whatever. You're fucking retard.
Oh, you know, also, Mark, like, wasn't Alexander famous for fighting in the front of his army?
Yeah, no, he was like almost fucking suicidal. It's a miracle that he survived.
He was about having arrows a bunch of times.
Well, he had his cavalry surrounding him, and he had lots of bodyguards surrounding him all the time for the battle. So
No, but you're not wrong. The rest on the front are just like completely tactically blind.
He also had a sorceress protecting him. So that's also had like the greatest, most wise scholar, like was it Aristotle who
But no, you'll really like the story of Civilis. It basically has the entire story of the Roman Republic and just beyond it, really compellingly told and entertainingly.
Fuck yeah, dude.
The names in the chat.
fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck. I can't find actually.
Mark, who's the greatest general of all time?
Alexander the Great is up there. Yi Sun Sin is up there, although he's more obscure. Napoleon. It's probably going to be between Napoleon and Alexander. And if you count naval commanders, then Yi Sun Sin.
What about Trafalgar?
I mean, like, I think like winning every battle is considered is like an overrated metric. I think it's you have to take into account the number of battles and the margin by which they were won.
That is true.
Sorry, you guys interested in pursuing this further? So I want to talk especially about the previous discussion.
No, I want to talk about the greatest generals. I think that.
No, who am I thinking of? I said Trafalgar. The battle was Trafalgar.
Yeah.
Who's the general?
Napoleon and
No.
Oh, that's Waterloo, sorry.
Who's what is his Nelson.
Nelson, and there
I
you
just
go.
got it. Dyslexia.
I would say Nelson is number 2.
No, that's crazy.
Dude, Nelson wasn't even that good. Just literally,
Practice.
he's like, I would just go straight at that.
No, just kind of straight at them, man.
No, it was hard back then, dude. Like there were things like, like being downwind, like it was called like not having the weather gauge could like massively affect battles. Like, where you were positioned in like, relation to the other like line could massively affect battles. Like how high your ship was outside of the the water line could massively affect battles. Like they had really, really like, interesting and like
I've got one. I've got to see about. Why is the folk notion of genocide important? Like, just out of interest. The serious question about battles. It's a different kind of battle. It's an ideological one.
Well, I mean, if we have a special category of atrocity called genocide, which is basically the worst thing that is possible to do, and I mean, it's certainly up there. Like, okay, there may be technically some non-genocides that are worse than some genocides, but they're pretty few and far between. As a genocide because Mao wasn't actually trying to exterminate the Chinese people. It was just literally just him being super incompetent and stupid. But nevertheless, like his death toll was probably worse than any individual genocide. So we count that. Yeah, no. But I mean, if genocide is this concept such that if you successfully attach it to an event, then you instantly win the moral argument about whether the event is justifiable, then it becomes important to know what are the criteria by which something counts as a genocide.
Right, but the thing, okay, be more happy that like there's this charge that people can be indicted with and penalized for, or convicted of. Like, shouldn't we be happy? It's like everything on the list of things that they're doing is bad, destroying an whole room, blah 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 blah. It's really bad, and it shares these conditions also constitute the historic crimes that we are like happy to concede a genocide. It's like, what's the big issue? Like, I don't know. It confuses me as to what the issue is, especially given that like the contemporary notion we have of genocide is the result of these fucking conventions and whatever else, or its usage as a legal designation. It's just like why do we care what some Joe Schmo on the street thinks like that?
Well, there is a legal definition, but if it's the one that I'm thinking of, it happens to be one that's either extremely vague or just stupid, in the sense that it would count a lot of wars that you and I would not only consider non-genocidal but actively good as genocide.
But I don't know if it's the case. The last time we did this, I gave a really poor account or like a really poor showing because I saw just like bit lots of bullets with an reflection. I was like, no, I was just trying to maintain consistency. I think that's genocide. So like, I agree, but then I agree that it may not be like, specified enough or something, like, precise enough. Sorry. But like, I'm still confused as to like, what's the alternative? Sorry, we just asked you what you think genocide is, and then go like, what do you think was going on there was a genocide? And he's like, well, we're not trying to kill absolutely everybody, so yeah, it's not genocide. It's like, well, see, not done. Let's scrap the UN, scrap the ICJ, ICC bar. It's like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things I could say. I mean, one possibility is that we take all the clearest cases of genocide in history that there's basically universal agreement on and try to extract the sort of property that they all, like the smallest property that they all have in common, and define genocide as that. Another alternative that I suspect you won't like is that we don't hold ourselves hostage to this semantic argument, and we switch from using the word genocide to more precise language.
Okay, but then, so just to be clear on like you guys' stance, it's that like all crimes have been committed. There's like a government-wide complicity, and all of the punishment, the punitive measures, whatever that are on the table for genocide, if convicted, you're happy for them to apply to all of the people who are complicit in collectively punishing the Palestinians, and like potentially violently ethnically cleansing them. Ethnically cleansing the land of them, excuse me.
Wait, sorry.
That's like no. So basically, whatever punishments are on the table for genocide, if they were to be applied to the people who are responsible for trying to violently, ethnically cleanse and or collectively punish Palestinians for crimes committed on October 7th, you'd be cool with that. Like that's not your issue. Your issue is just like the label genocide.
Well, I mean, I'm not even sure that that's necessarily my issue in that I'm very much open to the argument that it is a genocide. Although, again, I find semantic arguments ultimately frustrating. I'm pretty agnostic across the board. But, I mean, yes, I'm obviously totally on board with war crimes, which I freely admit Israel has committed their share of, being punished, etc. The real question is, should I feel much more extremely about this war than about most other wars that I basically approve of, or at least I'm sort of lukewarm about, like the Iraq War or something.
Iraq War as opposed to that, like.
Well, I mean, yes and no. Like, I think in theory so a couple things. First, I think in theory it's good to depose a dictator and install a democracy, which Iraq does in fact have to this day. And I think that, relative to the morality of our intentions, like America did relative to the goal of waging the war at all, America waged the war somewhat ethically. Like, they really did refrain from killing, like going totally berserk and killing a ton of civilians all over the place. Like, they really did try, with some exceptions, which were punished, they really did try to win the hearts and minds of the Iraqi populace. Of course, the flip side is that they sort of foreseeably unleashed this horrifying, massive civil war that killed like between 500K and 1 million people. Even if they weren't the ones pulling the trigger on all of those civilians, like they should have known that would be the inevitable result. So like, there's a sense of like, I think it's bad to wage the war at all, but there's a sense in which I think that with that as a baseline, they waged it well. I didn't mean to say that I think that Israel is analogous. Like I think it's super fucking obvious that Israel is waging it much more brutally than America waged the Iraq, the second Iraq War. However, the extent to which the extent to which they're waging it, like whether they're waging it so much worse than America did, or fighting in Iraq or fighting ISIS, after the government temporarily collapsed. Like whether they're waging it past the threshold in which I need to feel about it the way that I feel about Nazi, somewhere along the lines of Nazi Germany, or maybe something more somewhat less extreme. I don't know. I think it depends a lot on numbers, like civilian to militant casualty ratio, and those those feel like pretty clouded by the fog of war, with both sides having powerful and extremely well-financed propaganda machines. So given that I have no power one way or the other, I'm willing to wait a bit and let the dust settle so that I feel like I have a more accurate command of the numbers. And if it turns out that this war has a vastly higher civilian to combatant casualty ratio than any other comparable war, then probably I will say, even whether or not it counts as a genocide, it's like criminally evil. It's called the cost.
Yeah. Well, sorry, just because I didn't take you to making those comparisons. I felt like I understood what you were saying. Using the Iraq War as an example, just like kind of not necessarily just war per se, but like I said, some.
Yeah.
On the balance, something that was better in terms of deposing in the smoking day. But the initial question I had asked you was just that, like, let's just say we do go from this conceptual analysis and kind of do conclude that I don't think, like, I'm not comfortable with it being labeled as genocide. I'm actually not even comfortable with this set of conditions constituting genocide, given what that term sort of connotes and stuff like that. I don't think that does like accurately describe what's actually, like I don't think that actually accurately sort of describes, the degree, regardless of the success or failure of the conceptual analysis, depending on how you look at it, would you have an issue with like, okay, but what is going on there, as I understand it, from what I know, be it war crimes, whatever, collective punishment, how would you describe what's going on there, right? And I just mean like, kind of like literally, like what you think has happened there, whether or not you think that's legal or ethical or whatever, whether they're engaging, what intentions you can infer. Do you think the punishments that follow from war crimes, be it like prison, potential dissolution of the state if it's an apartheid state, that kind of shit, do you think those things is like that's fine? So you don't have an issue with them being punished as if they were genocidaires? It's just the label itself. Like, do you have any like thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it depends on what the punishments are. Like, if it's quote unquote just war crimes, even though obviously, that phrasing it that way undersells the severity of all war crimes. Like, I don't think that the usual punishment for that is the dissolution of the state. That said, I mean, I don't have a problem with, withdrawing support from Israel or whatever. If that counts. I don't have a problem with withdrawing support from Israel or whatever, if that counts as a punishment.
Oh, okay. Like sanctioning, something like that.
I mean, it depends. I mean, maybe. Again, it's going to depend maybe on the numbers, but I mean, usually it's somewhat.
Do you think high-ranking officials in the IDF's military, Mossad, whatever, do you think they should all be in the Hague, that kind of shit? Like, because one could say, like, it's not murder, it's manslaughter. But then one could also ask the question, okay, but do you think the person should be charged with manslaughter? And if so, do you think, like, this sentence is reasonable given the kind of egregiousness of this particular manslaughter or something like that? That's the kind of question I'm asking, basically.
it's going to depend broadly on the numbers. Like, if it's a truly horrifying civilian to combatant casualty ratio, which in fact it might be, and I'm willing, I'm not willing to bet a lot of money against. And sure, if it's, if it's a somewhat normal one relative to a dense urban war that's, that lasts a long time, but there's still a lot of war crimes, then it's going to depend on the extent to which, like the, high-ranking officers of the IDF or whatever were directly in charge of calling the shots for the unit, doing those specific war crimes. Like the World Central Kitchen, like that's like a completely, at least as far as I regard, and in fact most Israelis I've talked to, that's a totally unambiguous war crime. I don't think that whoever the general of the IDF was directing that particular strike. So I would, want that guy to be punished. But if the overall numbers are bad enough,
but it's similar cases to weirdly, I don't want to say weirdly more egregious because that sounds weird. It sounds like I'm kind of start weighing randomly, arbitrarily weighing human life and shit. The cases of the disabled people were killed by sniper fire. The case in the church with the woman, I think her mother or something, that were killed. The people waving the white flag. The old man who was killed after being used as a human child. And the only reason I say somewhat more egregious is because at least those people knew the risks associated, and I think some of them former military of I think one of the World Central Kitchen volunteers was former special forces or something like that, which doesn't mean he deserves to die any more than an old Palestinian man. It's just I don't know. It just makes it seem kind of less pernicious.
I don't know. I mean, the main consideration that unfortunately is really hard to untangle for a random non-specialist like me is that I don't know the extent. While I have no doubt there's a lot of war crimes, I don't know the extent to which I'm hearing about them is a result of there being way more war crimes in this war relative to other similar wars versus just there being 1,000 times more global attention. So if some military researcher or journalist came around and showed me, I'm not saying I think this is likely, but showed me that basically every other urban war, relative to the population density, relative to the length of time that the war lasted, relative to the extent, relative to the amount of embeddedness of, the defending army in the civilian population was versus being clearly marked. Relative to that, it's a normal number, quote unquote normal number of war crimes. Then, although I would want all the perpetrators punished, I wouldn't be that upset about it. But if there's way more, which again there may well be, then I would feel differently, and will feel differently if that turns out to be.
One last question, because I know Sam's listening. He's going to be very frustrated by this excursion from talk of great military leaders of history. The Lancet numbers, basically, do you think they should be calculating it by direct and indirect? Or do you think it should be? Because so bear in mind, I think one of the, I hate to say it, benefits of regarding this as a genocide is that it's almost like you count as intentional those killed indirectly as in those who die as a result, not being able to receive medical attention because of the war and so on and so forth, versus in the case of these instances of it just being collateral and then isolated war crimes, it seems like those numbers, it seems like people want to kind of dismiss this kind of more comprehensive what devastation has Israel essentially actually caused. When you calculate numbers, are you including indirect numbers? For instance, would you take numbers that are proposed by the Lancet Medical Journal? Would you take those when you're doing combatant to civilian ratios?
Yeah, counting or not counting gun violence?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on a few things. First of all, I don't know the extent to which I regard the numbers in that one Lancet article as being consensus. I only recall it in broad brushstrokes as was a while ago, but I mean, there was a pretty wide degree of freedoms in terms of their number of degrees of freedom in terms of their parameter choices, and different choices led to drastically different estimates. I mean, ultimately, I guess they should be counted to some extent, but I don't have a really good satisfying answer to what extent that number is, or that proportion is.
Clearly would like instantly inflate disfavorably the ratio, because obviously in the case of like there just is like kind of fixed. There's a kind of fixed amount of combatants, at least like as per Israeli estimates. So obviously, if we're talking about like the 60,000, and then how many of the 30,000 Hamas, combatants comprise the 60,000 killed, is like one question. Like if it's now we're talking about like 200,000 people killed, that changes a lot, obviously. Like that would actually just be a fixed ratio that probably, not reflect well on the Israelis if we just included all 200,000 people.
I mean, to some extent, yeah. I mean, to a large extent, probably. Although I'd want to say that some of the blame is also going to obviously redound on Hamas for not making it easy for them to just get away from where all of the militants are. I mean, I do in fact believe that. I mean, again, there's a question of proportionality that is super important and is also, unfortunately, among the most ill-defined concepts in war ethics that there is. But I do think that in principle it's fine if a civilian gathering is infiltrated by militants, then it's in fact can be treated as a militant gathering. Just because if you don't do that, then you incentivize militants in all wars to embed among civilians. But again, proportionality comes in, so you have to wonder the extent to which, so in scenarios like that, the militants themselves bear some portion of the blame. But again, you have to think about proportionality, and I don't have a good or well-developed theory as to when a strike on a civilian area, a mostly civilian area with militants embedded in it, crosses the line.
No, I do agree that obviously it's illogical if you're engaged in what you describe as a war, right, or some kind of conflict that you think that you have where you have reason, let's say, to pursue, prosecute. I get it doesn't really make sense. You'd almost be giving away the impetus if you start revealing your sources and shit and your intelligence. This is the intelligence we had. When it's you're accused of litany of war crimes, and you're just consistently being accused of directly targeting civilians, it seems reasonable at that point to be no, this is the information we're acting on, as in this is what we believe would confer us a military advantage, or at least this is the clear evidence we have of there being enemy combatants amongst these civilians, or the way you dispel or abuse people of these beliefs about you having these just obscene civilian to combatant collateral ratios or whatever, is by showing these attacks on these apartment buildings were justified by X, and it just does at some point seem reasonable for you to do that, especially when you're pretending to be, or you're purporting to be the gold standard of urban warfare, and then you're guilty of essentially razing an entire city to the ground, the majority of the population being children, of which being children. So it seems reasonable at some point to know, fair, here's the information we work on, this is what makes this a proportional strike, I was not fucking stupid, you can't for every single excursion just be sorry, this is exactly, we got the story. It was Abdul told us they were hiding in this bunker, but at some point you do have to start revealing something. You have to give people something, especially if you're being tried by the ICJ during the conflict. It's I don't know.
Well, I mean, my impression is that they have, for many of the strikes, they have in fact given excuses in the forms of specific militants they were targeting. Whether they're being honest or whether that accounts for a large enough portion of the strikes they did, I don't know. I'd have to actually go through all of them, and I'm too lazy and uninformed and powerless.
Yeah, but I think in the case of while central kitchen or something. I feel like that was the like they said that they thought one of the militant got in a truck or something like that. But like, but I think even that, but then they struck them twice, and then like the response for, I don't know, there's like some kind of unanswered question. Their response was like, I think, okay, sorry, I don't want to speak outside. Was that the one where they failed to apologize, or that was the one where they just like quickly apologized and tried to sweep under the carpet?
The latter, they apologize.
Right. It's like, okay, it seems like a concerted effort was made to just completely destroy that truck, right? And it seems strange to think that there was absolutely no further, like, I think, like the explanation basically that was required, I think, for like the further action was kind of rushed under the carpet by just apologizing quickly. I think it's like similar cases where it's like, not like, you know, clearly it's either there was compelling evidence or it was intentional. Like it just doesn't seem like it being accidental has any kind of room in terms of like the explanation there.
Well, I mean,
and it seems like there's many cases like that where basically they just don't afford an explanation. Like, they just don't give an explanation for what exactly motivated. Like,
pretty sure.
that case.
I mean, I understand that we're not tying any of this directly to any one case, but I think I'm pretty sure in that case they did have an explanation. It wasn't just like they accidentally dropped a bomb and it happened to fall on the WCF truck. Like, I think their explanation was something along the lines of like they were targeting some other vehicle or something that it got mixed up. Again, I don't know whether to believe this, and I would expect that it's the sort of thing that if they are just like completely, like, I would expect them to lie about it either way. So I mean, I'm not saying that you should.
Didn't they say that they thought initially they got in? There's some like some operative was with them or something, or got into the truck or something, and then destroyed. But like even still, like as in, like the testimony or the statement obviously isn't really going to be sufficient. Right? Like some kind of hard evidence, some kind of, I don't know, some footage or something, some satellite footage or something would be more persuasive. Well, not necessarily more persuasive. Sorry, it's not about persuading people. It's about incredibly convincing. I'm going back to persuasion. Like, it's just some kind of hard evidence to support this claim that, like, there was a Hamas operative. And I get it. It's going to be difficult in most circumstances when you're actually engaged in conflict. But given that you're fucking been trying for like these war crimes or genocide, and there's so many of these cases, it seems reasonable to actually start like offering kind of more comprehensive evidence and say like, look, as in not necessarily to convince me personally, but to convince potentially a judge of like, yeah, it was reasonable for us to act in this way. Because if it was true, presumably there would be an abundance of such evidence.
I mean,
there's so many cases, there'd be at least 3 or 4 where you could just literally just show like, look, it would be unreasonable of us to not act in the way we did on this kind of evidence.
Well, again, for this specific case, I mean, I don't think they claim to have been acting reasonably. Again, however worthless it might be, they offered an apology, i.e., they weren't trying to justify their actions or just saying, we did the best we could. But I mean, maybe other cases are of more salience. And again, it's going to depend on like the cases in question and the numbers. And I feel like for any one incident, I'm probably going to have to do a lot of research into it because both sides pump out a titanic, unfathomable amount of propaganda every day. And I have this sort of like sense of epistemic learned helplessness, where I've had the experience that so much of either pro-Israelis or anti-Zionists or whatever linking me some news article that seemed to clearly communicate something, and then someone else adds more context that changes the flavor, and then someone else comes back and adds more flavor in the opposite direction. I'm just not really sure, and I'm not really sort of willing to take for granted these sort of broad sweeping claims about there being so many cases in which one side is just totally reprehensible with like with no motive, like no morally mitigating factors whatsoever, etc. I just don't know.
Yeah, I kind of take the opposite approach where the bulk of the information I get on the conflict and the history of the conflict is from like either work or team debates, not necessarily in this space, but like the kind of more not necessarily formal, but more professional ones or something. Like the Mehdi Hassans of this world and stuff, whenever he seems to take on like spokespeople for Israel and stuff. And it seems like there is an absence of evidence as it pertains to presenting evidence for the proportionality of a lot of like the Israeli strikes or the actions which they sound accused of war crimes. Like there doesn't really ever seem to be good evidence, other than of course the claim is going to be yes, no, justified because I'll put it there. Hamas hiding in hospital, Hamas AK-47 in child's cot or whatever. But in terms of that actual hard evidence, it seems like seldom do they ever provide any. And it seems like the justification is there's always this cover of like, right now we're engaged in a bit of conflict, and we don't have time to basically allow the enemy to gain ground by revealing our sources, blah 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 blah. In reality, at some point when you stand accused, especially when you want to sort of like rehabilitate your reputation, it seems unreasonable to not present like some evidence. And bear in mind, that's not to say again I haven't bet any of the sources or whatever, I've gone through any of these cases and found to come. It's just like they never seem to present anything. Like you imagine an Israeli spokesperson go, oh well, yeah, like it's good that you asked. Like here's all this evidence to show that like each one of these acts was justified. Like when this young Catholic woman was gunned down by sniper fire, was justified because she had a suicide.
Truth be told, I don't watch a lot of spoken debates on Israel and Palestine. Partially as the corollary that I find all the Israel-Palestine stuff just like very depressing and a kind of like epistemic morass into it, or black hole into which I'll get sucked. And so it's better for me to spend my attention points elsewhere on more tractable global problems. But I also, even if I were more interested in the issue than I actually am, I don't know, I wouldn't like go to spoken word debates on like Piers Morgan or programs like that. Like I just expect all of those to be among sort of the lowest quality sources of information. I think that basically the only real debates are pretty much written ones. And I have seen written debates on the internet, which at least in some cases like add some color to things that Israel's certain seeming atrocities that Israel's committed. Like, just off the top of my head, I have to hunt it down. Like, I'm sure you'll recognize this, even though I can't name the details very precisely. But there was like a story about basically Hamas captives in some dank Israeli prison or whatever, like being anally probed or even raped, depending on who's telling the tale. And I remember, sorry, there's another siren in the background, I apologize.
Time you said that, by the way, I can hear you perfectly and I haven't heard the siren.
Oh, nice. I've had other people complain about it in the past. But I read a rejoinder by an extremely knowledgeable Israeli where he presents evidence that actually there was in fact, based on a bunch of factors, including prior prisoners' reason to think that some of the cavity search was in fact necessary because some prisoners do in fact try to hide rather surprising things in there. And now I'm not saying that that's enough for me to exonerate Israel or just shrug it off or think that Israel's been proven perfectly innocent. Rather, my response is this guy might be lying to me also in ways that are too subtle and nuanced for me to really judge because I haven't looked closely into it. I think there's quote unquote good defenses of some of these things in written sources where good doesn't mean successful, but hard for a lay person to tell is wrong. But it's probably not in 5-minute YouTube clips.
Yeah, they're garbage. The Piers Morgan videos are definitely garbage. They're just kind of more for entertainment. this is going to be character defining for you, at least in like how I perceive you. Do you like Douglas Murray?
No.
Okay, cool. Fuck, thank God, because I like you, Mark. But you're about to be dead to me, depending on how you answer that question. And then, what do you think is like? What do you think is more pressing? Like you said, there's like things that you think are like far more interesting or like more practical.
Well, I mean, I guess the two major criteria are like importance in terms of the number of lives it affects and tractability, i.e., I'm talking about importance of issues rather than debates about issues. Like issues are important if they affect a lot of people, and if I can do a relatively large amount about it compared to some other issue. So like with Israel, it's hard because whichever side I choose, there's a ton of people. It's like an uphill battle because there's a ton of people on the other side, and my contribution will be canceled out by those of all the other people on the other side to a large amount. Like I'll have some tiny contribution left over, marginal contribution left over, but it's not very much. Whereas if it's something that very few people care about or everyone is like in unanimous agreement with, then much less of the impact of my actions gets canceled out by someone on the other side.
Why don't you like Douglas Murray more? He's a he's a gay man who what he wants is there to be like liberal values. He doesn't like Islam because of their like propensity towards like killing apostates and killing artists and stuff like that. He generally supports Israel because he thinks Israel is like a bastion of like Western civilization and like a protection for Judaism. He hates jihadism with a fiery passion, but that's like a reasonable thing to hate. If he had his way, if he would make dictator of the world, he wouldn't genocide anyone. What he would just do is he would just like make sure Israel was safe. He doesn't have like malicious ends. He just seems to have like an inordinate hatred of Islam. And that is a huge crime. Would you disagree? I'm just trying to see my
I want to team up with Mark against Sully.
Well, I mean, first of all, I confess I haven't really consumed that much of his. Like I'm just familiar with a few online clips of him. So my opinion isn't that strong. But while it's true that I'm probably aligned with him politically on a very large number of factors, especially compared to the people I know that he's debated. I just find him like cringy and his argumentation very bad, and I thought that's what I was being asked to judge.
I don't think like in my like utopia like Islam factors in. There's going to be lots of arguments with Douglas Murray that I agree with, or lots of criticism of Islam that I agree with. That like he gets accused of being Islamophobic that I disagree with. I actually think separate to that, I think he is like a bigger, and he's just like a natural kind of weirdo. But and he also is kind of a psychopath. Like he's kind of psychotic. Like even the way he talks about Norman Finkelstein is really obsessive and weird. But generally, like, yeah, my critiques aren't like. Also, I also think Islam, but that's what probably won't disagree.
I mean, he is an Islamophobe. I just think that's not good. Like, yeah, like what? Tell me something bad about him.
So randomly, unlikely link up. Aya and that woman. The one who kept calling you a black cunt.
I don't know who's calling you. Lots of people call you black cunt.
That's not a lie. No, that weird champion.
You mean your mom?
Wow.
Jesus.
That was dark. What the fish? Fucking insane, bro. What's wrong with you? Just telling
Lisa?
Not Kayla. Lisa. That's it. I don't want Kayla. Yeah. The one, British one.
Yeah, you fucking know that.
Yeah, but this is the irony, right? The woman comes to stage and goes, "You call me racist." But he says, "Because I'm Islamophobe, I'm racist." He said that. Never that's the issue. "Well, you call me racist. You are the real racist." And then that fucking daft thing was like, "Yeah, he is fucking racist. He fucking hates white people." And then she was like, "Yeah, he's a racist. He is a racist. I agree, he is a racist." And they both teamed up. When me a racist, bear in mind, she was teamed up with a fucking chick who just randomly went, "I'm a racist, yeah, you black cunt." Like, no, fuck.
Dude, that was so funny in the room when she was like, she described herself as like, yeah, she doesn't want any black more in the country. And then she's like, I don't know why you call me an ethno-nationalist. And like, you called yourself that. And she's like, no, I didn't. And then I traced the entire conversation where exactly what we said and she said. And then she was like, oh, yeah, but and then who cares what I said? Like,
You know why people like that are especially fucking retarded? Turns out she's literally married to an Arab. And did you see how shit she played that card? That is the fucking trump card of the fucking century. She could have fucking wanted, like, she could have played it enough for me to be like, "You're fucking racist. You hate Arab people." You know, she's another. You hate Muslims. You hate them. Oh, turns out my husband, you know, like, she could have. She fucking leads with, "I'm a racist." And I'm just like, "My husband's an Arab." It's like, yeah, you're late, bro.
anyway, back to the important conversation. So I'm looking up online who's generally considered the greatest generals of all time. And they have Hannibal Barca above Khalid ibn al-Walid. Hannibal lost, okay? Khalid ibn al-Walid did not lose. I feel like that should be...
He lost of the Italian peninsula with like no reinforcements, no supply lines, and like
Can I just say,
had like a historic run of victories before that eventual loss.
Can I say something? When Hannibal Barca took his Myers-Briggs test, he got the exact same score as me. How cool is that? So like, we're basically the same guy, like, in terms of like our leadership qualities. Like between all of us here, I would probably be the greatest military commander.
That makes sense.
Because like when he took, like when all of these guys took their Myers-Briggs tests, one of the best of them, if not the best of them, got the same score as me. So.
Hannibal was hung out to dry by internal Carthaginian political machinations. Like the Carthaginian Senate or whatever it was called just basically decided, due to internal rivalries, to stop funding or financing his army or resupplying it. So he couldn't really do anything. Whereas Khalid ibn al-Walid didn't really have that problem, or at least until after his wars were all won.
Yeah, it's probably because like lost that. Elephants! I need more!
I mean, he chose not to attack Rome, which is like, pussy, you're a pussy. Should have taken Rome. Sitting around Italy for a while, not doing shit. That's lame.
We need to put Fabius Contator up on the list of greatest generals.
I don't know who that is.
He's the greatest general in all of history and one of my personal heroes.
Yeah.
He's the man who defeated Hannibal and did the impossible long before Scipio Africanus finished the job.
But is he the guy that just kept doing like run shit? Something?
Yeah, the Fabian strategy.
Yeah, Contator means the delayer. He realized the Carthaginians were too hard to beat, so he basically innovated brand new military tactics of just like constantly wasting their time and fucking up their supplies without ever really engaging them. He was fucking like
he would burn Roman crops so that Carthaginians couldn't get them.
This was all novel, and like his strategy was incredibly unpopular in Rome, and he was like basically an outcast, was considered a massive pussy and extremely dishonorable until Rome lost like 70% of its young men, and then they came to him on their knees begging for him to be made consul, and he accepted and he did the job.
That's no, bro. That's not what people are lionizing. Some like war of attrition. Like he basically was just like.
He ran away for
That's
years.
only a tactic he could exploit.
Yeah. But he
That's
did
only
it
a tactic he
successfully.
could exploit because of the size of the empire, as I understand it, like how you described it. It's not like some fucking great. Like if anything, it's insurmountable odds being overcome. Like it's credit for strategizing. Like wasn't.
Well, that strategy defeated Napoleon, didn't it?
Listen to how stupid Timothy is. He says the size of the empire during the Punic Wars. What an idiot.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The Republic.
It was a republic and not an empire until
Until Caesar. Julius Caesar is one.
exactly. Oh, wait, wasn't Octavius the first emperor or the last?
Yes, exactly. Augustus is the first emperor.
Julius Caesar basically fell in power, and then Augustus, his adopted son, was the first official emperor.
What was the name of the last king of Rome?
King of Rome. I don't know about the seven kings. I don't know any of their names.
He's L. He just said last king of Rome, upward inflection, question mark.
Yeah, he didn't even know.
I said seven kings. I have no idea.
Yeah, top and super buff. I knew that. You didn't know that. Yeah, that's right.
Shit. That's a gangster.
It's a
Fucking sick name.
Something that's pretty awesome is I was watching Russell Crowe being interviewed and how he gets like really amazing treatment in Rome. And the first time it happened, he was like, "Why is this happening?" I'm getting like, "Sir, because of that leader, you are the 8th king of Rome." Like, he looks from the kid.
I think the 8th king of Rome would have been some Lombard.
Actually, now that I think about it, the kings of Rome were fictional, so there was never was a king of Rome.
They were not fictional.
No, but we don't know. They could be fictional. The stories that are told about them, we don't know how many kings there were, if there were kings. We don't really know.
That could be completely fucking fucked up. Wasn't there like Quidditch?
I think maybe I don't know one. Maybe the earlier ones might be fictional, but I don't think the last, I don't think Tarquin was a mythical guy. So here's another variable we gotta think about besides just, kind of lost and that kid losing some credit. Another thing is Genghis Khan had really talented subordinates like Subutai and Jebe. And how much does their talent take away from his credit? Like Jordan had Pippen, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kobe had Shaq. Like you gotta kind of ask how.
LeBron had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Genghis Khan didn't move to like fucking British Isles and like cook over there too on his own. Like he should take over the fucking continent.
I think that, I guess when you're Genghis Khan, you're both the general and the GM. So like you should probably get credit for your trade decisions. Like, your decisions to hire Subutai should be in your a credit to yourself. So
Well, I'd say it's more than that. Aside from like being
Wait,
the great
saying
general
was
that
GM
you
being
win
like
the
general
wars.
manager, but like that
Yeah.
much.
You also have to be a
General
mediator
manager of
between
the Mongol board.
lower officers. That's part of being a good general.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Part of being a good general is leading captains and lieutenants.
Yeah, and knowing how to tell the
More than that, like if they are capable, if they're truly great and could like rival you, then they might do that. You have coups to worry about. Like if you can actually maintain them and keep the whole of the Mongolians or the Huns, then yeah, you're a general. And it all goes to you. We're like Patton. Patton like single-handedly like runs through Europe and takes it, but he also had officers and people that he had trained up that he knew their names of, and that when he told them to take a hill, they take the hill. That's part of being a general.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty interesting that there's a bunch of
Patton's an overrated
a great emperor or king having a really talented general that do a coup. So you had Augustus had this guy named Agrippa, who's like a way better general, never did a coup against him. You had Belisarius, was a general of Justinian, never did a coup. And it just seems like, I guess sometimes you can just have your bros be loyal. You know, it's not always the case that the talented general is going to do a coup. Also, I guess it's really dangerous to do coups. So I guess this is another thing people can be loyal. Another thing to consider is just how much should brutality count as a demerit for your generalship. You know, like if you're winning, but all your dubs are like because you're a dirty player. Like I don't know, I think you should remove marks. A little
No,
bit.
that's what makes great generals.
Say how much is your brutality?
Yeah, so like Tamerlane won lots of battles, but a lot of that was just he was a brutal motherfucker. And I feel like in the same way you don't want to give credit to the Pistons, the 80s Pistons because of the brutality. Like you want to take like a game of skill, not just like, oh, who could be the dirtiest players.
Well, have you seen? I don't want to alienate the group. Have you seen that clip of fucking Isaiah when he cries?
No,
You never seen that shit?
no.
Yo, I bet you. I'm actually interested to know what your reaction is and if you're sympathetic to it. You know what happened, right?
Oh, that Isaiah was taken off of the Dream Team because of Michael Jordan.
Well, yeah, but
And Isaiah
no,
was about that.
yeah. Well, no. So basically, this is around the time when Magic revealed that he had people discovered about what exactly that he had HIV or AIDS at the time, yeah. And then basically, people alleged that there was a rumor circulating, which I don't even necessarily think was a rumor more than just like a common inference at the time, which was like, oh, if you got AIDS, you're gay. So a lot of people thought that Magic was gay, and basically because Magic gave some support to Bird on the whole race issue, like so it was basically revealed that Isaiah had said, people only hype Bird because he's white, right? And there was this big backlash, and then they did this like a peace summit where Bird and Isaiah like shook hands and shit.
Also, it's Bill and beer, so Mel, can you write that one down?
The racist joke backfired. See, that's what racism is about.
But yeah, I mean, Bill and beer is. But like,
I actually fuck with his energy. I'm just joking because he's like a white man. So it made it, a racist joke. I fuck with one of them, to be honest.
Democracy there.
Yeah.
Alright. I want to ask you if you know who these people are because I'm asking grok for different generals that are really good. I've never heard of these people. Helmut von Moltke. Heard of him?
Name vaguely sounds familiar, but I could be hallucinating.
It's pronounced form one.
Oh, Andre. Who's von Moltke?
Russian general.
Was he real good?
That we lost 2 world wars. I rest my case. Not good enough.
Alright, what about Eugene of Savoy?
Never heard of
He was good. No, he was good.
Henry of Turenne.
Can you give a touch of a bio to these when you're done?
No, names works.
Alright, so von Moltke is the architect of victories in German unification, emphasis on planning and railroads. So I guess it's a logistics guy. Eugene of Savoy, key victories against the Ottomans in the War of Spanish Succession. He was very tactically flexible. Then you have Henry de Turenne, master of maneuver in the 30 Years' War, influenced later generals like Napoleon. I think Napoleon mentions him as like one of his favorite generals. Yeah, I've never heard of these guys. Should read up.
Go to West Point, study.
So Julius Caesar is going to be in the conversation for greatest generals ever. Pompey was like the greatest general of his day. He beat him. He conquered Gaul, conquered Egypt with a small force. He was just like incredibly successful as a military leader.
Every great general conquered Egypt. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, Caesar.
That's true.
Made more sense when Napoleon did it.
I still believe Egypt rightfully belongs to France.
I think the Duke of Wellington should be given more credit for beating Napoleon. Like, if Napoleon's the greatest general ever, and this guy beat him, it's like, feels like that should give him some credit.
I don't know. He already gets a ton of credit.
Yeah.
They have like a statue somewhere in England that's like they faced in a certain way so that it's a statue of the Duke of Wellington, so that he could always be facing his eternal enemy, the friend.
Is that statue near the statue of the man named Trafalgar? No.
In Waterloo,
Sorry, forget that one. He's like, forget that one.
Well, you know, I am fucking learning this about
in Waterloo, Belgium, there's an amazing museum towards Wellington. But I do agree, Sam, that he should get more credit than him.
Wellington also did other stuff before his like Napoleon stuff. He like was successful. I think he was in India, did some successful stuff there.
Napoleon was a spent force, like by the time the Wellington got his hands on it, right? Like he come back from exile in Corsica, completely spent force.
Yeah, plus he relied on Blucher's intervention, the Prussian army as well. So it wasn't alone, his alone. But I mean, you can look it up. If I remember correctly, he got this dukedom for winning that war. So I think he did get his reward.
I love how he can just for the rest of his life he can be like, oh, by the way, I beat Napoleon. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I just beat Napoleon. No big deal. Like it's kind of like how like Buzz Aldrin for the rest of his life. Like, oh, you remember that time I went to the moon? Remember I was the first guy to go to the moon? And he invented a delicious beef dish on top of all that. Beef Wellingtons are under because considering how delicious they are. I agree wholeheartedly.
I so disagree with that statement. The fucking mushrooms on them are disgusting.
You know, like beef Wellington.
Dude, it's like the texture of mushrooms. I just can't do it. Even if it's like pureed or whatever. Fucking texture.
Oh, you just generally.
Their textures are not amazing. I was ready to yeah, it's like eating rubber or something. It's like really like revolting to me. I don't know why.
No, I feel that way.
That we've actually ever had beef Wellington.
Yes.
Where?
At a French restaurant in Toronto. The English dish. Yeah, why? Why do you ask? Fucking, they're disgusting.
No, I don't want to agree with Lilith because of the Punic Wars.
Seabaska.
Mushrooms are very fucking bitch.
I've tried them like cooked in like every possible different way, and they're fucking disgusting every time.
Hey, do you like the truffle flavor? I guess
No.
I know which color.
I love truffle.
Okay, are you just talking about the normal kind of mushrooms?
No,
Just
a whole bunch of different types. I don't know the names. Like anytime that I've had in any fancy restaurant, I've always like just the kind of normal thing. Yes, I've had morels. Like they're like hey, right? Morels are like
You've never had morels.
Morels.
They're related to truffles, actually.
Those are so good, so good.
Oh, well. I think you just better stay away from those mushrooms. Generally.
You know the worst tasting fucking mushrooms in the world are? Natural, like actual, like natural mushrooms. Anyone like taken mushrooms? They taste like paste, like wall paste.
Anyone here?
You have to put them in other stuff.
They have the texture of wall paste. That's probably better.
No, I mean I agree that they taste disgusting. We gotta like put them in other stuff.
Tried that too. Had them in peanut butter sandwiches. Had them on pizza. Tried it all. They're fucking gross, dude.
They're nasty.
The sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the tricks to like get them down. Is like you just
As you would for a dog.
I had a question for you, Lilith. I forget who it was about Ontario. say? Is
Did
it
you say
City
Sassafras?
Fresh?
Yeah, sassafras.
No, it wasn't there. It was at fuck, I wish I could remember the name of the place. It's at like, do you know where Scotia Plaza is, Dan Patrona?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was there's a restaurant that used to be there. Like you could get there by like walking through the tunnel. I forget if it was like at Scotia Plaza or between Scotia and like TV Plaza. But, like that's all I can remember about it.
Yeah, Toronto's a so French cuisine. Not great. Unfortunately.
I agree.
French food is the most overrated food of all the cuisines.
I agree with that as well. As someone who's eaten many times in France when I lived in Belgium.
Not great. Yes. But do it.
Like, it's good. French food is good, but like, it's not as good as Italian food. It's not as good as fucking.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Italian food is, and also Japanese food is way better.
Japanese food,
Indian food,
they're made with all. There's some food that's made to present well and digest well, and then there's food with love. You need the love.
Hey, we have the French with some of the best cheese.
Oh, well, yeah. I thought that until I lived in Belgium, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I prefer Belgium cheese better. I can't
I thought the Swiss
believe
cheese. I thought it was
That's the
no,
best
they're just pretty
cheese.
holy.
Swiss is the chocolate.
No, I thought. No, fuck was again the other way around.
Belgium and Kraft Canada cheese. I did not expect that.
But you don't know cheese until you've been to Wisconsin.
I know Wisconsin. That's where I was
Good
raised.
cheese you need to America. American cheese. Oh wait, really? You were in Wisconsin?
I was raised there. I haven't lived there in about 12 years, but yeah, I went there and I went to school.
Fried cheese curds? I don't know why.
Fried cheese curds. Right? No.
It's like, I don't know. Some of the guys have cheese in the can. Come on.
No. These cheese curds are made so amazing. So my family is your typical immigrant family, right? We opened up a butcher shop and we opened up a restaurant. And my mom swore up and down like the restaurant was going to be like her recipes, everything hers, but she had to make cheese curds or else there's going to be a revolt. Like that and fried pickles. But yeah. Well, I know.
Cheese with fucking America.
Oh no! I would never give that to my dog.
That's disgusting.
I cannot choose plastic. No. Me too. I'm making pickles right now, and I can't wait. It's what a lovely life. But yeah, Sam, have you been to Wisconsin?
I went to college there.
Okay. I went to not the big one, but the one. I don't want to dox myself. Okay. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful state, but yeah.
So you went to UW, but not Madison, the other UW.
Exactly. The middle one between Minneapolis. Okay. Lacrosse.
They had cheese curds. I used to get the stuff of horseradish and Havarti, which was Havarti cheese mixed with horseradish into it.
Oh.
That shit was amazing.
Any aged cheddar on a summer point.
Yeah, valid.
Swiss, even blue cheese has grown on me. Surprisingly.
So when I moved back, this is like not interesting to anyone but myself, but when I moved back to the States, I gave my dog someone like Gouda from here, and he looked so offended at me. Like, what is this garbage in your mouth? He does. He does. If I could tell you, but he's very stuck. Yeah.
Why is your dog so bougie? Why is your dog so bougie? He's like,
Because I accidentally made him that way. I accidentally did.
It's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, he's well loved. That's what I said. Yeah, he does have standards, as he should. he had a rough start in life, so he didn't make it fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Worst general in history, Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
I asked ChatGPT, Grok, and Gemini 20 best generals and commanders in history are, and I like Gemini since it's the best.
So what's the top 3?
Alright, so it goes.
After this, ask them who the most overrated generals in history are.
Alright, so this says Napoleon 1, Alexander the Great, then Genghis Khan 3. Then it has what's it called? Hannibal and Khalid ibn Walid is the next ones, which I think all of these are very fair. And then after that, it's got,
Is it the bottom 3?
no, those are the top 3, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on,
I
bro.
know it's really obvious.
Come on, bro. Okay,
Who's
and
the
then
one?
after these, after Subutai, which is Genghis' right-hand man, Julius Caesar. I think Julius Caesar should be above Subutai. Then it has Yi Sun Sin, which is Mark's pig. And it has this guy named Gustavus Adolphus, which I've heard of, but I don't know what he's famous for exactly.
He's Swedish. He fucked up the rest of Europe for a while with his relatively small army.
And then it has Scipio Africanus. Then it has Frederick the Great, which
Was he the guy, Mark, who was the first one to really use pick and shot?
A what?
Pick and shot, use a pipe and a specific amount of. There was a guy in Sweden, I think it was Sweden, fucked up Europe because he figured out that the percentage of people with gunpowder weapons to the percentage of people with pikes wasn't correct, and he just
you're right, because it says in the document he integrated artillery, cavalry, and infantry into combined arms formations. And
Yeah.
in a way it was unique.
I
So
didn't know what that specifically was, but I didn't know he was aimed for his innovative logistical reforms. That he was credited for. That's credited usually for his success in the battle.
alright, and then after that, after Mr. Gustavus Adolphus, you have Scipio Africanus, Frederick the Great, and then Belisarius, and then Alexander Suvorov of Russia, and a guy I've never heard of named Han Xin, brilliant strategist who helped found the Han Dynasty. Then this guy Helmuth von Moltke the Elder again, and then Duke of Wellington, and then Tamerlane. I think Tamerlane should probably be higher. And then Eric von Manstein, widely considered the best operational planner of World War II. Zukov, and then John Churchill, the Duke of Marlborough.
Do you remember when you didn't know who Eric von Manstein was?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was pretty bad.
It kind of been the worst generals of history.
There's
There's also the Italian general.
No. I saw an Italian general from World War One because he was crazy stupid. Custer was on that list, and a Roman guy, Crassus. Those were the list.
The worst generals. I don't think more of them are US. Yeah, I don't even know how many people.
An underrated general was Napoleon's because he convinced the Swedish part.
I mean, Custer is a pretty interesting guy.
Casting machine, who the most overrated generals are.
I'm asking a question, but
I don't think.
I think
I
it's
don't think. I don't think.
I want to think. Hold on. For Custer, he was fighting for the North, so ultimately he was like a good guy. He was like fighting against slavery, and he was this like dashing guy with like
I feel like you're forgetting how he died.
most of his career was him fighting the South and slavery, wearing fancy outfits, and having his red, bright hair blowing in the wind, and like looking like a fancy pants. And then then he tried to kill some Indians, got ambushed and died over it. But like that's not most of what he was up to.
Okay, the ambush and the death is not what labels him a bad general. His disregard of the intelligence as to how many forces there were opposing him, his general confidence and refusal to acknowledge that the natives could put up any kind of a threat, and then his utter total defeat is what makes him a terrible general.
The correct word is actually he was a Yankee Doodle.
I don't know if this counts, but what about Hernan Cortez? I mean, he's a general in the sense that he was like calling it. He was engaged in a military conflict in which he called all the shots. And he probably won against bigger odds than anyone else in all of history in terms of sheer numbers. Second only to like Pizarro, who was basically.
I mean, the fact that both Pizarro and Cortez did it kind of lowers the luster for both of them, because then it becomes more looking like just a matter of technology and then their particular skill. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you want to know the overrated general?
Yeah, just to go to that. Genghis Khan is top 3. This
Okay.
man was like a savage, killed over millions of people. I kind of wonder what they base this on.
Okay, so most overrated general, top, this one's like sort of a clear top, is MacArthur. Because of his failures in the Philippines and the Korean War. And in subordination. The two honorable mentions overrated, which I bring because you look like it. Bernard Montgomery, overcautious, slow, and overly self-congratulatory. And Minority View, because again, I still disagree with this, but you like it. Napoleon Bonaparte. Tactical genius, strategically reckless later.
So my Robert E. Lee is the most overrated.
Interesting.
And it says mid, and then it has Rommel, and then MacArthur.
Okay, so who's
Robert E. Lee, that's like,
Yeah, MacArthur.
MacArthur is
you're checking the rate.
okay?
Well,
So
here-
who's underrated?
Well, here's what it says about Robert E. Lee. It says Lee was a brilliant tactician, winning battles, but a poor strategist. He focused obsessively on the Virginia theater, while the rest of the Confederacy collapsed in the West. His aggressive style bled the South dry, took massive casualties at Gettysburg and Antietam, and the South could not replace. Rather than fighting the defensive war of attrition.
That's because he lost his right arm right before Gettysburg. Stonewall Jackson.
And then for the worst general,
Also, Stewart.
Michael, I didn't unmute myself fast enough. I was going to make a joke about Naramosh and they would flop.
Stewart, who was his cavalry commander at Gettysburg, didn't get him the intel that he had asked Stewart to get him until too late, and that's why he decided to do Bacon's turn. Because turn to nice and strong.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm not sure that was because of, let's see. I didn't hear that he was told not to. It is his fault that it's charged.
No, the point is, back then, your cavalry was the way you got intel, right? You needed to know where the opponents were, where they were fielding, where they were setting up, where you thought their cavalry
was going to come from, where you thought their opinion, like charging was going to come from, or whatever, right? And he asked Stewart to get him that intel, and Stewart, for some reason I forget, didn't get him it. Didn't get him it on time. So he was like basically like waiting at dawn, like because like the intel was going to decide whether or not they should charge. And he was like waiting at dawn, didn't get the intel, and then made the wrong decision.
All the worst generals in history, I have never heard of them that he gave me. So
Sam, did I miss the debate?
yeah.
Oh, that's that. It was like one battle. It was not impressive.
Like I think that you're wrong with this one. So I think you should.
Like one major battle, maybe like a couple like small skirmishes, but it wasn't like conclusive, and he didn't actually defeat Jerusalem.
Sam, are you back in the U.S. or are you still in Canada?
I'm still in Canada for the foreseeable future.
Foreseeable future. Don't you need to have a job over there in order to get a visa to stay there? I mean, how long does your tourist visa last for?
I don't know. No, who should probably give even more credit is the Bolivar or whatever it was. He like was super successful.
Are you guys talking about the best generals of all time, or
Yeah.
does it have? Can it be someone outside of the U.S.?
Yeah. The greatest general of all time doesn't have to be an American.
For me, it was Admiral Yi.
Like Yi Sun Sin or whatever.
Yeah, the guy who literally single-handedly saved Korea from the Japanese invasion.
It's also Mark's favorite. Yeah, I mean the guy's a legend for sure.
He was more like an inventor than a sailor. Like he invented some really crazy stuff.
He's the only general commander I would describe as a tool assistant. I wouldn't have described as a tool assistant speedrunner.
I mean, he created because you know how back then you had to get on, like if you're doing naval battles, like you had to jump on board on another boat, enemy boat, and then fight them. He created like a turtle-looking like hull on the top, and it's got spikes on it. So I thought that was freaking awesome. The guy did almost like a submariner-looking naval thing, and just pretty much shot cannons out of it, which was unbelievable.
Those were special Korean units in the Age of Empires 2 expansion pack, which is why I remember them.
I'm a Total War guy. My favorite Total War game is Three Kingdoms. I love it. I think it's probably the best. I mean, it used to be Rome 2 Dad, but then when I started playing Three Kingdoms, this is just insane. I wish they did a DLC on Korea. I wish that they ever got that far. Mark, did you play Three Kingdoms?
I only played Rome Total War the first one back to college. I'm sure all the others in the series are pretty good.
Oh, well.
I mean, it's sort of like the same.
No, but Three Kingdoms takes it to a different level. I was quite impressed by it. I was very, very impressed. They're not making Medieval 3, by the way. They just announced. Did you hear that?
I think Warhammer ones now.
No, Warhammer's over. The series is done. But yeah, it's been a while. But the thing is, they're not going to create Medieval 3, and we'll probably won't see it for another couple of years. They just brought up fairly, just a couple of months ago. Sam?
She's doing some work.
Oh, we did. Okay.
I do like the generals that win by avoiding the fight.
I am still annoyed by MacArthur being listed as not that great.
Really? Why? I think they make a good argument against him.
No, they did. They definitely did. But I cannot communicate today, you guys. But I am wondering what would have happened if he was allowed to keep going, to have been allowed to keep going. I don't know. But yeah, it was a good argument. I just refuse to believe it.
Also, interacting with the civilian leadership is part of being a good general.
Yeah.
Like, if that's what your military is based on.
It's kind of important. Well, you said it earlier, like a good general, their people, knowing your people is so important. And I could totally geek out about this, but First Fridays really helped the U.S. in World War II, just that one change of knowing your people. Anyways, that just kind of makes it.
If you're going to tell me who my best land general was, I'd say Subutai would be my best.
Okay. I don't respect MacArthur enough to say he's definitely not my best. He's not my best. But why is that guy your best?
Only because of his tactics. Like, this guy had no holds barred tactics when it came to ruthlessness. This dude, I mean, he had an army of, what was it, 5,000 horse archers against an army of 120,000 Khwarezmian forces. And the way that he actually managed to destroy them all, and I mean down to every last man, was that he would drag them, basically. So he would use it because of his speed on the field battle. They would chase him all the way for days, even sometimes for days. And he would make them chase, and they're so tired at that point. And they use a technique where they would shoot their arrows from the back. And they would twist their bodies to shoot the arrows from the back while they're running. And so their armies were dwindling as they were moving for days. And what was ingenious about it is that Subutai came up with this arrowhead that the arrows were too short for the enemy to actually get resupplied. So they can't use it on their own bows because their own bows weren't recurved bows. So they couldn't use it at all. It was too small to use. So very smart. And through that, they managed to tire the enemy and pluck them out bit by bit until there was none left. They said that it was the longest field battle of all time was with Subutai and the Khwarezmian Empire. And a field battle that lasted for 4 days straight without any supplements, without any encampment. That is incredible. For you not to have a break in between the battle, especially a field battle where people usually take breaks, this just went on for 4 days straight, and that was incredible.
Well, who would win in a fight? MacArthur under the Americans under MacArthur, or the Mongols under Subutai?
MacArthur's not my favorite. I just wanna say that I just wonder what would have happened if he was allowed to keep going.
Keep going.
But he's not my favorite.
You're talking about gunpowder.
No,
Once you
he's not. I
introduce
just wanted to
gunpowder,
clarify he's not my
gunpowder
favorite.
gunpowders are for pussies, man. Like that is so like overkill. Like
If Subutai was so great, he'd find a way.
I think there's a solid argument for Lee being significantly overrated and bad because
Yeah.
Charge really does seem straight up like his fault. And that really like lost any chance they had.
Guys, I know everyone's calling Clubhouse boring today, but this conversation's like a balm to my heart in negative 30-degree weather.
Oh, you love Wisconsin.
No, I know, right? No, I just, when I moved back to the States, I somehow found a place that was more tundra.
Good choice.
Yeah, wasn't mine.
But Poe, every time I hear the word Wisconsin, I just want to say,
hanging out down the street. Yeah. It was a good
Like
place
about
to
the
hang out.
only show on television that panders to Wisconsin.
No. Well, we have weird shows about crazy people, but no, Wisconsin was. Jeez. It was a good place to grow up for sure, but I'm happy I left at the same time.
Yeah.
Back to nerdy discussion. I'm sorry to interrupt.
When Hannibal was asked who his favorite general or who he thought the great generals were, one of the people he names is I think it's pronounced Epirus of Epirus, something like that. It's the where we come pure victory comes from in his name. So his name's Iris, and then I don't know. We've kind of forgotten about him.
No, that's where pure victory comes from. Sure.
Yeah, but like I don't know. Hannibal's always really good, but I guess we don't because we call it victory named after him. Like a shit victory.
That's how he won. He won shittily.
I mean, lots of those things, it's like, here's the take, like Alexander the Great was drew that greatly. So, you're really, and I to like, flank you. And it's like, okay, it's not some genius move.
Pyrrhic victories have always been a bad thing in real life because when Pyrrhic victories happen, you don't have enough of an army to, let's say if you've invaded an area, you don't have enough of an army to keep that the places that you've annexed. So that's why Pyrrhic victory in most circumstances is a bad thing, especially when you're the invader. But if you're the defendant, I guess it's not as bad because you can regroup and you can rearm, and the issue is that
National myth, I think this is like happens in other countries too. Like in my country, like we have a national myth connected to the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. Like that's like everyone knows that battle here in this country, and it's like it's a totally shitty battle that wasn't even that important. Like we got annihilated, and like someone managed to assassinate the Sultan, and they like withdrew for a little bit. But then as soon as they regrouped, like the Ottomans, like they just came in and like bulldozed everything because most of our army was already like slaughtered at the Battle of Kosovo. It was just lost. Like, we were lost for like a Pyrrhic victory, but like they built an entire national myth around it.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the Ottoman Empire because every time that they had a Pyrrhic victory, they had to literally cede land because they couldn't keep those lands and they knew that there was going to be a civil uprising. So.
Just today, I think, yesterday, these screenshots, a topic on Reddit, someone posted like a map of Asia and posted like and painted, put arrows from China going into Siberia around Mongolia, and he titled the topic, why doesn't China like pull a Hannibal and take all this land where Russian troops are in Ukraine? The first comment with most upvotes says, well, why wouldn't India pull a Hannibal and take all the rest of China while Chinese troops go to Russia? And the comment below that was well, why would Pakistan pull a Hannibal and take all northwest India while Indian troops are going to China? Below that, why doesn't Afghanistan pull a Hannibal and take all North Pakistan while India? And it just keeps going. Why wouldn't Iran pull Hannibal and Turkey, do that to Iran, then the next is why would Greece do that to Turkey, then why wouldn't Bulgaria do that to Greece? Then the next comment is why wouldn't Romania do that to Bulgaria? And then why wouldn't Ukraine do that to Romania? And then you reach full circle, why wouldn't Russia do that to Ukraine?
I think Putin is pretty shit general. Can't even take a fuck. He's a world power. Can't even take like a fucking small little country like fucking Ukraine.
This conversation, I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna dip out, but thank you, Sam, for hosting. Bye-bye.
Kind of joke going around here in Eastern Europe. I think it's like people that used it in West too. People used to think Russia is the second strongest army in the world. And it turned out they're barely the second strongest in Ukraine.
It's not that he can't take a much smaller or country. It's that they basically can't march like a couple dozen miles outside of their own. Also, the Wagner, whatever, that rebellion was one of the funniest things that's ever been.
Absolutely, that's amazing. Why can't they come outside their borders more?
I mean, I don't know enough.
Their entire
I'm not aware of enough.
entire infrastructure system relies on rail. So they have like very little logistical ability outside of like Russia because they don't have the rail for it. Like if you look at like how they like, do the logistics of like getting soldiers to the deployment areas for the fight in Ukraine, right? It's all through rail. That's all equipment, all soldiers, everything.
They were supposed to like have much better infrastructure and logistics and technology and everything because all the money that they were at least on paper putting into military. That's why like literally almost all analysts really did think that they were like the second, most powerful army in the world because like their yearly budget for military, like all this money is going to the army, like they must be doing something with it. And it turns out like a huge chunk of it like was just like corruption and who knows where it went. And they like feel that most people in USSR like leftover equipment.
Alright, so here's some terrible generals for Jonah. Luigi Cadorna. During World War I, he launched 11 separate assaults along the Zanzo River against entrenched Austrian positions. They all failed. He refused to change tactics, linked his soldiers for cowardice, and brought back the Roman practice of decimation. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What a moron. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he was like directing his arm into a meat grinder and then pushing it more, and when his hand tried to pull back, he would beat his arm and push it deeper into the meat grinder. He was a very bad general.
I also remember there was mention now, you can't put gunpowder, these people with like guns against the Mongols. But I mean, the Brits pretty well, like 2 centuries into the gun era, they managed to lose the battle against the Zulus.
Okay, here's a candidate for worst generals of all time. Whoever the Native American chieftain guy did the ghost dance thing. It was really bad.
Wait, you mean the guy that said that he was visited by Jesus? That guy?
I don't know who that is.
Hey, what do you mean by ghost dance? I don't know what you're referencing.
It's like the thing where this group of Native Americans were convinced that if they did this supernatural ritual, they'd be magically protected from wolves. And so they charged into blind bullets.
here's another commander who's worst general ever. Maurice Gamelin of France. As a commander of the French forces in 1940, he refused to use radio to communicate with his generals, preferring couriers, set up his headquarters in a chateau without a telephone. When the Germans launched the Blitzkrieg, he was effectively blind and deaf, unable to issue orders fast enough to react. What a fucking dope. I don't want to use radio. This newfangled radio? No, I don't want that.
Yeah, the French were famous.
That wasn't his fault. That wasn't his fault. All along the French forces, like up and down the entire line, they didn't have radios. The Char B wasn't equipped with a radio. That was a French frontline tank, right? Like they had to use like semaphore. Basically, all their units were radio equipped, right? And that wasn't uncommon for the beginning of the war.
French were just their army, like pretty much sucked in terms of innovation.
No, that's just wrong.
They were like way behind all other armies in changing to fleet colors. Like, in World War I, they like everyone had some like khaki or green or some sort of neutral color to blend in with forestry, and they like came out with like red pants and bright blue coats, because that's how you do war.
Another horrible general is Publius Varus. I don't know what he's famous for.
Is he the lost guy?
Yeah.
He lost to the Gauls or is it Goths? Like someone from the north. Germany.
Yeah, it's that.
Then he was like thrashed by Germanicus or something like that.
Yeah, who's like an example of a general where people are like, we gotta get rid of this guy.
Literally, I'm guessing continuing with my shitting on Alexander the Great, Darius III, like he is basically to blame why Alexander conquered the Achaemenid Empire, and he was literally just at a certain point routed by one of his main generals, like chained, and was like, we gotta get rid of this guy. This guy sucks. Like, we keep losing because of him. And like he put him in chains, and then like almost killed him. Like they left him, barely alive, and went away. Like the Greeks found him.
Wow. Well, let's leave the chains aside, but we gotta get rid of World. Zeleny.
Why? Converse, tell the story. Like, what happened?
It just
Seems like a normal guy.
I know, like most of the time, but yeah, no, he's really bad. But like, I don't know if it's
Different of your position on some minute detail of the Christian faith.
No, my question is Christian related. Who is Milos Obilic? Milos
Obilic, like he's literally like a legendary figure. There is no historical sources about
But
him.
something did die, right?
No. No historical sources about him existing at all.
Until
Like literally no record until like a century later.
Right.
He gets like sung in national songs as the guy who assassinated the Sultan, like at the Battle of Kosovo, and like he's literally one of the national heroes of Serbia. There's like soccer clubs named Obilic, and he didn't exist. It's ridiculous stuff.
Well, what I'm asking is there an explanation to give as to how
No one
he got to
fucking
the
cares.
Sultan and killed him?
No one cares. Congress, what's the story?
Yeah, good point. But so like the first thing was, that guy that comes on your PP? People call him Pepe?
Yeah.
I don't have that yet.
I think it's PP. But yeah, one day he was saying like, oh, I'm not racist, and so I just like played a clip out loud of him saying, hey, stop, you're an N-word. And he kept saying N-word, and so then Worrell like piped
cracked up. He's like, "Whoa, Congress! I can't believe you would do that kind of thing." I'm like, what? Out a racist? It's like, dude, like he took it that you're racist if you try to out a racist by playing a clip of him saying the N-word, right? All right, that was just like one thing. Dude, last night there was like one of these like Uchia, Zephyr, Dave, like blacks need to sit down and talk about our stuff, man, right? And so I was probably the only white dude in there. I just started talking about that.
Blacks need to sit down and talk about your stuff. You all do.
Yeah. So I did what I.
What color did you just say? Black.
Well, that's the correct terminology.
So
Right?
they
changed
in a room. Do I ever go in another room to say a couple of whites were talking?
I do. I say, yeah, it's just like a group of whites, basically.
Sometimes
You said it about me talking to people all the time. Right? What's your point?
Can you just acknowledge that people don't say group of whites?
They do. No, I do.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
I just started saying that stuff very recently. It's like a new development.
Okay. I'm trying to push there.
Yeah, appreciate it. That's like world, basically, right? And so then, anyway. So there was this retarded person in the chat, and I couldn't really talk, so I was just in the chat, being a chat warrior. And this guy, I don't know, somebody said something on the stage about white people in scholarship or something, blah, blah, blah. And then I just put in the chat like a troll, like, yeah, those white devils, And World goes like, whoa, dude, I don't go in your room to do this kind of stuff. It's like, what? I don't know, it was really weird. And then that guy started like being like, oh yeah, dude, you whites are dirty, dude. You guys need to learn how to take baths and use soap. And he just kept saying that over and over again, right, to everything I said. But I just kept being like, I guess you're just a retard or something. And World, what does he say? He goes like, whoa, Congress, you're calling a black dude a retard? You're saying that you came in here and said that black people were retarded. What? Are you retarded? I don't know what this guy looks like. It's just like a general picture. I don't know what he looks like, right? It was just like insane. He just kept going on and on in the chat about how like you sent a guy who happened to be black. You said he was retarded. So you just like
Johnson, a gentleman, a scholar to me. I'd say we keep him around more now.
Sorry, if I switched my Bluetooth, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, did you hear what I said though?
See, Congress, I'm a centrist in that I like both PP and World. Yeah.
Who? PP and World?
Both.
Honestly, that sounds like a great name for a buddy cop movie.
Well, it sounds like a couple of guys who got swirlies in high school. PP and World, But did you hear what I said whenever it switched, or did you miss it?
You said that you called someone retarded, and the person happened to be black. And you're like, you can't call black people retarded, and like you were retarded for that. But
the way he was phrasing it was, you came in here and were calling and started saying black people were retarded. Like, what? Oh my God, Sam, we gotta get rid of this guy.
Is World the Quaker guy? I can't remember.
No.
Yes.
Wait, World's
He's a Quaker?
He's a Quaker.
I didn't know he was a Quaker.
How do you want to know the rest of us? Is that because you care about human connection or the rest of us?
Sabu's dropping knowledge.
That actually.
Harsh.
Wait, why is he moron?
He's
racist?
Yeah. What?
Not moral, PP.
I'm not sure I've heard about a racist Quaker.
No, World's not a racist, is he?
No.
He might be a little bit racist against Converse. Feels like he's got a bit of accent on it.
That's a good point. I agree.
PP calls people N-word a lot. That's moving down to call people N-word a lot, so I'm pretty sure he's a racist.
Well,
World is like he's an eco-socialist, or no, he's like he said he's like I'm an eco-queer theorist or something. He has this, he's like some sort of view like that. But
You guys are saying he's a Quaker. That's weird. That just doesn't kind of fit in most of what he's saying.
I mean, basically what he is. Like, tell us
Except he's not a Christian.
woke Sufi Islamist jihad in the background to be quiet.
Never even atheist.
You got the boo of woke Islam jihadists right now.
A woke Sufi jihad in
Literally,
Islamist.
so there are like conservative evangelical writers.
It was really weird. He kept saying stuff like, you know, we don't want you in your Senate. I'm like, what? I know all the guys on stage right now, and none of them are backing me. What's going on, bro? And he's like, you're trying to oppose all the leadership. I'm like, he said he was a moderator. I'm like, well, where's your green bean at, bro? And he's like, I don't need one. Yet every time he spoke, everybody just like was silent. Like, what did he just say? Like, it's just strange. It's
The world.
swirly.
He's really sweet. He's just really nice.
Yeah, sometimes, but
He's
it also
dead to me.
happens
Converse, dead to me.
weird. Thank you, no. See, God, I knew somebody would get it back to me. But yeah, he just had this like really weird thing about him where he's like, I don't know, just like the thing where I was like calling out PP for being a racist, and he was like mad at me for playing the clip of him saying the N-word. Like, okay.
Yeah, obviously.
Wait, we're all about that idea?
We're all for outing PP as a racist.
No way. Was that rumor reported?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they get famous on Clubhouse for, you know, to the extent that one can get famous? And then you get famous on Clubhouse.
Black.
What? No.
Does the world think Pepe's black?
Do you think who's black?
This world think Pepe is black.
No.
Hey, what is it, Mark?
Yeah, didn't he get gang prominence on here for having used to run this like race war blood sports screaming match room called Voice of White America or something?
That sounds right, so I don't know.
I mean, I would say it's probably a pretty good tell for race.
It's called White America, yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Mark, but when I first tried to Clubhouse in 2020, I got mildly famous in the app because the app was only black people and people in Silicon Valley. And me and Ayla had a room that had like Brett Weinstein in the room with us. We were just like asking black people stuff about wokeness, and black people got so mad at us that it was for multiple days, rooms about how we're terrible and racist and stuff. That was pretty funny.
Was it Brett or Eric?
Brett.
Really?
Was it funny because of how accurate they were
Yeah.
about you being
They
racist?
were so angry.
They were so accurate.
Do you know they actually used to be the army?
Yeah, no, I know.
That's what he was talking about.
Oh shit! I literally zoned like when you said that. Zoned out.
Eric Weinstein would occasionally wander into Jewish rooms in the earlier era of Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And the stones ramble forever.
White was an intellectual dork with
Oh, the lady. Oh my god.
he's that guy like literally anti-vaxxer and hates journalists.
I don't know. He's gotten some weird views lately, but
He's anti-vaccine. He said more people would, like 70 million people would die from the vaccine or something like that. That's what Biden said.
what's with these people going crazy?
It's one of those days.
It's almost like all those like, you know, anti-woke skulls or like, you know, complete imposters when it came to being like actual intellectuals.
It's like, oh, hey, I'm a liberal and progressive. Let me promote Trump, the big progressive candidate. But believe me, I'm liberal and progressive. And like in 2 years, I can write an article why I left the left.
It's all because of the distributed information, the disc. Anyone know about the disc?
No.
Oh God, you guys aren't up on your Weinstein.
Sorry.
It's like he has a belief. It's his acronym. It's his acronym for like the belief. His acronym for the belief, I forget exactly the acronym stands for. His acronym for his belief and his brother's belief. That the mainstream academia is like censoring people with new ideas in favor of propping the decrepit I don't know. Getting back to work.
ChatGPT here is not giving me as crazy of a what he says about vaccines doesn't sound as crazy as you guys are making them sound. So it's a switching system. He's downplayed their effectiveness and argued their risk-benefit trade-off is worse than advertised in some groups. He claimed the spike protein produced through vaccines is cytotoxic, but he's not against vaccines in general. He just thinks specifically the mRNA technology is like dangerous or something like that.
I think he's an HIV AIDS denialist now.
I think that kind of level of let's charitable. It's like, okay, ChatGPT, what does Stalin say about his economic? I'm pretty sure ChatGPT is going to give you a very charitable, nuanced, explanation. That's not going to be just saying yeah, he was batshit crazy and had crazy ideas about how economy should be run that caused millions of deaths.
Right. I asked the craziest thing that Brett said about vaccines. 17 million deaths globally from COVID vaccines. Okay, never mind.
It is kind of wild, though, that Sam Rosen is just, by most definitions, a racist white man. And he's having sex with an Indian woman.
Oh. Do you want to ask Sabu why she has a racist, Zionist, Islamophobe as living with her?
I mean, I already have the answer. I want to know why.
Zabu got a party for that? Ray, did you hear that?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I have Zabu.
Across the room, exactly, go for it. Put a little more effort.
Right, it's kind of talking
He's not going on a nice healthy walk. Not just clubhouse guys.
I just can't imagine the sort of sex talk they have. It's like, be careful, Israel's going to invade now. Oh my god.
They make the craziest British laugh I've ever heard. Wait, has Sam gotten a little bit of clout with these communities for taking a woman off this app and bringing her to his domestic sphere?
100%.
Wow. Yeah, because
Has he really though?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking way.
100%.
That's bullshit.
Earlier, we're I was literally talking, and then he interrupted me and said, Mark, please finish. And I was like, you know what? Had he not betted Zabu, I would have been, what's so fast, mister? But then I thought, listen, Chrissy, actually, I think that's not that sounds like I'm taking the piss. I was saying it in a positive way, but it sounds bad. Zabu,
She can, in fact, she can does hear everything.
you get the eye of Zabu sees all.
Wait, so where are you guys living?
I'm in Winnipeg, Canada right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
In her apartment?
Yeah, she's got a nice apartment.
Do you pay rent?
What is it with you people? Why is everyone lost like this?
Yeah, Ray, you sound a little jealous there, but
He's not paying. He's an illegally occupied.
Here's what I'm Ray's like. Ray's better looking than me and richer than me, but he's got less riz than me. So he's just and he doesn't understand what's going on. Why?
actually like incredible that they asked me those.
Yo, did you see what they were? Her and the other guy was saying to each other.
Yeah.
Bro, they are violent.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like the fucking level of which these people just never cease. It is really like, it's actually like amazing.
But she was roasting
horrible,
him.
but also amazing.
She was roasting him for being like a deadbeat dad. He was roasting her for being a widow. Like this was my taking up. But then she brought up that he was like saying that some kids should be raped. And he was agreeing to the fact he was like justifying that he said.
Oh yeah.
Oh dog.
Yeah, they took
dog.
they took the vaccine, you know.
Yeah, that shit was violent, bro. But no, Samoa, Samoa tried to say that because he's like a powerlifter back in the day, and he was like, when he was 400 pounds, he was like 20%, 25% body fat. I was like, so it's true.
I can't believe that for a second.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Would that be impressive? 425?
No, he's saying he's 400 pounds body weight, 25% body fat.
Is it that hard?
I'm 25% body fat, and I'm fucking 200.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I've been in the 140, 150s my entire life, so I have no conception of what it means to get.
Dude,
400
it would make
pounds.
him a gorilla. Like an actual gorilla.
That's pretty sick. No, but dude, gorillas have to be like.
The gorillas are like gorillas. Like, I don't know. That leather fucking midsection is like actual, like, is it fat? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Dre is like,
Either way, like, it's still like the kind of level we're talking
I don't know, dude. I see these powerlifters in the gym. They do impressive weight, but like, I don't understand the point of just looking like a fat guy. Like, you're strong, but I don't know. Maybe, I guess women do kind of like the bare body a little bit.
It probably isn't as bad as like a 400-pound dude who's not a powerlifter.
I mean, yeah, of course.
But like, I don't know. Like, probably, like, it's probably true that he's a bit fat, and then it's like probably true, but he still should be impressed that he lost all the weight. I don't know. But she was just savage. She was like,
Well, if you go down from 400 pounds, you never really like lose the weight because you become like a skin. You get just like
that's what she was saying. That's
actually what it is.
And he was like, no, I was only 25 because like, but like, it's what determines a loose skin really is the bulk. It's not really just the body fat, but if you keep the muscle, it's not good. You know what I mean? Like, as in, if you see one of the reasons I never want to be a bodybuilder is when you get to like 60, you look fucked. Like, you know, you could be like all shredded in your like 40s, 50s, and all that. But, like, when it gets to the 60s where you literally just can't retain that much muscle, then like your skin will definitely sag, and it'll sag in the weirdest ways, like in the places, so because like you have muscle everywhere. So like your fucking rear delts will have like your skin.
yeah, wait till Mike gets a hold of him, right? Mike's gonna be like, bro, you disgust me.
Yeah.
All this fat skin. You're like, what?
No, Mike is fucking hilarious with that shit. How can he be on a campaign? Like he literally, like he thinks fat people are normal, like evil people. Like fucking nothing. You know, the sickest crossover episode I've ever seen, Sam fucking Lion versus Rob.
Rob Speakers.
Oh, no. Dude, a lot of fucking weird shit happened.
That's amazing.
And he was like he almost insulted Rob. I don't know why. I was like it even shocked me. Like, I was thinking it was like fucking Lion, but then it wasn't a real insult. It was like some, I can't remember what it was. It sounded like it was like, you monkey, you fucking monkey, you fucking bitch, you know, some shit like that. But he just sounded like, yeah, atheist or something. He said something like it was kind of innocuous and relatively speaking. And that's funny. It's weird hearing him fucking close to the rope.
Yeah, Timothy, did you see the Subworld? I think I was in the chat. Yeah, bring me wrong. What?
Oh, in that black room.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I got kicked out of that room by that.
Did you?
Fucking cousin.
Good kid. Who?
Like, yeah, like Shay or something else.
Oh, yeah.
AI.
Yeah, you don't like him, right?
Yeah, I didn't think it was that crazy. I just asked him. He said something like, maybe black people should think about doing this instead of doing that. And then I was like, why are you always critical? Like, you're black. You're critical of black people. You're Jewish. Never criticize Jewish people. And then he kicked me out of the room.
I don't know. I kind of like him a little bit sometimes, but I know you were. I mean, every time you talk to me, you're like, "Shut up, you idiot."
This I did today because he kicked me out of the room. So it's like, okay, fuck. Now you want to like respectfully chime in on the conversation about it. So you kicked me out. I was being super reasonable. Like, wasn't being unreasonable. I just asked him a question. He kicked me out of the room.
You know.
My
I thought you guys had a history of that.
My theory for why he's more critical of black people than Jewish people is that the black community has more dysfunction in it, and it's like full of like crime, and, like drug use, and like behaviors that are like hopeless and cynical and nihilistic, and they're hurting themselves. Whereas the Jews are like successful in society and like rich, like doing well, and it's like you want to criticize people that are doing bad, do better, not people that are doing good. Like you know what I mean? Like that's my theory. That's my theory.
Can I be narcissistic for a moment? Just like, what do you? No, like I'm actually interested. You know the people I criticize, like the people I take issue with, for the reasons I think. What do you think I'm like clearly wrong about? Like, oh, it's empty. It's not. You can't. It's just he's wrong about this person or this person being bad. This is not that person's not bad. Or what do you think I'm like clearly wrong about?
Let's see. Israel. You didn't like what's his name? Andre, this listed person. I told you were wrong about that.
I never really said like he's a bad person. I just said like he wronged me and I'm not he never commented on it. Like, well, he did X. No, he started it. I'm gonna finish it. I never said like because the reason I asked that is because that critique is a legit critique of that shy guy. And before I ever criticized him, I just asked him about his identity. He got pissy with me. And then I kind of just realized like, you're a bit of a weird, like you're a bit of a weirdo. And then this is a perfect way we kind of all made all the pieces started. I was like, yes, like you're black in this like pro-black movement. You're using the N-word like you're one of the guys. You're criticizing black people. And it's like, cool, I'm black though. Okay. But you're also Jewish though. But all you do is like in the insane way defend Israel. To the point where like some people will say, sell out. I'm not saying that, but you know what Buttercup said, where it's like, oh, you just like Reba, it's like defending ISIS and shit. Because it's like, it's like, I'm gonna defend everything about Islam. ISIS, I'm not bad. It's like, it's like one of those people. Like, I'm right about it. He is like an insane, like lunatic zealot kind of type of character. He's not a reasonable person. Obviously, I'm right to criticize him.
But look, I don't think that world should be allowed to speak again unless you make down some bucket of water or something. So, it's like the same. Like he does this weird thing where like he's not understanding, what's going on. So like, the first example is like when I was outing PP as a racist, and I played a clip of him saying the N-word. Everybody's like, whoa, he said that? And then the world goes like, whoa, Congress, you played that, bro? I wouldn't think you're the type of person that would do that. I'm like, what? And then last night in that room, right, some retard in the chat, like, is talking trash to me. Like, oh, white people, you guys need to learn how to use soap. You guys got diseases, blah, blah, right? I was like, you're just a retard, bro. I just kept, like, agging him on a little bit. And the world chimed in to be like, Converse, why do you come in this room, title black, whatever, and do this? I don't think that your rooms, bro. It's really weird, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? It's like just a really weird dude. indication in this guy's profile that he's black. First of all, it's just like, oh my god, that guy's turned insane.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but one thing is he's egging them on, not tagging them on, and I just want you to note that.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Community, that'd be helpful.
Things should be held up. We may have spoken about this, but like, yeah, I don't like, you know, those people like Congress, you played the clip of saying the N-word, or someone saying the N-word to like fucking incriminate them, and you also disagreed with a black person? Like, bro, that's it.
Yeah.
No, but I think playing the clip of the N-word is never, is fine. It's fine. You should never regret that.
I'm trying to point out that, like, agging is the N-word factor.
Listen, if you don't say it yourself and you just play a clip of it, you are fucking small stop free. I completely agree, Congress, that we are in complete alignment on that one.
Not to incriminate, to you know, fucking speak vicariously through them.
This is a bad incentive structure. Because then whenever you want to drop the N-word, you can just play a clip of someone else saying that one specific word.
For real, who would think of a fucking diabolical scheme like that? Who do you know? They'll be so crafty as to think of that way of attacking, bro.
The crappiest. Yeah, I think we need to hold some kind of trial, the world trial. Yeah.
I like him though. Like on the whole, I think he's cool.
Yeah,
like, I know what you mean. Like,
yeah, like at like typically he's fine. But he's just usually like, bro, like these guys don't even know what's going on here, man. It's like crazy. It's like, why does he have like a SoCal like behind me?
He does that to me too. Though. Like I was trying to attack this racist lady. Ironically, Sam was too. But I don't know if Sam was there at that point. Like he was like defending her. So I hate when people do this. Because I'm like, no, bro. The right thing to do is to hear them out, let them hang themselves. Like no. Please, let me do all.
Yeah. Show that. Damn, he's a swift talking to or something.
So this is that's how I don't like how it's said it. I like maybe the tone is all wrong. It's got the wrong tone. That one sucks.
That's pretty good.
No, Sunny was a GA.
That was funny though.
Wait, anything does not bother you?
Yeah, it's bad. It's like really bad.
No, guys, I played a clip. I didn't say the word. You guys don't understand. As Congress has already demonstrated.
That's the problem with
That is not
autistic kids like Sasha, Sam, which is like once they find out like some little fucking illegal they have to support it at least once. Like, I know they're good at this. I just have
Want to practice, right? Like in their
I just want to point out that it's not autism that makes them do that. It's they're like, abject.
Yeah, but
look, Minute didn't say it to me twice.
it's also a little bit of
Said the N-word to you twice.
Of opium, and in one case, in the basement of the White House, sat a Marine officer who actually traded drugs on behalf of the United States of America. So I know that's hard for people to, even though they may be aware of it, it's hard for people to face that reality, but that is absolutely a fact. Thank you, Chris. We'll go to Meryl, followed by Mansa.
I think it's a real interesting discussion, and yes, I think it's a step too far. I also question a few things that you guys have brought up a lot. The war was supposed to be on fentanyl. That was the first thing. Then, no fentanyl coming from that area. Then it was, it's a war on drugs. He's blowing up boats. And we don't even know if there are drugs on those boats because he's yet to inform anybody, including Congress, whether what's on those boats. So what I think is very interesting is a man can bring tons and tons of heroin to this country. And here's Trump's choice. I could blow up those boats that's got cocaine that's not even coming to us, or I can pardon the guy who brought tons of heroin here, and he decided to do it that way. I'll blow up boats, don't know what's I'm murdering people, and I'll pardon the guy who actually brought the drugs here. That's how I look at it. Could I be wrong? Am I wrong about that?
Again, not an opinion, a fact.
Okay. The next thing is war on drugs. Why? We don't have a war on guns. That's a shame. But we have a war on drugs that aren't coming to this country because they're going to Europe. So that's a problem. I also, I commend you and Scott, because he did repeat exactly what Trump said, and I commend the both of you that you actually translate it to be something other than what he said. And that's where I come in, and I disagree. I listen to what he says, and I know that that's a man that's how he lies. That's also a man who doesn't have detail because he doesn't know detail. He doesn't remember detail, and he doesn't want to give you detail because then somebody will ask a question. Some reporter, a stupid one or a piggy or something will ask a question about anything that he has actually said. You can't ask too many questions when he just says something that's like a 6-year-old. Seriously, I really wish some reporter would talk to him like that and say, "Oh, do you need to go out? Do you want to go to the bathroom?" Just the way you would your dog you mentioned. So I'm absolutely, I don't quite understand this. Venezuela oil, then it was regime change. If you listen to anybody on any of the cable stations, I don't care which one it is, all say the same thing, that they don't think he could achieve a regime change. So that's not going to work. And oil, like I said, what does that do for us? Why now? Why would we put anybody in jeopardy? And why doesn't Congress discuss this? Why do we not? Probably because he's not gone to Congress. And by the way, I believe about if you do anything, even if it's from, my understanding is even if it's a drone, but you're fighting on land, that does need something from Congress, I believe. And it does not extend from the other times. There have been times in the past when Congress has authorized it. Those authorizations don't include Venezuela. So I think that we have to understand that we have a rogue person. He is just a rogue president. He is not a president who he doesn't play with a full deck. He plays with personality disorder, what he likes, or he makes up something that he likes better. And that's what we're stuck with.
So if the United States has information, intelligence, suggesting that there is a warehouse on a port along the Caribbean in Venezuela, from which drugs are being distributed to the United States and elsewhere in the world, and that it is in the national interest to eliminate that warehouse. There is not at that point, David, I think your microphone's stuck on. That would be that. There you go. Thank you. This is not an imminent attack on the homeland that requires immediate intervention. So you take the action first and then notify Congress later. This is an ongoing operation, a very large ongoing operation, based on what the president at least has said. So the proper way of doing this is convening in-camera sessions of the House House and Senate Intelligence and Armed Forces Committees, where you present to the members of Congress the evidence that you have supposedly collected on the ground that shows that, in fact, this warehouse is full of drugs, and then explain to those members of Congress why it is in the national best interests of the United States, and it may very well be, by the way. It could be that these drug sales, even if the drugs are not coming to the United States, is funding terrorist organizations that are threatening our homeland. That's very possible. But you go to Congress and you present behind closed doors to those members of those specific committees who have the clearance to hear this information, and then you get their support, and then you attack. It doesn't mean that you might have to delay by 1 day or 2 days your attack. Yes, but you have followed the constitutional requirements you have to get the advice and consent of the Congress. The administration is clearly in contempt of Congress. I don't mean in a legal sense, and maybe a legal sense as well, but the administration has contempt for Congress. It has no regard for Congress's role in this matter. It doesn't need Congress's role. I'm the commander-in-chief, and I'm taking the action that's necessary to protect the American people. And he may be taking action that's necessary to protect the American people. But what's the harm of actually following the law and procuring? These are relatively reasonable people in Congress when it comes to matters of such import. You present them with the charts and with the video or whatever kind of information that you have, so that they know that there's cause for this attack, and then they can answer to the American people. I can't report what was told to us in this briefing. It was a top secret briefing, but the information that was presented to us justifies the action that was taken. And now the American people at least have assurance that there was at least, it's sort of like domestically, if I'm a narcotics officer and I want to raid a drug den, I need to get a warrant. And if I write the warrant up and I make my case to the judge is going to be reasonable and sign the warrant. And does that delay you kicking in the door by an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? Yes. But there's a reason that we have these guardrails, these safeguards in place. In this case, the guardrails were totally ignored, to my understanding, unless there's something to this.
Yeah, no, Gary, I was just going to add to it, especially to your example, when you have alignment and you have leadership positions in Congress, both the House of Representatives and Senate, on both sides of the aisle, basically saying that same thing due to national interest. But at least you have alignment, at least you can have confidence, versus kind of like this rogue action that has right now no oversight at all.
Say something too? Just one thing. We also have to understand what he's doing with the boats. When he blows up boats, if that is not a war crime, the one that we saw the first strike, but we didn't see the second strike because they're not going to let us see it. If that is not a war crime, or if that is not a declaration of war, then that's just murder. We are murdering people. We are having our Navy murder people without explaining to Congress who they are, what's on those boats, not giving them any information or getting any authorization. So we're just using our Navy and saying, go kill those people. Thank you.
If I was a member of Congress, I would be very frustrated at this point in my career, I think. Thank you, Meryl. Moncef, followed by Jim.
For that second strike on that boat, even if the people were deemed to be narco traffickers and all that, you have disabled the boat. There is no need to go ahead and kill them. Scoop them up. Obligation to so, yeah. Absolutely, but we were given an explanation that, you know, this is war and the fog of war and all that, but everything gets kind of, you know, scooped under the carpet and moved on. To answer your question, yes, the drone attack went too far. This is a conflict that I don't understand the reason for it. I mean, at this point, with I don't know how many boats have been blown up, and I don't know how many of our there is a decent amount of military kind of equipment and all that that's being mobilized to the region. We still don't know, you know, we still don't have the receipts that it's actually called for. I mean, show me that the drugs that are flooding the U.S. are being originated or funded or whatever from one country in that region. It's funny, he picked one country and that's who we're going to pick on, knowing that our whole border is filled with freaking tunnels that people, you know, leave Tijuana and they actually drive when they have rails inside the tunnels and they pop up in warehouses in San Diego and all over Texas and all that. But nobody's talking about that because that's, I don't know, I guess it's too hard to fix. No idea. But I don't know what's the reason for all the solving our, you know, quote unquote, solving our drug problem by doing this with the Venezuelans. Like you said, it would be nice if more people were involved to make this decision, to make sure that our, three branches of power are working, that the executive doesn't get, unfeathered kind of thing that he can do whatever he wants, to not make it look like we are, acting in a third world country with an authoritarian kind of head of the state, which at this point we are. I would like at this point for the American people to actually ask for proof. Like, we heard all the stories, and you said you're tackling the drug problem. How is that going to happen? How are these attacks on boats? A lot of them, it's the sad part. The country is a poor country. People live on $1 a day. Fishing has been decimated in that region because fishermen cannot go out where they can fish, big quantities of fish that they can feed their families because they're afraid they are going to get blown up. This whole thing was, was just, like the saying, believe me, bro, there were drugs in there because they did the operations without informing anyone of what they saw or proof that whatever they see in is actually drugs being sent to the U.S. They blown up the evidence, so afterward there's nothing to see. So, but believe us, we took care of it. It's gone. And we're supposed to believe that, a country this size of the United States, 300 and some million people, with all the drugs that we have in this country, it's a massive amount of drugs, that, 90 or so cigarette boats with a few drug smugglers, even if we believe that they were really drug smugglers. that was the base of how we got flooded with drugs in the U.S. I'll give you a little story. It won't be long. We have a drug problem in the U.S. and we Americans don't have responsibility in making this problem a big problem. They don't come and knock at your door and throw coke or heroin in your face and tell you you have to use it. People actually go and willingly buy it because we have a pandemic. I live in Florida, as you know, and for the longest time we were known as the pill mill capital of the state of the U.S., capital of the U.S. or whatever. And from my professional experience, this is what did happen in, I think it was 2014, 2015. I was a chief credit officer at a bank, and we had this deal that came through our committee to finance this guy that is about in his late 20s. I'm not going to give any names or anything, but, by his background, he was a pharmacist. He wanted to build, this massive subdivision thing. He had a lot of money, a lot of cash, whatever. So he wanted bank financing. So we basically dig in people's like how do you make your money? And the guy said, yeah, I made my money being a pharmacist. Like, well, I need to see the progression if you work, So it was like a 3-year, he just got out of pharmacy school, whatever that school is. His first year, he made 80 grand. I'm like, okay. And then he moved he was working at Target Pharmacy. So that's pretty normal for a first-year pharmacist, in Florida. His second year, his income went up to $5 million. So I picked up the phone and asked the banker, like, hey, from 80 grand to $5 million, did he invent medicine? I know he's in pharmacy. Is he a chief executive officer of a pharma company? Because now we're talking real money. Like, where is this money coming from? No, he opened up his own little shop. Okay, is it a big pharmacy chain that just ballooned? No, it's a little shop in a place called Port Charlotte. It's like one of the smallest cities in Florida in the Gulf Coast, and it was infested with these type of like 900 square feet boxes of pharmacies that with a little banner on top that says pharmacy in red, and inside all day long drug deals are happening because they were selling opioids, and that made a lot of Kirka doctors a lot of money, and it made pharmacists a lot of money. He did that shtick for about 2 years, and then he decided he doesn't want to be a pharmacist anymore. But that's how they do, because you want to make your money, the dirty way, and then before the IRS or the FBI or whatever kind of zooms in on you, you already made your $10 million, and then you're free to go do a real estate project, whatever. But that just to show you that the drug problem in the U.S. is way more complicated than blowing up cigarette boats in the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic Ocean. Everybody knows we're not coming to the U.S. Those are usually the drug traffic from Venezuela and all that goes to the islands near there, and then gets loaded into massive merchandise ships that head to Europe. That was, like 99% of the stuff that Venezuela is involved with is destined to Europe. So the only connection would be if that money is fueling more drug problem, but the connection to the U.S., there is a missing link. So my idea about this is a deflection of what is actually going on in the country. When we talk today, when you turn the TV today, you hear, well, it was a drone attack in Venezuela. Well, nobody's talking about the low approval rating that this guy is getting. It's the lowest that actually ever. Yeah, exactly. Embarrassing. Nobody's talking about how he keeps saying that there is no that there is no affordability problem. It's a hoax, but people are really struggling. Nobody's really taking their cameras and showing people switching grocery stores, going from Kroger to the dollar store because that's actually what they can afford now. It was if you follow the markets and all that, Walmart this year had an all-time high in the stock market. People that never shopped at Walmart became shoppers at Walmart, and this is the middle class and upper middle class because people are feeling poor, are feeling pinched. But the more you throw these things like that, and we're taking care of this big problem, it's going to be big, it's going to be huge, and whatever, and we're going to take care of it. We're not talking about the other stuff that's really hurting Americans, because I guarantee you, whatever is going on now with Venezuela, it's not going to solve the drug problem that we have in the U.S. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Maestro. We are now going into extra time. So that means we will not be inviting anybody up onto the stage, but everybody on the stage who's in queue will have an opportunity to speak. We'll go to Jim, followed by David Katz.
Hey, Gary, how you doing?
I am terrific, thank you.
First off, I wanted to ask you, because I wanted to go to the top of the screen and read it. Remind me of your question.
Remind you of the question. The specific question, but I'm allowing branches off of the actual question, just so you know. The specific question was, is the Venezuelan drone attack a step too far?
First, I'll just say yes, and I think it's been expounded upon. I also want to say specifically to Chris that honestly, he speaks very scholarly, and if he ever taught a class, I would go. And I have a graduate degree, so I mean, if he ever does any online education, I want to go because he explains things really, really well. And to my neighbor here in Florida, I don't know if you knew, but Kroger is now pulling out of Florida because they tried to do a business here like they did in other states where you could actually shop there. For years, several years, I don't know how many years, you used to be able to do like online, get 24, 48-hour delivery from Kroger, and trucks are everywhere. People told me, and I of course got the app and all that. I did it a couple times, and I even did Kroger through Instacart, which I thought was interesting because they have their own app, but they went through Instacart too. But we were just notified within the last month or two that Kroger Foods, they had in Western Central Florida, something like someone might correct me, but $7 or $10 million investment and tax breaks from the community. I mean, now the community wants their money back for what investment they gave too. And so Kroger's in trouble with that. But Kroger is pulling out because they can't make it work because of the cost of everything. Now, we've talked in this room about Publix. And I was in Publix 2 nights ago, and a friend told me that coffee was $20.
Right. So how does that relate to the whole issue of Venezuela?
Colombian coffee.
Well, that's Colombia, yeah.
Besides Brazil, Colombia is one of our major things. I mean, I really think the last thing I'm just going to say is like people are saying, if you listen to Donald Trump, he is so, I'm trying not to say dumb, but I'm going to say dumb anyway, that he will tell you and always has told you what he's doing, thinking, where his things come from. You just have to, like they were saying, be patient with it. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess I like the explanation about about like the dog. I mean, my guide dog school only graduates 50% of what they breed, and I happen to have one of them. And, just obviously she's pretty bright. But when she comes up to me and bumps me and the tail's going, I know that it's either food time or she has to go out. So I'll land there. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, I was just going to say it is accurate. Kroger's closing. So 3 fulfillment centers in Florida, but they are also closing one up in Wisconsin and one in Maryland. It's part of a change in centers and more out of stores. So yes, Kroger does not have a significant presence in Florida. It is the second largest grocery chain in the U.S., only behind Walmart. But that's it. So it wasn't necessarily a Florida decision. It was a change in corporate strategy for Kroger.
One last thought, Gary, real quick.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that you're talking about step too far. I honestly think we need to be putting more pressure on our legislators. I mean, they're the ones that are giving up and being impotent. So, I mean, I really hope that over the next year that it is a step too far, but it's not only a step too far on Donnie's part, but it's a step too far on our legislators' part. And I think it's their fault for giving it all up. And I'm done. Thanks.
Well, you're carrying in his absence Marshall's mantra that we, the people, have a responsibility to pressure our representatives in Congress to hold the administration accountable. And if they don't hear from us, then they feel that they are indemnified potentially from living up to those responsibilities because there's no potential loss to them. But if there is a groundswell of demand from constituents that our members of Congress hold the administration to the standard that they are responsible to hold the administration to, then they will fear, especially in the House of Representatives, when they have to get elected every 2 years, the wrath of the voters if they do not acquiesce to the demands of their constituents. So I think that that's an excellent point that you brought up, Jim. We'll go to David Katz, followed by...
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. It is an issue of transparency to a large degree, as many have said. Also parking right now, but there's a method to their madness. There's a method to their madness because I was reading that Trump has lost a little bit of his immigration fight in the courts, and there was a quote from Stephen Miller, the architect of a lot of this, that we need a war because we can use an 18th century law to deport more people. And frankly, I think this is where they're going. So many have said things, Meryl, killing people in the ocean that are harmless to us, or non-combatants by the time they're off the boat. I don't see any results from what's coming off these boats. It's not publicized that I can see. And I just resent that all of this is being done. My government is doing this in my name. So they're looking for a war. They can kick more people out. That's the bottom line as far as I'm concerned.
I said a long time ago, and if they're looking for a war, presumably even though the military is far more technology oriented than it was in the World War II and Korean War and Vietnam War eras, you still need to fight wars personnel. And so I always felt that you can fast track somebody to the citizenship if they serve their time in the military. What a great way of them showing their loyalty to the nation, putting their lives potentially on the line in order to become citizens of the United States. To me, that's a win-win situation. Not to the
Seems like there was a program like that at one time, maybe a way of preventing from being deported. Sorry for the background noise. That if you went in the military, we'll fix your other problems.
Well, in actual fact, and anybody who is a supporter of our military, as most of us are, no matter whether we are independents, Democrats, or Republicans, we have to, if you really stop and think of it critically, we should be appalled that military, but in combat zones, who are today being deported. What part of being illegal don't you understand? Okay, that one myopic way of approaching it. Another potentially myopic way of approaching it is, for God's sake, these are people who put their lives on the line wearing our uniform. It was the American flag on their shoulder pad. How can you deport somebody who is a war veteran of the United States of America? Myopic, maybe so, but I'll take my myopic view over the other.
Oh, not only that, when we left Afghanistan, there were so many civilians who helped us who were left hanging and killed by ISIS because we didn't get them out of there. And
what's really interesting about that is after the attack on the 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C., and it turns out that the guy who did it was an Afghan refugee who was brought in under a program to help those who helped our military in Afghanistan get out. And the administration now says, you see what Biden did? They didn't properly vet these people. And look what happened. And for a moment there, the boogeyman were the Afghans. I'm sure the Afghans in the United States right now are breathing a slight sigh of relief that the boogeyman are Somalians all of a sudden. We had to hate the Afghan refugees. Now we need to hate the Somalian refugees, because the Afghan refugees are going to go and kill our military, and the Somalian refugees now are going to commit fraud on a mass scale. So now we're supposed to be afraid of the Somalians. But I will point out that at the time of that disquieting withdrawal from Afghanistan, one Donald J. Trump criticized the then president, Biden, for lying. You're not getting enough of those Afghan folks who helped our military and our CIA out. He criticized the president for that. And then he took a completely different stance after what happened in Washington, D.C. Now, that's not opinion. Once again, David, that is fact. We will now go to Tiger, followed by David Garcia.
Yes, Gary. Well, I think people spend too much time thinking about the motives, what Donald means. All of that doesn't matter. No amount of wishful thinking matters. No amount of propaganda matters. What matters is what will happen. Does the United States have what it takes to topple the Venezuelan government? Or for that matter, whether Israelis can cause the downfall of the Iranian government? People can talk about it. Propagandists could, disseminate whatever propaganda they want to disseminate, but that's not going to matter. And the answer is no. I don't think it would just happen that easily. And I don't think the United States right now has what it takes to do all those things, especially not at once. And to see Americans pretend that they're still playing God with the globe, it's frankly sad in this moment. It used to be, anger-inducing. Right now, it's just pathetic.
Yeah. Of course, that's not the topic, but you managed to once again use the topic to put down the United States of America. However, I will give him credit, Howard. He did not actually, he came close. He did not actually attack Israel. He made an assessment.
He made an assessment.
Gary, you didn't give him time. You didn't give him time.
And he's not a fair participant. Sometimes he is.
But I'm saying, Gary,
That's why people like him.
You're saying he didn't attack Israel. That was his, to use your words, opening salvo, right? You didn't. It was coming in the body of the argument.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Because we know that Israel is the root of all evil from the perspective of the Chinese Communist Party. Folks, stick around at the end. I have an end of the year message, a very heartfelt one to make to all of you. David, followed by Dianella or Dianella? Dianella? I know you told me this. Dianella, right?
Right.
Right. All right. Bravo, Gary. And then William, and then my little very, very short commentary to you guys. David.
Gary, happy New Year.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa. Lots to say here with regard to this incursion. Just to address Scott's comment about Hillary, what she said in the Obama campaign that supposedly killed her. She also words of hers were used in her ability to take the 2016 presidential campaign when she used the word super predator to describe crime amongst our youth. Yes. And Trump used that to his advantage as well as Bernie Sanders. So yes, politicians and their positions have import and consequences. And I think for the most part, Gary, I think giving Congress a pass, can't speak, giving his congressional supporters a pass with regard to voting on these activities is obviously a way to shield them from midterm, much more bloody midterm fiasco next year for them if the subsidies for the insurance don't go forward. But Trump is invoking a lot of arcane doctrine to back his positions. Congress has not voted to do this. Neither did Congress vote to install or enshrine the Monroe Doctrine. That was a speech given by James Madison in 1823, and it was adopted whole cloth without there being any laws behind it, or teeth, or treaties. So, and then of course we see how he invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1778. I mean, these are old policies, but what that did for him is it gave him some sort of credit with regard to the way he rounded up the Latino populations and others, not just the Latino, and the optics of that and the way that a lot of these innocent people have been manhandled, thereby setting the stage for the optics of what it looks like when he blows up boats coming off Venezuela of the very people who look like the people he's manhandling and sending into ice cages and ice detention centers. So it's dangerous to be a minority in this country if you're on the wrong side of a president that would like to use your status for political advantage. Of course, the Somali people, many of the innocent Somalians that are not involved in this scandal will also be impacted by the overreach there. But no, this has a lot to do with oil, Gary. As Trump has stated, our good friend Chris articulated that he basically told us what it was about. The import is much more vastly important than people realize because China, Russia, South Africa, Brazil, they'd like to co-opt Venezuela into their BRICS arsenal of countries. And if in doing so, if they're successful at pulling this off, they would control 60% of the world's oil resources. People need to realize that, as they do in this room, that the dollar reserve currency is the currency that is used to buy oil throughout the world. So if Venezuela falls into the hands of the BRICS, and obviously the political climate that those countries are often ran under, communist China and dictatorial Russia, then this could be a bad thing for the United States and our region. So with regard to the comments that have been made that he's doing this to protect the American people, and by default, the American dollar, then there's a lot of rationale to these killings and these bombings and the saber rattling going on. And now we see the recent incursion. It just came out that he's putting pressure on the island of Grenada to become a base, a de facto base of the United States. Recall that under the great communicator Ronald Reagan, we attacked and overran Grenada because they were a hotbed of communism. So this is obviously setting the stage for a permanent, hopefully, not on set, hopefully, but a possible permanent removal of Maduro and installing Machado and an administration sympathetic to our interests in the region. I might also add, Gary, and I brought up the comments before, that Maduro, along with his predecessor, Chavez, who died of cancer, that they really blackened the eye of our oil companies in nationalizing a lot of the resources and investments that we made down there. And I brought up the fact that the Koch brothers have a refinery in Corpus Christi, Texas, which is designed strictly to refine that kind of oil. That they're not equipped to refine the oil that comes out of the Permian Basin and other parts of the country where oil is drilled. So there's a heavy investment in the outcome of this, and of course our banking sector, our SWIFT system, the ability to sanction, having that power globally. And so I think that all of those are lending itself to these activities that Trump has acted upon. So yeah, Gary, I think there's more to the story. We don't marshal that kind of force off of their coast. Battleships, I believe submarines, and the aircraft carrier that you mentioned is also down there. And of course, again, there's also the two birds with one stone with regard to what's going to happen to Cuba. And why didn't we go into Cuba? Well, Cuba doesn't sit on the largest known oil reserves in the world, so they're not really worth the potential risk and sacrifice to take over that island. And they'll just try to more or less bleed it from the standpoint of starving it of the necessity of oil. And I pray for that country every day because it's literally dying on the vine. Like Venezuela, 15 to 20% of their population has tried to flee or has fled. And so, and of course, that creates the refugee crises that create the immigration problems that we're trying to address here through very rough means. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I don't know that I have more to say other than that. I did want to also say that, my thoughts are kind of all over the map here. But all I need to I'll let speak.
I want to go so badly.
Yes.
I just, I'm a photographer, and I just, the colors and the old cars, and from people who have shown me photographs that they've taken there, the congeniality of the people and everything, I just really have had for the longest time an urge to go to Cuba.
It's, until I went, I didn't fully understand my culture to the extent that, what my family lost when they left. They used to joke with me over there. They said, David, you speak the Spanish. And I say, mi habla, son, I don't speak very good Spanish. But they said, yeah, we've been in a 60-year hurricane, and you're very lucky your family escaped, or you'd be here in the dirt with us. And, it was comments like that kind of broke my heart. But the people are resilient, the music. I tell people that Havana is like a beautiful starlet that was once, gleaming and beautiful, and now you see the beauty, but it's not the same thing. And you'd be lucky to get down there, Gary. It's a photographer's paradise.
Yeah, there are ways. There are still ways of doing it. Thank you for that.
Hey, Gary, can I ask David one quick question? So, David, with what you just overviewed, and you went into great detail,
I don't think it's stopping fentanyl. I mean, are the cases going down? I mean, look, it's a straw man, and I think we should stop fentanyl, but we're not attacking the actors that are bringing that our way. Really, I mean, we're doing business with China again. We're Christmas was probably great this year for retailers. So yeah, I mean, look, we go after the little guys. It's particularly the little guys that have something to lose. And, that's where we make up our stories and help us sleep at night when we do these actions. So, there's no drugs being stopped. Look, we've had drugs flowing in this country since the beginning. And, we saw what the Noriega campaign was about under Bush Sr., the Say No campaign under Reagan with his wife. We haven't stopped anything. It's just been the crack cocaine crisis and how that was uncovered. And we used to talk about it in my inner city urban policy classes in college. And, my professors would joke about, he would say it's very, straightforward. These brothers aren't flying the planes. They aren't navigating the boats. They aren't doing any of that to bring these things into our cities. So who's doing it? And who's behind it? So anyway, I'll end there. The beat continues. And what are your thoughts, Howard? Are you asking me a rhetorical question? No worries. Thank you. I was happy to respond. Yeah.
Ianella, followed by William, followed by my last comment of the year.
Two clarifications. Yes, fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. In fact, Venezuela doesn't produce any drug. It's a transit country. That's the first clarification. The second, I wanted to say to David, Chavez didn't nationalize the oil company. It was Carlos Andres Perez in 1971. What Chavez did was to push out some of the American oil companies, and there is still some litigations going on in the U.S. courts. Chavez paid some of the money, but I think they stopped paying when the first sanctions, U.S. sanctions, came to Venezuela. So just to clarify that. Now you have been talking all night about a supposedly a drone attack in Venezuela. Many Venezuelans are wondering whether it actually happened. There is no evidence that a drone attack occurred. We heard Trump saying it, and apparently he did it during, I don't remember exactly when, but I thought it was during the meeting with Zelensky that he said there had been a drone attack on Venezuelan territory. The only thing that happened was an explosion on a chemical plant. And I would like to read quickly some of the paragraphs from a Venezuelan news service that explain the following. It says, an explosion that occurred in the early hours of December 24 at the facilities of the Primasol company located in the industrial zone of the municipality of San Francisco, Zulia State, has generated a stir in recent hours. Now, this San Francisco is about 3 kilometers away from the Maracaibo Lake, not from the Caribbean Sea. The company have come up with 2 statements saying, first, the Primasol has 14 years in the country and is dedicated to the import, storage, and distribution of chemical supplies for industrial sectors such as food, pharmaceuticals, and personal care. The company issued an initial statement describing the incident as an accident at one of his warehouses at its Maracaibo headquarters, without mentioning external causes of casualty. Later on, in the second one, they said they categorically reject the version circulated on social media regarding alleged links between the incident and illicit illicit activities or external attacks, clarifying that such claims lack veracity and do not correspond to official information. Besides that, there is no evidence of a drone attack anywhere in the territory of Venezuela. I frankly believe that it did not happen. I think Trump misspoke. We know that he lied. We know that he is demented. I think this didn't happen. And now the government officials are trying to figure out how to make him look good. There is no evidence. There is no video. There is nothing that tells us that actually an attack occurred. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, this could very well be a disinformation campaign purposely by the administration. And I find it very interesting. You're right. The president has not given any specifics about this alleged attack, I will now call it. He won't even say where it occurred. You know why? Because there are private satellite imagery companies that could be used to confirm if there was such an attack at any given location. And you're right, I haven't seen any of that either. So that's really very interesting. You know, during the 12-day war on Iran, we saw a lot of satellite images that looked like they were governmental, but they weren't. They were private satellite images that were provided to the news media by those companies that have the capability of doing that. So if we don't count on the government to show us where the attack occurred, certainly if a large facility, as it was described by the president, was blown up, somebody would have some evidence of it by now. That's a really excellent point. However, Dianella, I am going to charge you with coming back, no matter what the topic is in the future, of any verification that there was or verification that there wasn't. If you don't mind taking on that assignment and letting us know when you do know. And the thumbs up tells me that she's taken on the assignment. William, followed by yours truly with the final word.
Hey, Gary. Hi, Scott. Howard. Hi, everybody. You know, we've received so many contradictory pieces of information as justification for whatever the hell we're doing down in Venezuela from the Trump administration that they have undercut their own credibility. So, you know, you say, oh, I think maybe you say, you suggest, well, if they're really trying to project disinformation, I don't know. That's a good question. I would have to. Trump is a pathological liar. So that is apparently clear to me. Whether it's clear to everyone, I don't know. Is it clear to you?
I lived with a woman who was actually a pathological liar. She was a sociopath, and she fooled me for a long time, because when a person lies in such a manner, they believe what they're saying at the time that they're saying it. So the cues that you get from somebody at the poker table kind of thing, we all get verbal and visual cues from folks that help us determine for ourselves anyway the veracity of what they are telling us. Somebody who's got that pathology, it just comes out. And they say it with such conviction because at the moment they believe it. So I think that that's probably, I mean, I can't. I'm not a psychologist.
I'm not either. I think it's a really interesting point, though, that you wouldn't get the normal human feedback from somebody that's a sociopath that you would get from somebody with normal.
Right, and I'm not saying that the president is, but in answer to your question,
if you want to say it,
it reminds me of this individual.
So, I mean, it's to me, Venezuela has the largest single proven reserve of oil in the world, bigger than the United States, and we are now in the United States self-sufficient on oil, so we don't need to steal their oil. It's bigger than Saudi Arabia. It's bigger than any other single proven reserve in the world. It is dirty oil. Chevron was doing business there until recently. There is, as someone pointed out, there are facilities set up on the Gulf of Mexico. You might want to call it the Gulf of America. I think that's a little silly. But on the Gulf of Mexico, we do have facilities that can process the sour oil that comes out of Venezuela that has a high amount of sulfur and other things that make it pretty nasty for people that are not set up to process that kind of dirty oil. So I think, but they have a huge volume of it. So I think it's pretty clearly about the oil, among other things. While I was listening in this room, I put a link in the chat. I saw that there's yet another explanation for what might be going on there that popped up in the New York Times, where they're trying to tie it in to tankers sailing out of the Persian Gulf with Iranian oil. And there was a graphic that I put in the chat, so that there's, information, and then there's different information. I don't know how well our press is doing to sort it all out. It's a pretty big job, but yet another plausible or implausible rationale for whatever the hell we're doing with a huge amount of American naval assets pulled out of other theaters of operation where they're needed and put into Venezuela, where I didn't realize that we needed to go to war with them. As far as the fentanyl is concerned, that's made mostly in Mexico with the prerequisite chemicals coming out of China, and for some reason is Trump now pretending China's our friend. And as Daniela said, Venezuela's a transit point. It's not producing cocaine. It's not producing fentanyl. It's just a transit point. Maybe they have, some activity going on there that's dubious activity, but not enough to justify a whole war. And it wouldn't be a clean war because it's the terrain's not easy. It's got jungle. If you look at it in the topographical maps, we'd be getting ourselves into another quagmire. So for the peace president, it just seems bizarre that he wants to, commit to another war for American troops to lose their lives, which would also probably even damage him further. Maybe he just wants to do a drive-by shooting, and blow a few things up, and then take credit or try to take credit as being some kind of great hero and savior. Although I don't know what he's saying us. We have enough oil. We don't need to steal their oil. And I think people should remember, like him or not, I don't have to like Maduro, but the property is Venezuela's. It is Venezuela's oils, and stealing it is not anything that a civilized country would do. Just to take the oil, which Trump also said, "Oh yeah, I think we'll just take it," in response to a question from a journalist. So I don't know. I think we're just getting into another mess and getting more fragmented and less focused on areas where we do have national interests, like in the first island chain in Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, real allies that our attention might be needed, or for Ukraine, where we really should be supporting Ukraine, regardless of whether or not Trump can tolerate that because it conflicts with his love of Putin. But yeah, I think this is just, is it another distraction? I don't know. Is it going to distract from the Epstein files? I don't know. I think, but they're just, it just seems like we're spreading ourselves too thin. Even for being the mightiest military in the world, we're spreading ourselves too thin. My thoughts. Anyway, take a look at the
So I didn't see that New York Times article, but I do know that Treasury today sanctioned a Venezuelan's Iran trade, Venezuelan-Iran trade. They sanctioned that today. But I did not read the particulars, and I'm presuming what you're referring to is perhaps the same thing.
Because there's a graphic in the link that I sent, not the first one, not the second one, but the third link that I put into the main chat messenger. There's a picture, a graphic of this route that this oil tanker allegedly took.
Thank you for that. Folks, it's the end of the year for us because, thank you, we will not be here tomorrow for New Year's Eve, and we will not be here the next day, Thursday for New Year's Day, but we will be back, of course, on Friday. So I want to take this moment at the end of the year to just thank my moderators for making this room possible, and you, our users, whether you are coming here just to listen, or whether you are coming here to participate on the microphone, or whether you're clicking on the link above and joining the chat, which for the uninitiated is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So feel free to take advantage of that. No matter how you are participating, you're making this a success. I'm just the moderator. The room would be worthless if it weren't for you and your participation. We've been kind of watching the numbers. We didn't establish the room with the intent of competing, and we're not looking for likes and that kind of thing. But when people come here, they are voting with their time. That's the way I look at it, and my moderators look at it. So I just want to end the year to thank all of you collectively for what we see as a very successful year. When we came to Clubhouse from the previous platform that we used, that we outgrew. We matured beyond the typical user of that other platform. That platform was set up a little bit differently. You could set your rooms to where several people could speak at once, or where only one person could speak at a time. And we always had it set, well, we tried it the other way. We did experiment, but we basically, since before 9/11, I think it was for 25 years I've been doing this. I guess next year will be 26 years, right? In another day. We basically had a room where people speak one at a time. The problem or the challenge with Clubhouse is, well, that's not the culture here. When you jump into most of the rooms that I have seen on Clubhouse, people are all talking over one another and so forth, and that's fine if that's your cup of tea. What we're doing is really, it started out as an experiment, and it continues an experiment. And it's been a successful experiment, again, because of you. So thank you for joining us on this journey, and let's hope that we have many more years as successful as 2025, and let's hope that in 2026 we have a little bit more peace in this world than we had this year. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Friday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
I don't see that. How can they not love us, man? How can they not love us?
Listen, why can't you guys listen? This is the fruits of Islam. Like, you guys can't even.
Piece of shit, Lisa.
No, I'm not racist.
Lisa. You just said something on you. What do you mean you're not racist?
Listen. We still own America, bro. That's what I said. You don't see this is because you shout and you don't listen. You fucking jahil.
You own government housing.
Listen, you're a traitor to your own people because even Muhammad and the Sabbath.
Lisa, do you believe in your Bible, Lisa? Do you believe in your Bible?
I believe in my Bible more than you believe in your Quran at this point.
Fine, you believe in your Bible. Then as a woman, don't talk to me about religion.
Listen,
if you're following your Bible, Lisa, if you're following your Bible as a woman, don't talk to me about religion.
I will do what I like. We're not.
It tells you not to.
We're not in the fucking.
It tells you not to. Your Bible tells you not to do that.
You didn't even know what day it is.
Lisa, it tells you not to do that.
Know what day it is, dude.
Lisa, see, you confuse me.
Listen.
You didn't even know what
Lisa,
day.
you talking is confusing.
King, you should
got this.
listen.
Grandpa's trying to get
teach you something, King.
Lisa,
let me teach you.
I'm telling you, follow your Bible.
I want to hear what
believe in it.
I want to hear what Lisa
truly believe in it.
Listen to this, how they treat women.
You wouldn't be talking.
Yeah, that's it. That's how they treat women. Because
it's not me. It's what the Bible says. Don't follow their books.
They treat the woman like this because they compete against the woman.
We're talking about your Bible.
Is that true? They compete against women?
Yes, they're competing against women.
Listen to me, woman.
Right? Follow my command, woman. Dress as I want you, woman. And in the penitentiary, they were still to follow the God's command. And outside the penitentiary, they're competing against the women.
Damn.
You know. Look. So you guys really look down on people who go to jail. Wasn't Paul isn't Jesus a convict?
I do look down on criminals.
Okay, well, Jesus was a criminal. Wasn't Joseph go to prison?
Why are you talking about Jesus?
Oh yeah, you don't care about Jesus. That's right. You want to crucify.
I'm talking about you and your boyfriend.
I forgot.
You pretending to be Jesus?
You want to
crucify? You sound like a disbeliever. You're comparing yourself to Jesus? That's weird, man. You think you're Jesus? What? I mean, you went to prison and now you're comparing yourself to Jesus.
Anyway, what about Joseph doing in Congo and Sudan?
Why can't I compare myself to Jesus?
People are slaves.
Because Jesus, I thought Jesus was a god. Is it not? You think you're God now? That's the worst kind of heresy.
So you think? Listen, you see how stupid he is?
You guys are not.
Maybe it's the old age, man. I'm just gonna give him.
There's no way you guys are.
Listen, it's the old age.
How could you compare yourself to God, man? That's weird.
Jesus is God now? No, I think he just apostated from God.
Well, no, I thought that's what he's doing. He thinks he's God now. Are you a prophet? Wait a second. I thought Muhammad was the last prophet. So how are you comparing yourself to Jesus?
Oh, no, you're
that was very dumb. That was a dumb move. What am I shifting?
Where he comes from.
What am I shifting?
It's the whole. You're shifting from the God argument to the prophet argument.
Well, I'm trying to speak your language because you don't know your own religion.
God have mercy on the elderly, man.
Yes. God have mercy on the criminals.
I hope you find this take care of you, man.
God have mercy on the criminals.
They really should take your phone away at a certain time.
You know what? I think maybe you need to
go back to prison. Get off the phone.
Is it time for you to go back to prison?
It's too late to be on the phone, Grandpa.
Is it time for you to go back to prison?
You need your pillow.
You got medicine, Grandpa. What's your favorite prison?
Grandpa.
What's this thing?
Do you have a little bell? Hey, do you have a little bell? Do you have a bell that you ring?
What was your favorite tier?
Do you have a little bell? Al, do you have a little bell that you ring to call people? Is that what you do?
You have a favorite? Is there a favorite?
You need to call that bell. You need to ring that bell, man.
What's your favorite thing in Chow Hall?
Out of control, man. I'm sorry.
Did you work in the laundry?
It's late. What time is it for you right now, Mama? What time is it?
How late is it?
How late is it for you?
So you're going to go back out?
Or was he?
What was his name, King? You can tell us.
I definitely can
see him in the laundry because there's
The laundry?
Buhari 2:30. Aisha was washing off the semen off the clothes.
Oh, is that what you
You
did?
don't talk about Aisha in this room, man. You gotta follow the rules.
Wait, is that what you did? Did you do what Aisha did? You washed
We do have a Muslim in here, no? Samad Arden. Arden, you're Muslim, right?
Just careful. Keep it respectful, guys.
I think you're not a Muslim, though.
Arden is Muslim.
I'm a mud, and you have to respect my authority.
All right, go ahead.
You're that old man. You're senior citizen.
There's some convicts in
You
here.
being a senior citizen. Hey, you being a senior citizen.
You know what the solution is? You know what the solution is? They drink camel urine and then they calm down. Just have your camel urine.
Yeah, go chew on the baby.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Why would you say it? Why do you bring up pedophilia? Is that what you were in prison for?
That's what you do. Don't you suck on baby penis?
That's why you were in prison, right, King? Is that what you're telling us?
Do you not do that as a Jew?
Listen to what you talk about.
Is that not Jewish custom? Is that Jewish custom or not?
Are you a registered sex offender, King?
You know what it is.
Are you a registered sex offender?
Your inner gay is reacting.
King, I have a few.
You're the one with the gay. It's twisting of the feature of your gay fantasies.
Did you check in yet with the sex offender registry?
You need to change.
Do we have to report you, King? King, do we have to report you? Yes or no?
Old man.
I think Lee is an apostate.
Why are you even here? Go hang out with the old people. Go to the senior home. Get out of here. Get out of here. No one wants to hear an old man talking at late at night. Go back to the senior home.
You just told us you're a pedophile. Maybe you should leave the room.
Did you escape the senior home?
You need to leave the room.
Go to the senior home.
I think brothers.
Keep some of your dignity.
Go back to the senior home.
Try to hold on to whatever little crumb of dignity you have left, King. There isn't much.
Not really much. If Moses told you to drink camel, listen. If Moses told you to drink camel urine and it will cure your cancer, would you drink it?
That's a weird hypothetical, man. I don't know. I don't have that time. I don't have your imagination, I'll be honest with you.
No, a prophet of God, you'll take it in faith.
I don't have your imagination. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What would you do?
If a prophet tells you something, you just do it. You submit.
Guys, no, that's not how we roll. No.
Yeah, that's how we roll. The prophet of God, he tells you to do something, you do it.
Maybe you're the only Muslim in the room.
Think about, you get creative.
Yeah. I didn't
all this talk of urine is really getting the room a bit pissy.
Once you believe someone is a prophet of God, the rest is just everything is in faith. So stop bringing stuff that the prophet told someone specifically do that, and he did it, and he felt better. He felt better. That's all that matters.
Really, the camel urine was.
We don't go around drinking camel urine, so stop.
You don't? Oh, okay.
Let me say what's up.
I don't have a
Draco.
Have you ever tried it?
Stop bringing up examples where the prophets have said something, suggested something for those specific people. It's specific to that particular people that asked at that moment.
I heard it was a tradition.
I think he got his feelings hurt.
It says it's a tradition. I looked it up on the internet.
Yo, Draco, what's up, man?
I was feeling left out, man, because I wish I was in that time.
Chilling, man. Draco is wild in here, man. We got old senior citizens. We got atheists. Hold on, we got atheists.
We have convicts.
They're all teaming up. Let me think of something negative. They're all teaming up, man. They're like teaming up, trying to get at Islam.
You didn't even know.
They're all teaming. Look at this. Look, and Draco. I'm trying to be nice to the old man. He can't.
King, what day is it? I bet you still don't know.
So I'm gonna need your help with modding, man. Cause I don't want to go at the old man.
Track over time.
Got enough things going on.
King, what day is it?
He's got enough going on already.
King, what day is it? See if you figured it out.
It's the Sabbath. Maybe it's the Sabbath. You should get off your phone.
Really?
It's the Sabbath. Yeah.
You don't know what day it is?
I don't. It's the Sabbath.
Every day in the country is a rest day.
Get off your phone.
Yeah, every day is.
Get off your phone. Hey, Draco, you see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. Did they hit you in the head?
Okay, let the mod talk. How about you let the mod talk?
How about you mute up?
Because really, man, really,
how
honestly,
about you mute up?
They're trying to be nice. They're all trying to be nice.
I understand. How about you
no
mute
one
up?
wants to hold. No one wants to hear.
King,
no
before
one wants
you
to
get
hear.
dropped on your head
Listen
again,
to me. No one wants to hear a grandpa talking.
King, maybe you should mute up before you fall on your head again.
Draco.
You still don't. You don't even know what
you have
to
deal with.
I guess you have to mute up. Go ahead, mute up.
Okay.
Good man. Go ahead, King.
And Draco, he's a Jew too. I don't know if that.
Go ahead, King. Mute up.
Let's discuss something. You know how you were talking about Jew supremacy?
Yeah.
No, trust me.
What is that?
I know how Norma is, bro. Like,
hey, what's that?
Martha and Norma were bullying Leo.
Oh, I feel bad now. I thought it was a Jew schooling him on Islam. You felt that was bullying? I thought that was educational.
He's being, we're taught to be respectful to seniors.
Lee learned a lot from that.
That's all it is.
He didn't know anything. He didn't even know he was an apostle.
We're taught to be respectful to old people.
No, you know what? I think you were taught to do that.
And that's why I'm being nice to him.
I think you weren't being nice. You were just being a convict.
I'm being nice to him.
Nation of Islam, huh? Nation of Islam is fake. Did you know that? Nation of Islam is a fake thing. Yeah, it's fake. The Muslims don't accept it.
What are your views on Malcolm X? What do you think about Malcolm X?
Wait, what do you think about Elijah Muhammad? Was he a prophet?
You see how he answers questions? I asked him a question.
I don't know. I read his autobiography.
I can't talk to old people, man.
I don't think you can talk to anybody. What was your favorite card game in prison?
What was it like? Hey, what was it like? What was it like? What was it like? B-I-N-G.
What was the name of the guy that converted you? Maybe was he a lifer?
B-I-N-G-O.
Is that the only word you can spell?
N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O.
Is that the only word you can spell?
He might have what is his name?
Minnesota Learning Center.
You know why Normal is so grumpy? It's because it's past
I'm not
bedtime.
grumpy.
I know. I'm trying to be graceful, man. I know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking what time it is. I don't know what time it is.
You don't have a watch. You don't know how to use your phone.
You're Jewish, so I'm guessing you're probably like.
You don't know how to use your phone.
Probably in New York. You probably live in New York.
It's pretty
yeah,
wild.
man. What time is it in New York?
What time is it in Leavenworth?
It's going to
more importantly. Do you miss it?
How normal? Go
you miss the 3 hops and a
Go take your pills. Go to bed. Put on your flip flops.
Do you miss your boyfriend?
Come on, man. Get out of here. No one wants to see you. No one wants to hear an old man talking at this time. Go to bed. Go to bed.
You sound very lonely.
Go to bed.
You sound like a lonely guy.
What do they call it? Pull-ups. Put your pull-ups on. Almost time for bed.
Come on.
You sound like a.
We're young. We're out and about. You should be at home. You should be at home with your grandkids. You should be at home with your grandkids.
Wait, are you on probation?
You should be at home with your grandkids. Yes, I'm on parole.
Did you call your parole officer?
Yeah, I did. I did call him. You're right.
What did
he said I can go. He said I can go out.
His parole officer told him not to piss.
Yes, he told me.
He told you to do the That's what you.
Yeah, he told me to get your pills.
Your parole officer told you.
I'm driving. Hey, El Normo. Let me. Yeah, I'm driving Uber over to you. Yes, I'm driving over to get your pills.
Your Uber?
What kind of pills
are you getting good tips?
What's gonna help you go to sleep tonight? What's gonna help you? What's gonna help you?
You seem like a lousy driver.
What's gonna help you go to sleep?
Why are you yelling?
Because you're still up.
No.
Because you're still up.
Why are you yelling?
Because why is a old man up with this?
He's gonna wake up the people in his wing.
Why are you yelling like that?
Hey guys, we gotta be nicer to him. This is the elderly abuse.
Quiet on the tier.
Draco,
we don't get charged. We don't get charged with elderly abuse.
Quiet on the tier. I don't want you to get in trouble next time at wreck.
I want to do this.
Yeah, you don't want to get out on the yard and that they're gonna be like, "Are you hearing the hadiths?"
Why don't you go be his caretaker, man? It sounds like you guys like each other.
No, but I thought you said you respect elders.
No, go.
I don't know.
He needs your help. Say Jake, he needs your in-person help.
I think he's only for his
help. He clearly needs help. I can't even talk to him.
Are you lonely for your
Pass down some old baseball cards, Jake. Come on, man.
You sound like you're missing.
Like he needs help.
You got some old baseball cards.
It's 11 p.m. He's an old man with grandkids. I don't know if he has grandkids.
But you know the difference?
You should have.
You're a convict.
And he's just
with
there
nothing.
talking to us on the internet.
How does he need help?
He's not a problem.
That's actually pretty sad, King. Think about it. Imagine you're like 70 years old.
I told you things about your own religion that you didn't know.
Clubhouse, to talk.
That's exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking
That's sad, man.
It's very pathetic.
I have more friends than I can count.
Virtually. No, it is so not to visit.
You're a very bad example of a Muslim.
I'll do some volunteer. Get some volunteer hours.
I'll come. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I apologize. I've been mean to you.
You guys are really lonely.
I've been mean to you. I've been mean to you.
You sound lonely, kid.
So if it helps you feel better,
what was pathetic?
And you need visitation.
I know you think you're Jesus.
If you need some visitation.
I know you think you're Jesus.
I know it can get lonely in the senior home. Maybe I'm no one there helping you out or talking.
You're not Jesus. And you also,
you're
not supposed to be talking about pedophilia.
He's talking to himself.
So what are you doing? Who are you on the phone?
I mean, what is he doing here?
Who are you on the phone with, King?
It's keeping him alive. This is life support. All right, let's keep talking.
Imagine if Jesus became
No, you need
and he just punished you.
I'm talking to a convict who doesn't know his religion.
Let's keep him alive.
I'm talking to a convict with a fake religion.
I didn't realize how much you need this. Never mind.
Wait, he just punished you.
No, I don't need anything.
Let's keep talking. He needs the energy. He needs to feel alive, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's keep talking.
I think you need to go back to prison, King.
Keep going. Hey,
service, guys.
You heard that? Beep.
Community service.
Yeah.
Beep.
Yeah.
That might be your ankle monitor.
It's his ankle monitor.
King, why you say you was in prison? What you was in prison for?
That's what I asked.
It's because he's a black man.
I think it was
racist Trump.
He's saying because I'm black. Yeah, he's saying because I'm black.
He's saying
no. He said the P-word.
He's saying.
No, it's fine. They
he started talking about baby genitals.
You know, because
he said that. Yeah. Yeah, he did.
No. You know what it is? He did Jewish customs. Jewish customs.
King, come on now, stop.
You know why he's not letting me talk? Look. And I'm gonna go through elder abuse. If I yell at this man.
Don't listen to your elders. Don't cut them off.
King, you're not supposed to talk about that stuff.
I'm not supposed to talk. I'm not supposed to talk like the elders.
You're never supposed to.
All right, go ahead, old man. Go ahead.
They told you not to bring up all that baby genital stuff, King. There's something we're going on, King. Life goes on when you're in prison, King. It's okay. It's all right. You're gonna get used to it. You probably cried a lot the first night, correct?
I got an idea.
No, I
know what you should do.
So,
as a side hustle. You know what you should do as a side hustle? You should dress up as Santa Claus.
That first night was very long.
I bet you were dressing up as Santa Claus.
And then you got used to it, right? Was it really scary?
You get too creative, old head. You get too creative in jail.
Thank you.
You know, he thinks all black people. He thinks all black people go to jail.
When did you say you were black? I'm sorry. When did you say you were black?
He found out you was black.
You found that out.
No, he never told
black Muslim. He thinks all Muslims. He thinks all Muslims.
Race never came up.
Wait, are you black?
Yeah, I'm black. Of course. He thinks all Muslims are
Muslim and black.
I'm Muslim and black, man.
Muslim's like a weird prison.
Yeah, I'm Muslim.
Wait,
so he assumed I went to prison. He assumed I went to prison because I'm a Muslim.
He didn't assume I asked.
No, what? Muslims don't go to prison. Black people do.
Yeah, but he thinks all black people become Muslim.
No, I didn't think that. No, I know there are a lot of prison converts to Islam.
Say what?
No, they convert to Islam.
No Jewish converts. Why there's no Jewish prison converts?
Jewish.
It's a fast-growing religion.
It's like a
people converting
it's like
religion.
Judaism's like a membership, right? You pay to be a Jew.
Exactly. Yo, the old head got some knowledge. The black Muslims are just as bad as goddamn Christians almost. Or Jews almost. They're not the same thing, right? They're a convert. They're converts.
Let's check the criminal records, man. Let's check the criminal records.
Yo, listen. A black Muslim. Are you a black Muslim, brother?
Let's check the criminal records, man.
Wait, that is disgusting. Wait, hold up. Muhammad had 2 black slaves. Did you know that?
I know what you're talking about, man.
Muhammad had 1 slave in an attic, and he sold 1 slave for 2 white boys.
Bro, this is
you remember that hadith?
Wait.
You remember that hadith?
Wait.
Yeah, when he met the dude on the camel.
Hold on, this is the same dummy that thinks there's addicts in the desert. These guys are retarded.
No, addicts in the house. I said in the attic. I said there was a black slave in the attic, bro.
What does that even mean, bro? How do you have an addict
you want me
in
to
the
read
desert?
Do you want me to read? I didn't say desert. I told you
Where did Prophet Muhammad live? Where did he live? Did he not live in the desert?
That's a deflection question. Where did he live? Yo, where did he live? That's a deflection question. Where did he live? What are you talking about? I'm telling you that Muhammad had 2 black slaves. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah. Where did you get addict from? Where did you get an addict?
He was in the attic. Dumbass.
What addict was he?
Muhammad's addict.
What is that?
You are some stupid motherfucking infamy.
He was in the garage.
Shut up.
Muhammad lived in a hotel in Dubai. Don't lie.
You got addicts? Alpha, you got addict in Dubai? What addict in Dubai?
Got a balcony and a garage and a basement.
What is it balcony? You're an addict. What the hell?
Attic, not addict. Come on.
I know attic, but what is the attic in your balcony?
This is what this guy said. He said Prophet Muhammad had a slave in the attic.
You guys are stupid.
What the hell?
Wait, Arab houses don't have attics.
Waste of time. Man.
Exactly, that's my point.
It was 800 BC, you stupid motherfuckers. Of course they had attics. Dumbasses.
800 BC?
I love your
800 AD, my bad.
800 AD, you're still wrong.
You're still wrong.
When did Muhammad live?
Go read a book, man.
When did Muhammad live?
This is sad. Go check Google, bro.
When did Muhammad live?
Why did you even have to jump in, man? Just
800 AD.
The IQ of the whole room dropped 100 points when he came out.
Watch this.
Muhammad was born in 507.
I hate when.
No, he wasn't.
Bro, you're reducing the IQ of the room by 100 points.
Embarrassing, man.
So correct me if I'm wrong. When was Muhammad ibn Abdullah born?
They moved him down. Thank God. Alhamdulillah.
I'm gonna go get me some. I'm gonna go build an attic, guys.
I will miss you.
I know you will miss him.
Why do you guys use that as a different term in prison?
What's wrong with you guys? What the hell? In the past 3 hours, there's been some gay shit. You guys need to stop this, man. This is fucking suspect. For the past 3 hours, just throwing gay shit at each other. What's wrong with you people?
Listen, man,
I think they're trying to get out of
I can be gay and free as atheists. How about that?
Then tomorrow we'll go like regular religious and theology stuff.
You guys are too late.
I mean, you guys are funny.
I was hoping you guys were talking about like some substance.
You guys are funny interlocutors. How do you just have a debate with someone and in the middle of the sentence you call them a gay? What's that?
I came in here to hear.
You're like funny people, man.
Alright, man.
In the middle of the debate, you call your
Draco.
the N-word. What the hell?
Draco, man. You gotta do better, Draco.
What up, bro?
You gotta do better, man.
What do you mean I got to do better?
You gotta do better, man. Your rooms. It's crazy out here.
Wow, this ain't my room. This is Megatron's room. Man, Megatron be broke with me too, man.
You gotta create your own rooms.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Whoever put that PDF in the chat, you deserve to be beaten for 7 days straight with no food. What the hell?
What?
Whoever put that in the chat, I swear. Listen. You know what?
reserve my opinions of this. This is a little while.
Draco, we need more substance, man.
Oh, he was getting bullied earlier, dude. Normal, man. Oh, just bullying him. This is Chris.
What do you mean we need more substance? What do you mean we need more substance?
I expect substance as a Christian.
You need to stop abusing substance. That's what you need to do.
Need more substance, man. I'll get these losers off stage.
All the substance that you guys have abused in this room?
Yeah, King, I think he went to sleep finally. I think he finally went to sleep.
He fell asleep, good friend. Snoring.
Megatron probably
talking about we need more substance. Yeah, I mean,
is that what they talk about in his prison wing?
Look at you, your prison jokes. So you don't believe? Didn't Paul go to prison and Jesus went to prison, no?
But guess what? Even though they did, they don't glorify ramen noodles the way you are.
Shake. Jesus went to prison.
Bro, most of the people in prison are Christian. I don't know what this guy's laughing about.
Can we get your recipe for making grilled cheese on the radiator? I want to learn about that. Make like grilled cheese pizza on the radiator.
You guys are making fun of people go to prison.
You making fun of you.
I would be fine too.
You're making fun of people go to prison.
We're making fun of you.
This conversation.
Like some of them.
If you don't know who the schmuck is, King, that means you.
Some of them have to die there forever.
Here we go. Watch this.
That's how you feel? That's terrible.
Eat us some more alpha. I like learning about this stuff.
What is there to learn, man? It's crazy. King was talking about we need more substance, and the guy's been abusing substance in this whole time.
When are you guys gonna realize the substance?
The whole time, all I hear is
no more substance
making fun of this, making fun of that. I don't hear any substance on.
So I'm playing the victim, King. It ain't working.
It's like
I'm playing victim, King.
Yo, King, have you noticed?
Substance, bro.
Hold on. Have you ever noticed that people that say they're ex-Muslim, once they like leave Islam, they claim to be like the biggest scholars? I never seen an ex-Muslim say, "I was just an average Muslim. I didn't know."
About 1,000 times.
They always act like they knew the most.
I'm a da'i. I'm starting.
I'm a da'i. My father's a sheikh. My dad's an imam.
My father was an atheist, by the way.
No, that's the rhetoric of most people, bro. Their father was a sheikh. Their father was an imam.
My mother was against me to study Islam.
Yeah,
my mother was an agnostic, so she was like, let the kid learn. And my father was doing import-export. He was in the food business, so for him, he's like, okay, fine, go kill yourself.
He didn't like you. It sounded like he didn't really like you.
He didn't care. He wasn't fond of me studying Islam.
Maybe it's daddy issues.
He just didn't care.
But that's the thing. Some people study Islam. Some people do it for the extra ramen noodles.
What the hell?
Bro, most of the prisons are filled with Christians, bro, not Muslims. So go check this out.
Hey, where'd the old man go? He left?
They become Christian after they see what you guys do with ramen noodles.
The senior citizen left.
Nope, they're born Christian, baptized. They go to the church. They eat the flesh and blood, and then they go to the prison.
Too much itis in your diet, man. You need to quit on the itis.
You guys hate Jew people, huh?
Y'all need to stop with the itis, bro. Really, stop it. Itis abuse.
Quality control in here is terrible, man.
You're right. Was pissed like you in the room.
You laugh after everything you say?
No, I'm laughing at everything you've been saying for the past 2 hours.
Cue the laugh.
You can tell this guy has no sense of humor.
I'll laugh for you. How about that?
No, King, I think he's just happy.
That's terrible.
King, I think
that's terrible.
Hold on. I think he's just happy to be around Muslims.
He's getting attention.
He's getting good flashbacks.
No. Nobody pays attention to in real life. So you come to, all these people are looking at me.
Actually, in my room, I hardly talk about religion.
In my room? Oh, you forgot your. Remember to laugh.
Actually, hardly talk about religion.
Is that how you guys happy when you guys walk around getting
Oh my gosh, man, I'm popular on Clubhouse, man. I'm called Clubhouse. People listen to me, man.
Okay, you guys been on Clubhouse for a while. Aren't you guys gonna use up your minutes for commissary?
Shaky has the same thing too. You can talk. This guy has you can tell he has no friends. You can just talk by listening to him. This guy has no friends.
Oh, worry, man.
Hey, man, I'm happy you guys found each other. Your hatred for Islam. Look, Islam brought y'all together. You have to give Islam credit. It brought all you losers together. They gave you something to laugh and talk about.
What you guys do in prison?
You have to give it credit.
Oh my goodness! I don't think the front outside of prison could count.
Islam, largest religion on the planet, bro.
Number one, man. It's only growing. And it's Draco, you know what's crazy, Draco? It's only growing. It's only growing.
It's growing, and guess what else grows with it? The amount of ramen noodle sales.
You gonna laugh?
You gotta get a new joke, Shake. You're beating at that horse.
He's a loser. What can you do? He thought it clicked in his head. Oh shit! I had a good joke. I need to reuse it.
And so, do you like the ramen noodles with the camel fist?
That's what I mean by loser behavior. Who's playing that rap music? Is that true?
I never get the camel pee reference.
Huh?
I got rap music, dude. I don't listen to that garbage music.
You don't listen to rap? I thought you did. I thought you sound like you listen to Paul Wall. Don't you listen to Paul Wall?
It's not modern rap. Modern rap's garbage.
Bubba Sparks.
Yeah, rap's garbage.
You know what I like? I like a hymn. There's a different type of hymn than in Islam.
Now, I like that Bay Area rap though.
Like people.
I don't like that mainstream rap. Mainstream rap's trash.
Shaq, you say you like the pronoun hymn?
Yeah, I said it's a different type of hymn than Islam. A hymn is like a music genre. A hymn is your wife in prison.
I thought that would be like your interest, as in you like guys. It's not music.
I don't know. That's something you guys do in prison. I wouldn't know.
I'm a Muslim. I can get 4 wives.
You guys are frisky tonight, bro.
Man, trigger you. Huh? I don't know, man. I hope Christians heal. So it has to hurt to see Christians becoming Muslims. I think that's where it comes from. I think it comes from them seeing all these Christians turn to Islam. They're like, what's going on? And their churches are turning to mosques. And they're like, what's going on?
I think you notice something when before and after your prison stay, the way you fart sounds different.
This is what this room has resolved to.
You forgot to laugh after that, Jake.
Alright, let's get back to theology.
Draco, we need some substance, man. You guys kind of love Jesus.
You had substance. Substance was the thing that got you there.
I'm a mod? Okay. Hey, I'm a mod, yo. Yeah.
For the record, it was not me. Because God forbids it.
Shout out to everybody.
You can get mad at Arbon.
Shout out to everybody.
Guys, let's just focus on theology. This polemic.
Let's just focus on.
No, it wasn't Megatron, I'll tell you that.
Not I'm a mod. Let's just focus on theology, guys.
Dang, King Pro.
What do you guys got?
I haven't seen this energy from you, son. What happened?
I'm chilling. You know what? I was just actually working out.
Oh, that's a lot.
I thought I was going to hear some substance, but
that's what it was.
The senior citizen yelling.
Well, you're the one that wanted to come up here with El Normo doing his spiel, dude. That's your fault. I left.
Why do you let this old guy?
And then I came back and El Normo was still talking.
You gotta, let the.
That's how it goes with
rest, man.
Dude, he thinks it's a competition about how many minutes you can.
And they kept cutting in. Poor Gon. Gon was here. He actually had something to say.
Great job topping out normal.
Yeah, you're just being.
I was rooting for you guys the whole time.
He ate too much sugar, man. I had to, get it out of him.
Yeah, you gotta chill, man.
Yeah, bro. I'm just chilling.
We get that you guys hate Islam. We understand. Okay?
I don't hate Islam.
I know you don't. You're probably you're more like sincere. You're probably the most sincere Christian here, actually.
Yeah, just Islam.
No, it's true. No, you are. I know Draco.
But why should I down another man's religion? You know.
You're just Sheikh. You're just I don't know what you are. Sound like you just watched too many Sam Shimon videos.
Sheikh is just special, special. So
yeah, it looks like, and honestly, you just seem like socially. You seem socially inept or something. Like something's wrong with you. You just feel. So I mean, I'll go easy on you.
Some people just. King, I thought you was a bit more respectful, King. Airing you tonight has been a different side that I've not heard before.
Look at this hypocrite, bro.
Hold on. Because I've talked. No, Lee.
White trash from Britain is trying to beat the
hold on. Lee, I've talked to Lisa before, and she was okay. Honestly, the first time, she started off a little heated against Islam, but she mentioned that her husband's Muslim, and she had some nice things to say about the Quran. Actually, she said it was a beautiful book.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I think when she argues with her husband at home, she can't win the argument. So then she comes on here. She comes on here and takes it out on us. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, oh yeah, you want the argument? Just wait.
Don't even go there. Listen. I may not agree with the religion of Islam, but me and my husband is a good fucking man. Do not bring my husband into this equation.
Yeah, he's a good fucking man. He can teach you to respect other people.
No. You need to be taught how to respect people. You fucking
time out. Hey, time out.
It's you need to be taught. Yeah, aren't you from England? You're supposed to know English. It's taught, not teach.
Well, I speak better English than you. I speak English. I'm like you fucking jarhead. Listen.
Time out.
Hold on a minute, Kate. He comes in here, he starts bringing my husband into the conversation. My land's always said to me to defend yourself. If someone's insulting you or trying to shit you, you defend yourself.
Okay.
Doesn't matter who it is.
So Lisa, it was a little tongue in cheek. Honestly, I don't think he meant it like that.
That's exactly how he meant it.
Okay, wait.
This stupid ass white bitch
don't call us. Okay, wait.
Literally calls us slaves and says she owns us, and I'm supposed to respect it.
Excuse me. Hold on a minute. This is what I'm saying. He's putting words into my mouth. What did I say?
Okay.
I said Muhammad and the Sabbath still taking slaves in fucking Lebanon.
Did you not say you own us?
Shut your mouth.
Did you not say you own us?
I said we own America still, bro. We colonized.
Okay, but that's not nice. That's not. You shouldn't say that, Lisa. Lisa shouldn't say that.
Verbatim.
Guys.
No, Americans. Did I say black people? No, I did not. You fucking liar.
Lisa.
You brought him into the conversation. You ruined it.
What? What'd I do?
What about the husband in this?
You guys go each other.
No. They're both honestly. Both of them are wrong. Honestly, both of them. But Lisa, you really should not have brought up race.
No, hold on, King. What I said is that Muhammad and the Sabbath is still taking black slaves in Lebanon. How is that being racist, bro? It's the truth.
No. So we know. Listen, Lisa. Islam is emphatic. Racism is un-Islamic. Period.
No.
The Prophet made it clear.
Hold on.
He made it clear.
No. You're not like. Don't lie.
There's no superiority over a white man.
Your religion of what slaves doing in 2025, bro. Stop lying.
There's no racism in Islam.
Yes, there is.
And Alpha, shut up. No one's talking to you. There's no racism in Islam. The Prophet was emphatically clear.
No, I said, listen, King, verbatim, what I said was,
superior.
I said black people are traitors to their own people because Muhammad and the Sabbath still taking
Lisa, that's a very racist thing to say to black people.
No, black
you as a white, you
are traitors to their own people.
You as a white woman. speak for black people.
So what? Lee, you know it is what? Yeah, alhamdulillah. We civilized you, bro. Just behave yourself.
Okay, now that's racism.
Yeah, because he's chatting shit. King, I'm gonna usually talk like this. The dude is talking shit.
Lisa, I'm a black guy. You're being racist. What do you want me to do here?
King, listen. I've got respect for you, bro. I can have a conversation with you.
Okay. I need you. Okay, but you're insulting all black people. It's not just me.
I said, listen, but he's putting words into my mouth. I said verbatim that black Muslims are traitors to their own indigenous people because Muhammad and the Saba are still taking slaves in Lebanon. That's what I said. That is not being racist. That's speaking facts. That's speaking the truth.
That's racist.
No, it's not.
Who the hell is
Muhammad? Who the hell is Muhammad? Man, shut up, Lee. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to King.
No, seriously. What do you mean? What do you mean by Muhammad and whatever?
Right, what are Muslims doing in Lebanon now to black people? Please tell me what they're doing today to black people. They're still taking them as slaves.
You just love to lie.
Okay. I'm not lying. Go look it up. You can read it.
Why? Okay. If people are doing certain things, why aren't you doing it to Muslims and Muhammad?
Because they're doing it in the name of Allah. They're doing it under Islam. They're justifying it through Islam. Go look it up. Oh my God, Lee, I'm not talking to you, bro.
You don't have to talk
to me. But he's right, though. Lebanon has a lot of Christians, too.
Listen, go look up who's enslaving black people in Lebanon right now.
He's not going to say Muslims.
Yeah, it's Muslims. It is Muslims, bro. Yes, it's Muslims. It's Muslims.
Lisa, ask your husband. Your husband's Muslim. Ask him.
He's at work. Listen.
So stop bringing up racism in front of black people. That's all I'm
trying
to
it's
tell
not
you.
racism.
You know better.
How is it racism to bring up what is in your book? How is it racism? Listen, how is it racism that people are still being enslaved under the religion of Islam, bro? Like, come on, let's be real. Stop being disingenuous. Stop fucking lying, Lee.
The New Testament says the slave has to listen to his master. That's what the New Testament says.
I don't care what the New Testament says or the Old Testament. What I'm saying is, we're in 2025 and it's still happening today under the religion of Islam, bro.
You're a liar.
This is how dumb you are, bro. Go look it up. Go look it up, you
Where in the Quran does it say go capture slaves in Lebanon? What the hell are you talking about?
Mate, they're doing it in the name of religion in Lebanon today.
Where did they get the slaves from?
You're crazy. Literally, you're doing nothing about what's going on in the world.
I know what's going on.
I'm telling you that's not Islamic, okay?
It's not even true. She's read some propaganda somewhere.
No, it's not. Listen, why is everything propaganda when it doesn't have a narrative, bro? It's all over the news. Man, you're full of shit.
You're full of shit.
Fucking jahil, man. You're
Bro, you're a redneck piece of shit. You're full of jahil.
Mate, listen, proud redneck, bro.
Lisa.
You're Scottish potato.
Lisa, stop, please. Okay? No better. Stop.
Listen, this guy comes on, yeah. First of all, he brings my husband into the argument. Leave my husband out. You brought my husband into it, you fucking dog.
How do I know your husband is
Listen, you dog. You're a dog. You act like a dog. You act like an animal. I'll treat you like one, bro.
Hey!
Fucking dog.
You dog fucker.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen, he brought my husband into it, King. Leave my husband is a better Muslim than you will ever be, bro. Like, literally. You fucking dog.
Hey, can you act like adults, both of you? Yeah, Lee, who took Lee down? Okay, now I gotta be fair, you know? I gotta be fair.
Thank you.
Fair. Let's be fair, guys. I need you both to chill out, though, okay? You won't get along today.
God, you ruined it, bro. You ruined it.
I need both of you to chill out. Draco, what do you want to talk about?
You made Lisa leave, dude.
There's no racism in Islam. That's the only point I'm gonna make here. So stop talking about your book, your Muhammad did not. There's no racism in Islam. Period.
Did you
the first crime.
He dropped me down, Megatron.
Hey! I didn't drop you to come back and fight. Hey,
you dropped me.
Yeah, but not for you to come back.
This is what I mean, man. Megatron, we had this conversation.
I brought you back up, but you gotta chill.
About putting fucking Muslims as mods on your account, bro. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God, Lisa, do you know how Lee was quiet? How come you can't just chill? Just chill out. It's like a little time out.
Nigga trying to sleep, by the way, from the
It's like a little time out, okay? That's all it is. It's just a little time out. Jeez.
You know what's funny? The president of Lebanon is Christian. Why is he allowing slavery in his country? That's the real question.
I know. We know she's dead wrong. It's okay. We don't need to argue with her.
No, I'm not wrong. Go look it up.
Okay, fine. We'll look it up, okay?
Why is the Christian president allowing it?
Mate, how do you know it's a Christian president?
Because I know. His name is Joseph Aoun.
Lebanese people are, they're very, I know Muslims who go to church in Lebanon. They go to church, they're very kind of fluid. So, it's not as black or white.
Regardless, they're still taking slaves.
Okay.
In the Middle East today, black slaves. Go look it up.
The KKK were Christians.
They're taking white slaves too, you know that?
So what? I'm not sitting here crying about slavery like you are, Lee.
You're the one that brought it up, you idiot.
I'm not sitting here crying about slavery.
Hey, can you stop? I did not listen. I didn't bring it up to fight round 2. Just stop. Stop it.
You still got jungle fever.
Man, you're a fucking baboon, mate. You're a fucking idiot.
Don't say that. Lee's my brother.
You have Lee hanging out.
He's my brother.
Huh? He is trolling right now.
I am, and I'm biased. I'm proud to say yes. I'm biased towards my Muslims, but I'll always be fair to everyone. How about that? I'm a fair king. But yeah, of course I'm gonna be biased. Of course I'm gonna be. Draco, let's talk about something. Come on, bring something up.
What do you want to talk about, bro?
I'm too repetitive. You know what I talk about usually, so.
Yeah. I don't have nothing to say about your religion.
Why are you not a Muslim, Draco?
Because why would I abandon Jesus for Islam?
You get Jesus and Allah.
Nah, bro, I have a different message. I don't know. I have a different message.
You know, as a Muslim, right? As a Muslim, I don't feel like I abandoned Jesus at all. I feel like I know.
You don't feel that way, which is fine.
Even though I never grew up Christian, I always.
Yeah, I don't need the middleman your prophet did. That's just how it is.
So in prison, do they do a lot of goon maxing?
You wanna joke again?
Shay, don't get kicked, bro. Participate in the conversation.
All right, got it.
Shay, I think you should just go commit a crime, go to prison, since you like talking.
No, Shake's trolling. You can have
I'm not about that guy.
He wants to go to prison. So but Shake, something tells me you're not really cut out to go to prison, man. I just feel like maybe.
I'm not. Not because I'm not a particular religion.
You're too much of a, you're a good guy. You know what I mean? Go be a good guy. Be a good boy. Be a good boy. Marry a good lady.
All right, I'm done with the politics.
Sorry, Draco, what were you saying earlier before we got cut off?
Leaving a different message.
I can honestly, man, like I keep saying, at least I think you would agree, Jesus, what he preached, like the message he preached, the message he came with, is an Islamic message.
No, it's not. Because there's no love in Islam, bro. Jesus preached kindness, love, compassion. There's none of that in Islam, by the way.
Hold on, Lisa. I'm sorry to get personal. And yeah, you ended up falling in love with a Muslim, marrying a Muslim.
Yeah, well, I was an atheist. I was an atheist, bro, when I married my husband.
It doesn't matter. He showed you love.
I know no different about God.
He showed you the way, the truth, and the light.
But he showed you love.
No, he didn't.
But he showed you love.
But listen, it's not about that. This is what I said. This is what's disappointing about Islam. I tell you what's disappointing. When I see my husband and how he behaves, he acts more Christ-like than a Muslim.
Because Christ is a Muslim.
No, because Isa in the Quran is not Jesus of the Bible, bro.
Okay. So, you read the Quran yourself. No, Lisa, hold on. Lisa, you told me you found the Quran to be a beautiful book.
Listen, I said to you, the
backtracking
Quran. No, I said the Quran is the Quran is a nice book to read. Yeah, just because it makes sense doesn't mean it's real.
You didn't say it was nice. You said it was beautiful.
The hadiths and Muhammad is not. I'm sorry, it's not. He's a warlord.
We'll talk about that later. But you said the Quran is beautiful, though. That's what you said.
Yeah, I like the Quran. Yeah, I do like the Quran.
Okay, then. So why are you saying, oh, Islam is devoid of love, when the Quran talks about love, too?
But what does the hadiths teach?
Why do you keep saying but?
You haven't read all the hadiths.
Because most Muslims follow the Sunnah.
You haven't read most of the hadiths.
It goes together with the Quran.
Most Muslims
because a lot of the hadiths, hold on, wait. A lot of the hadiths contradict the Quran.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do, Lee.
What point?
If you listen, when you look at the hadiths, do you check to see if it contradicts the words of Allah before you take the hadith?
That's why they have a grading system of Sahih, Hasan, Da'if.
Even Sahih, though, Lee, contradict the word of Allah.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
But anyways, look, there's over 20,000 Sahih hadith. There's no way you read all of them. Most Muslims haven't read all of them, so I don't know how you make that judgment that most of the hadith is, doesn't teach love or any of this. You haven't read most of it.
Maybe I've not read over, well, I know there's more than 2,500 hadiths. Maybe I've not read all of them, but the ones I have read, I'm sorry, they contradict the word of Allah.
20,000.
Lisa, what do you think the core message is of Islam?
It's the 5 pillars.
Lisa. Lisa, did you hear me?
Hold on, just 2 minutes. I'm doing something.
Greetings, my flock. Greetings.
Simon Miguel.
What's going on?
That is Miguel. Indeed, it is I.
What's going on, Miguel? You're a Hindu this month? What's going on, man?
I gotta talk to Miguel. We'll talk privately, man. We'll find time.
I will convert thee. You will see, King. You will go back. You will be my sign.
We're not. I'm not exposing. I'm not exposing in public like this. We'll talk in a private. No, I just don't want.
But you know, like, I don't care. He stands on business, you know.
So the core message of Islam is Tawheed, the oneness
That's
of
one thing
God,
that I
and what you
Okay, I mean, I guess that's a core message. But like, how is that different from what Jesus taught? Essentially, when he was asked, like,
because Jesus is triune God. So how is that the same message?
No, like when he's asked, like, hey, what's the most important commandment? What did he say?
Yeah, but Islam goes against the commandments of God as well. So
I'm just asking, what was when he was asked the most important commandment to follow? What did he say?
Abandon your hate, Lisa. It does you no good, nor does it help you find the truth. This is what it is. My sheep want to squabble among themselves.
We have to separate the sheep from the goat, and Islam is the goat, unfortunately.
The greatest of all
time. But why do you care about the goat? Why not care about the shepherd?
So Lisa, look up when Jesus is asked the most important commandment, the most important thing. What does he say?
To worship God alone, yeah.
Thank you. And you just said Tawheed is like the central to Islam.
Yeah, but it's still, the thing is, I know where you're going, King. The point is, even though Jesus taught to worship the Father, the one God alone, right? Islam still go against some of the commandments.
We'll get to that later. But for the core message, right? The core message, you acknowledge it's the same thing. As far as what Jesus said is the most important thing and what Islam is, Jesus is pointing you to Islam.
1 second, my brother King. What is it, the commandment that you believe the Muslims blaspheme against?
That's for you.
That you believe is binding to all Christians.
Lisa, I think that question was for you.
I was talking to you, King. He said, King.
No.
What is it, the command?
No, you said king. Not Lisa, you said king.
Oh, I stand corrected, my daughter. All ears listen.
Listen, you sound really condescending, bro. Like, I'm not even going to conversate with you. I'd rather talk to a king who's a Muslim than speak to you.
Mikhail, I don't know what happened to him, but something, maybe he just changed, you know? He had an identity thing happen. I don't know. But he's been like this.
Somebody laced his joint, bro.
This is what they said of Muhammad. He is but a crazy man speaking poetry and playing around and dabbling with.
Yeah, that's different than having a laced joint.
Indeed, it is. But you can see the conflation.
Okay, so Lisa, he's asking you which parts of Islam blaspheme against the commandments.
What commandment do you find a binding?
Yeah,
it's too powerful, bro. Like, I'm too powerful. I'm serious, man.
Why you?
He's not talking to me, Bart. He's talking to Lisa.
Bro, I got it, man. I got that magic. I got that Jesus mojo, bro. I feel it.
I thought you were asleep.
I'm like
doing like 2 hours
straight
of
up,
polemics.
You woke up with the beautiful voice.
You not the humans can't become Super Saiyan, right? Only the Saiyans can become Super Saiyan.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, Draco, you're just not of the Saiyan race, man.
Do it in a yoga voice. Or not yoga. What's the name? Yoda. Do it in Yoda's voice.
Oh, yeah.
That is hilarious. I love that, though.
Damn, Lisa, you went quiet.
Yeah, I'm just sorting my cats out. Just 2 minutes.
I think cats are Muslim, by the way. Most of them.
We all submit to our Lord Jesus Christ, King.
Now you want to do polemics one more time, but not trying to get kicked out.
Yeah, we'll talk privately, man.
All ready to welcome the year of our Lord Jesus Christ.
King, because when my husband does his, my husband prays 5 times a day, and he does the extra sunnah prayers, right? And every time he prays, the cats go and lay on the mat with him.
I'm telling you, I'm not just saying that. It's true.
They must like the recitation.
I promise you, I've heard a cat recite the Quran. I know you're not going to believe me.
You should buy a little prayer mat for the cat.
No, he lays on the prayer mat with my husband. It's funny.
May the Holy Spirit forever overwhelm you.
Yeah, I miss my cat.
How's the cat Muslim before you, Lisa? Don't you look at that like that?
Man, listen, I will never leave you. If you know Christ, you will never leave Christ. It's as simple as that.
You never leave Christ.
Islam does not tell you to leave our Lord Jesus Christ. Muhammad never preached that, nor the Quran said.
No, because Isa of the Quran is not the same Jesus as the Bible. No, man,
what makes you say that, Lisa?
Lisa, I am called Mikhail and I am called Michael. Is there really a difference?
What does your username say?
I am Illumi.
Exactly, so I'm addressing you by username.
Oh, my sheep, how you have suffered.
I think she'll end up Muslim, honestly.
But she already is. But you do not know, King.
The Trinity is one God.
There is no difference between Trinity and Tawheed. I have solved all. All may address their questions to me. Ask and you shall receive. But I will speak to you as you are Gentiles, unaware of our ways and our truths. So you may sit at the table and feed at the crumbs, while we chosen solve these petty matters of yours.
May we act judges among you, and be the sons of God to the sons of man.
Man, you really do know how to kill a room, don't you, Illume?
The truth will set you free. And the truth extinguishes all falsehood.
Like
all
you guys really don't want this? I want to listen to this. I'm just waiting on him to get there. I'm just waiting on him to get there already.
In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, all knees shall bow to our Lord Jesus Christ. Welcome and herald the year of our Lord 2026.
Maybe he's doing the missionary tactic, you know?
Oh.
Some missionaries go all in.
No, dude, like, do I have to, like, drop the showmanship? Okay. I mean, if I have to speak to you as if you were my brother James.
That's a tactic people do when they get pulled over. When the cops go through the window, you're like, have you heard of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints?
I would run away.
Hey, if it works, it works, man. If it works, it works. You'd be surprised that bumper sticker what it can do.
Bro, I got a Pakistani friend. He has a bumper sticker that says "Bag the Blue," so it never gets stopped.
Indeed, King, I have solved it all there. And I do not just in this. For there is only one Logos, and all must accept it. Willingly or unwillingly, all must submit to the Logos. That is the seat of our Lord, that is forever ushered.
Bart keeps saying, look at Mikael. He accepted the Trinity. So, I don't know, man.
I have understood the Trinity for what the Trinity is, and Barth does not. For they are like the sheep, unaware of the intelligibility of man. But they understand the call of the shepherd. Bro, I'm just too good at this now. It's just.
Wait, who was the first guy to
using superpowers, bro?
What's the guy's name?
Jesus, man. Jesus sets you free, King.
I like Jesus. I never had a beef with Jesus.
Why'd you leave Jesus alone? Did he not give you the Holy Spirit? Did he not show you the way and the truth and the light?
Jesus,
Did Jesus disappoint you?
The Jesus I like is on that side. Submit your will to the Father. Only He is one. I'm just gonna accept God alone. That's my Jesus.
Yeah, but Alan's not the father, though, is he? So how can that be?
Lisa,
language.
Is our Lord, is not the Lord of Jesus, the Lord of all lords, our Father. Is our Father not the Lord of Jesus?
What's interesting is, what's his name, Theophilus? Theophilus of Antioch, he was the first one to propose the Trinity, right?
You do not know the Trinity.
And then Tertullian, too, 30 years later. One substance, three persons.
And there's always the Usi.
When was that? Because
180 years, bro.
The earliest church fathers they didn't have this concept that these Christians have.
Yeah, Theophilus was 180 AD, and then Tertullian was 210 AD.
The Trinity of the Christians and the bishops and the ecumenical council is simply the last supper of the eternal knowledge that was known even to the ancients. The eternal triad cannot be denied.
The triad
did not invent the triad. The triad.
Isn't that like a Japanese game?
Yeah. There is the absolute actual, and the actualized potential, and the potential actualized. My brother Lee.
Now that Bart, you slick? Bart, can you hear me? reminded me of Zanera.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up? What did
Did you do something?
No.
What happened to Zanera?
May of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Blame on Mikhail. Like,
why? Did you have beef with her? What happened?
Blame it on Mikhail.
What happened? You have
Blame it on the
No, nothing happened. I think she got wifed up. You know, it's winter time, bro. Fifth season.
Cuffing season.
Yeah.
Cuddle weather.
Exactly. We cuddling up.
She will be back. And
We'll be
she
back.
will bow.
Broke the cycle. Clubhouse. It's good.
For Zunaida is a zealot for the truth, even though she can be a confused lamb at times. You, King, I shall bring you back to the flock of our Lord Jesus Christ.
I love my life. How
Are you afraid of me?
I love my Islam, man.
Will you
We can
refuse
talk.
the truth?
No,
He's
Mikhail.
still
We'll talk.
He's still Muslim. He's talking about.
You are only delaying the baptism of fire, King.
It's not leaving Islam, bro.
You are only delaying the baptism of
So
fire.
why don't you be like him, boy? Be the type of Muslim he is.
I tell all that my way is the way of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Bro, you know what I like about Clubhouse? You meet all these different denominations, the way the stuff in real life. Only on Clubhouse.
I know enough about Islam already, bro.
I know what you do not know, and are those who know equal to those who do not know? For there can only be one shepherd and many sheep.
Draco, maybe you should be like Miguel too, man.
He is already. They know what we do not know, which is that within themselves. They know they cannot deny the truth that I speak. They know that I have the Logos. I am in union with the Logos, and I manifest the Son of God through the Son of Man. So the baptism of water, the Holy Spirit may rain down upon my sanctified temple, and the Shekinah may usher within me, and I may feed you the gnosis. So may you receive the baptism of fire, and be like me, as I in Jesus, as Jesus is in our Father.
Okay.
We are all one in the Holy Spirit, in the Spirit of our Father and our Lord Jesus Christ.
So give a quick summary of how you've come to make sense of the Trinity, if you can.
Usia doctrine plus Tawheed equals cohesion. Or what is Tawheed but Usia doctrine, and what is Usia doctrine but Tawheed? But what can the Greek tongue do when based with the Semitic divinity.
Your word should have been theosis.
My words are gnosis, just as our Lord Jesus Christ
not theosis.
left us the Last Supper that ushered in the Ecumenical Council.
You should go on YouTube and we gotta see this Eastern Orthodox guy. No funny, bro. Every time he talks about theosis, he starts crying. And you can see it's on different times he's been interviewed. He just starts crying.
Why are you like Lazarus?
Almost me.
Megatron, Both. My sheep.
Almost made me cry, bro. Little fat dude with a beard.
Why are you like Lazarus to Jesus? Always telling him of the great rabbis, when the great rabbi is among you. Do I need to make a sign out of you?
No, Jesus was the sign.
Indeed.
Painting my living room now. I did the dining room last week. The kitchen.
For I resolved to know nothing while I was with you, except Jesus Christ. The gospel I preached is not of human origin. For this gospel I received from our Lord Jesus Christ. So may we all manifest the mind of Christ, and may we all be in union with the Holy Spirit, and be one with Christ, as he is one with the Father. Amen. I feel the silence of the crowds, just as our Lord Jesus silenced the crowds with his words. He speaks with the authority of God, they say. He must be claiming he is our Father. But all Jesus said was, before Abraham I am. For I am the Son of God.
You know that the Pharisees used to call Abraham Father. And during that time.
Indeed, Ibrahim Abana Shilano
is a statement.
Indeed, Abraham, my father, whose blood runs in my veins, gives me my same powers to supersede to the Son of God and the Son of Man, as our Goku has come and shown us our Lord Jesus Christ.
Hey, you want to learn something? This is a good one.
I have only been sent to the generation of Dragon Ball Z.
Usually how a mass goes. So if you read it up at the top, the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen.
You showed me the words of the Latins when I am the Semite here among you, from the seed of Abraham and from the lineage of Isaac and Ishmael.
These are good ones. Now, this is the order of the Mass.
Have you guys watched The Chosen? I highly recommend all the stories.
Yeah, I can tell you were quoting The Chosen. I can tell you.
Never watched it. I knew Bart Link was coming.
I watched it 15 times.
15 times. 15 times.
I watched it 18 times.
18 times. Both I will exorcise that demon. I will. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, I will exorcise them.
Is it accurate, The Chosen? You feel like it's accurate, Bart?
No, definitely not.
It's too Hollywood.
I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, you gotta kind of mix it. It's like watching a vampire movie. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like there's different versions of it. So it all depends on, what version you want. But more versions have to come out, so people kind of have like a blueprint. They've been getting better, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I heard they're making a Passion of the Christ too. So,
I mean, they should.
The sequel.
Indeed, one of my lost sheep, Bill Gibson, is going to be making his appearance for our Lord Jesus.
They should just take like the movie and just call it Matthew, and it just be the Book of Matthew.
I'm pretty sure they've already done that.
Yes, it's called the Book of Matthew.
Oh, it's Acts.
Well, you think they've done that? Yeah, I mean Acts. Or you could put like two books together. It would be like a long movie.
They do not know what they are saying, Draco. They are speaking the truth, but they do not know.
But are you guys making fun of me, Bob? What did I say, Draco?
No, my boy. We are
You said they did it already?
for you are a sheep who has spoken the truth.
Of course I'm a sheep. I'm a fucking little bitch. With these fucking Bro, I love this color, bro. It's called a new gray.
That's what she said.
It's spelled ANEW, right? And it has like a brown, like a light, even though it has that tint of gray, brown undertone. It's such an amazing color. Gives it like that rich feel.
Can someone explain?
Plus, I'm kind of like a clean freak, so like my couch is probably like a little dusty and shit. And the baseboard's dusty and stuff. So
tell your wife.
I'm not gonna just wipe everything. It's
okay. That's why you have a wife. That's what your wife is there for. Now let us hear from Santa.
She's got a lot. He really does a lot. What are you talking about? How much do you think, dude? How much
God,
things
our
do you
Lord
think
Father,
your wife could
through Jesus Christ, bless her to do you even more.
Looking good, bro. What's up?
When I have twin girls and a boy, they're a year apart.
Man, twins, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, she does keep the house clean, but.
Santa, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I was gonna ask if someone could explain The Chosen to me, because I promised I was gonna watch it. I downloaded it, and I never did.
You want us to spoil the show for you?
Yes, please. I don't even really want to watch it. I'm just going to because I promised I would, but I don't really care. I don't get it. What is it?
It's about our Lord Jesus Christ.
I get that part, but like, did they change the story? You guys were saying it's like not really accurate. That's the part that kind of like, I'm like, why am I gonna watch this if it's like a dramatized version of the Bible? Then what's the point?
How do you know it's accurate? Yeah, it's like that's insane.
No, you just. I thought you guys just said that it wasn't like accurate to the Bible. That's what I said.
What do we know? We have like this fantasy in our minds, thinking we know what the fuck we're talking about.
I know, but he does not know, for he is the sheep, and he is only speaking in the name of the sheep. Ask and you shall receive. All the chosen presents is a rationalized depiction of the journey of our Lord Jesus Christ, all the way to his crucifixion.
Have you ever thought about...
here we go. I feel the disturbance in the force.
Yes. I want you to think about this, because I've actually been thinking about this since the whole... and I'm not trying to talk about this, like eschatology.
Shouldn't we prioritize those who are not even sheep but swine?
Yes. Well, we spare the swine. So this is the thing. Think that a new sect, Abrahamic faith, is going to come out of Gaza. I just have this. I'm not going to see it in my lifetime. From the looks of it, looks like.
What did you say?
It's like a new sect.
You say Antichrist is out of Gaza?
No, not an Antichrist. The sect of Abraham, like Abrahamic, like a new sect out of Gaza.
Out of which religion?
It could be like a
Christian, Jewish, Muslim. Which one are you talking about?
It could be a mixture of all three.
I am already here.
It would be a new religion, not a sect.
I am confused. Why does she
confuse the what would it be the heresy of? It wouldn't be the heresy of Judaism because it's in Israel. Or maybe, you never know.
No,
they have heresy too. They have some cult Jewish groups.
But that's just the premonition I get looking at it.
No, but that's already
Israel's
religion,
gonna
right?
have to help. They're gonna, once they start to rebuild, they'll probably be citizens.
I mean, the same thing happened in the West Bank. They didn't have no religion there.
No, this is different, bro.
No, West Bank, but 48 territories, which is present-day Israel. There's like Palestinian Israelis there.
I would think they would want to rebuild it because they want their generations to stay there, right?
Oh, my father, they do not know.
It's just like, even when there's like this horrible thing, there's always something good that comes out of it. I'm not talking about like a radical group either.
Are you saying with hardship comes ease?
I'm saying that like...
No, Bob, you do not know what you're talking about at all.
You're going to have a better relationship with Israel, and you never know, it might morph into something like, you know, you got these like wannabe like little gangster, you know, bandits on the West Bank.
Oh,
and that could totally, you gotta realize something, right? Like that could totally flip in one day. You get what I'm trying to say, King? Like that'd be like negative one side, and then the next day it'd be part of a new movement. But don't think that like people feel like they could be being lied to. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they could be being lied to, and they could realize they were wrong. So you never know. You don't You don't know what the future holds. So just a little radical group like that you see these young kids in the West Bank doing stupid shit. It takes a group like that to flip. Because that's a new sect in itself.
Yes, because the people in these lands have been rioting since the times of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Oh, who wanted
in
to come
different
up?
names.
Oh, Cora, what's up, Cora?
Actually, there's a new group there. There's a new group there called the Settlers. You know about them? The curly haired settlers.
You might not understand this thing about rabbinical Judaism, but it's always going to be sex. It's never going to be like one group. There's always going to be like their own group.
As you can see, Bob is endowing us with the wisdom of his geopolitics of the region of
No, not geopolitics. This is
and
just
spiritual affairs of the people of the land, Israel.
I mean, it would make sense to invest in the people that are there. I mean, hopefully things get better in the future, but
how about in America? How about in
America's
your
gonna
own family?
America's gonna be fine. We're gonna keep building.
Everybody good in your own family.
Say inshallah.
Yeah, we're gonna be good in the United States, I think. I mean, pretty soon we're gonna have like submarines that are like on their own, and we could have fucking hundreds of them going really deep waters.
Yes, indeed, in the ways of our Lord Jesus Christ, we shall build weapons of mass destruction.
Right.
Horror and terror throughout humanity.
Not terror, protection.
Protection.
Yes.
The giant protecting himself from mice.
You're trying to protect from God, Megatron?
Correct. With
There's no protection from God, man. When his punishment comes down, my friend, won't be nowhere to hide.
They got submarines for that, bro. They're gonna hide in the submarine.
Dude.
What about the seed bank in fucking, what is it, Iceland or some shit?
The reckoning is about to come, my friend.
I thought it was somewhere in Siberia.
Yeah, it is Siberia. It's crazy how they have a seed bank like that, as if like a fucking zombie apocalypse will outbreak. Those zombies sound more legit than fucking aliens.
I think it's more a protective measure against like global like crop failure due to some sort of infectious thing, because we mono up so much. So like a lot of the seeds they're saving are like heirloom seeds and stuff. So
I don't think it's Siberia, because Siberia's in Russia. They wouldn't trust the Russians with that.
It's a global, like an international seed bank. It doesn't, there doesn't.
I think it's Norway.
Let the white people speak. Let the chosen people like Cora. Cora's Jewish. She is of the seed of Abraham. That has.
You're Jewish, Cora? Oh my God. I feel betrayed.
It's in Svalbard. Everything good's in Svalbard.
You guys are gonna need some protection from your creditors. You owe so much money to the world. When they come to collect you, like, here, talk to our submarines.
Don't worry, don't you see Cora's breasts? They're so blessed.
There's another one in Jan Mayen. You guys know where Jan Mayen is? It's like this weird little island on the east side of Greenland.
At this point, the creditors are only happy with the interest they make on the debt. You know, our interest that we pay on our debt is like approaching $900 billion a year. So no one cares about the principal anymore. They just collect the rent.
It's all just conceptual anyway.
Exactly.
The world will be good as long as the lands of the blessed lands of Abraham continue to pour out the black gold that is oil. Let's just hope the fellow Amalekites.
Goon, are you Filioque?
Goon? The banners. Yeah, I'm Filioque. Don't ask me to defend.
You know, I was doing it. I was doing it with Draco. You had here crying before.
Yeah.
Let Cora speak. Let Cora speak.
I said he was hanging out at the piano bar.
I have something in the background, like a jazz music. Here's some jazz.
Okay.
It's interesting. It's so far away and very low volume, but somehow you can hear it.
You brought some fantasies back to Cora.
Yo, Goon, I started with one verse, didn't let the verse go, bro.
I did
not
stand
let
up on
it go.
top.
The first verse I gave them, they just stayed
What
on
is it? What did you say?
A verse on what?
the verse for
I've been
Filioque.
picked up.
I know. I would take you to a place like that.
I can sing.
I can see that's your vibe.
Draco didn't let go of that verse.
Belt out a couple towards.
I'll tell you the verse.
Whatever.
It's John 15:26.
Someone here just really into
John 15:26.
Is it the one that says everything the Father has under the sun?
No, you gotta read it.
Some Michelle fired for one from the Fabulous Baker Boys. More than you know.
When the anarchy comes, whom I will send to you from the Father, the Spirit of God, goes out from the Father. He will testify on. I mean, yeah, that's that. I mean, that shows that the Spirit comes from the Father through Christ. It doesn't necessarily prove and proceed. The thing is, the Filioque is basically the doctrine that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. Like, there's two participants to the procession of the Spirit, which is different to what the Orthodox would say, where they say he only knows the sole origin of the Spirit. Actually, no, because they say that the Spirit comes from the Father and the Son. The Filioque is the belief that both the Son and the Father kind of send out the Holy Spirit. But I don't know, this verse, it shows it comes
And
from
why
the
do you
Father,
speak of matters you do not know?
It shows, to be honest, Mark, I wouldn't use that. Like, I wouldn't say that this is definitive proof of the video.
Oh, yes, it is. John 14:16. Read out.
John.
I'm just, listen, Boone, these verses, that doesn't say that the Spirit proceeds from Father. Neither does this one. They lie.
None of them say anything, man. You guys making up as you go, man.
I don't get it. I tell them I already solved your problems. They don't tell them all your questions. They don't listen to me. I don't know. I don't know what else. Do I hold them and shake them? What do I do? Do I pick up the whip and go up to the temple and start flipping the tables and whipping them all? But then they might say that I have gone and caused corruption. And then they might try to crucify me.
I mean, Cora, I was trying to make them understand the implications and not be carrying on shots. The implications by saying that God can't do these things. Nothing comes forth with his nature. But then, at the same time, they try to say it does, like his speech.
Yes, just make
God like a sort of like asexual procreator?
Asexual procreator. I mean, I think that is what God is, right? Just think. We say him for what? Like.
So then our Lord Father, the absolute nous, procreated all of us, including Jesus.
It's because we're the receiver. He's the giver. That's, I think, right? I mean, I don't know. That's a good
Another
Christian
truth.
thing to know.
Indeed, you have spoken indeed, Santa.
There is the judge and the redeemer.
Well, that's why the church is a woman, because she's the receiver. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, everything that emanates from the monad or the nous or whatever is it comes about autogamously, like, you know.
Exactly. It's just how you understand God if you don't think of it this way. Like it's kind of, I don't know. It's just tipo de monotype.
So you understand it, Moth? Should we all rejoice?
I don't. I'm just saying that this model makes sense. Like,
but yet Cora, the Jew, understand.
Oh, is she Jewish? Are you Jewish?
No, everyone. I get asked if I'm Jewish all the time. Believe me, like Jewish moms fucking like come up to my mom like after I graduated from high school and it was like, oh, my son, he like really liked your daughter, and she was such a good Jewish girl. We just wish they had dated. And a lot of my mom's like, we're not Jewish, we're Presbyterian. Like, it's kind of weird.
Why would they ask? Why would they ask?
I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
You have a big rack?
Jewish sexy look to her.
You have a big rack or a big nose?
It's Jewish.
Both.
Jewish sexy nose. That's crazy.
Anyway.
Yeah, just because a girl is good looking doesn't mean she's sexy.
AP classes with like all the Jewish doctor and lawyers kids, you know. But you know, that doesn't mean they didn't think other girls that were in those classes were Jewish just because they were in those classes. My best friends were Jewish.
I think my daughter's gonna be Jewish.
Look, if Ivanka Trump can be Jewish, of course you're going to be Jewish.
I mean, if we're going by like maternal haplogroup, I'm technically like legitimately Caucasian, like I'm H1.
Well, if we're gonna go by maternal haplogroup, then half the Ashkenaz are Caucasian.
90%. No, 70%.
I'm gonna show you like this kid's fantasy book she used to read. She read them all, and they're all stories from the Old Testament. But like with a twist, you wouldn't be able. I mean, it dressed it up. I'll tell you what the name is. I'm gonna go inside.
I will leave you, my sheep, for this conversation is not at my level. I need the gnosis of the gods. Peasants, I bear you farewell.
What did you guys do to him to become
I've been here for a while.
He used to be like a Salafi, like some other stuff.
It's been on for a while.
He's on this. I think he saw like the Passion of the Christ and the Chosen One. And it's like on the same day where he binge watched.
Oh, makes sense.
Happy Rosh Hashanah Eve, everyone. He doesn't find our discussion stimulating. That's the whole idea. It's just his mind is somewhere else the whole time. We don't stimulate him enough, I guess. doesn't do da'wah whatsoever. He just wants to.
He's voices. I think he stimulated him more. You stimulated more than most.
Yeah, I think he's overstimulated. That's why he became like this. Overstimulated.
The thing is like, if you're not gonna be a debater like Libiano, who can like really represent the Trinity, and like I think he's going that route, you're not gonna really be able to like debate with Christians. Like it is interesting coming from a long view. That's why I don't understand why you guys keep straw manning it instead of fucking trying to understand it first and then argue for that.
We understand it. The problem is we do understand it.
It doesn't sound like you do.
I don't understand it fully. That's why we can't accept it.
I think you're scared to represent it because then it'll look like you're having like doubt in your faith. But your faith should be stronger than that, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the thing.
If I start asking questions, you guys are gonna move the goalposts.
You shouldn't be asking questions. You should be asking.
There you go. You should never questions about the Trinity.
We'll timestamp the goalpost right here. 12:19. Can't be moved. Put it in concrete. Okay.
You're gonna represent the Trinity, Daniel?
Is that good enough for you, honey?
No, add some more ketchup on it, please.
I think you're gonna have issues with the one of the many problem if you're like a strict unipersonal God type of thing. I don't think it works.
It's not just the one in the many. The one in the many represents is talking mostly about the universals. And the Trinity allows that. So in other words, a universal language of saying hand and it actually being a hand. So on and so forth. So these universals, these colors, redness, whatever it is, makes sense. Makes sense. But when it's arbitrary or not understood, you said, well, it's like it, but it's like as a God, it becomes like meaningless, which is the nominalism, which is the big problem with this sin, because they don't, because it's the greatest conceivable being. The greatest conceivable being is something that in Islam theology they don't like to use. Like, oh, you can't conceive of God that way. That's where those things come from, which makes it weird. Because of the universalism. Because they believe in nominalism. It comes out, the meaning becomes, I'm not going to say it's arbitrary. It's going to be like, it can't be conceived. It can't be spoken of or something.
I mean, that's what you guys say for the Trinity.
No. Don't say that about the Trinity.
Human mind cannot fully conceptualize the Trinity.
Yeah, when you get real technical about the nature of Christ, yeah.
Can you have Christianity or Christian theology without the New Testament canon? You're going to say no.
Oh, it's
course nerds. But we don't like we don't like the circumstances. We don't like anything that has to do with this canon. Everything is suspicious. Nothing is orthodox as it should. Everything is out of ordinary. It's impossible to take this in faith. So, and then God blesses us with Islam, with the canon, the Quran, and the Prophet, which clears all the doubts. So for you to, well, it looks suspicious.
But you guys do have those surahs like, you can be friends with the Jews and Christians, but then at the same time you can't be friends with Jews and Christians, a different part of it. So you view like Quran 355, that area, they view Jesus very favorably and his followers. But in a different section, don't take Jew or Christians as friends, they are the infidels.
What makes you think Jesus and his followers are Christians?
So what would be what makes somebody a Christian? A follower of Christ?
They're Muslims, man. People that are submitted to the will of God. That's all they are. Yep, exactly. That's what they are. So were the Jews until they start calling themselves Jews.
So, which version of Islam is better? The one that came with Muhammad or the one that was with Jesus?
It's the same Islam. It's just.
Thing is how are you a Muslim without the Quran?
It's always been Islam. That's how you identify yourself in the gathering of trillions of people on Day of Judgment. Who are you guys? We are the one that submitted. We're Muslims. Oh, okay. Welcome, brothers. We're the same. People don't identify themselves as followers of the Prophet. You can say that I'm a follower of this Prophet. You submit to God.
But Jesus never went to the Kaaba. Also, Isa and Miriam never even went to the Kaaba.
They all did what they were prescribed to do, scripture-wise, ritual-wise, whatever. It's part of submitting to God. If God wants you to go left, you go left, right. Doesn't mean we have to do exactly the same thing. You have to understand also that Islam is for all the Gentiles. It's just Judaism is not. Especially the way it evolved up to the point where Jesus came, that particular scripture, first we don't even know what was the end result of what Jews were holding in their hands, like teachings, Torah, rituals. When they start killing prophets left and right, that means that they don't want to be reformed. They want to hold on to what they've cooked with their own hands for so long.
But do you see what they did to Ali, though?
Because in the end, God is trying to prepare Islam, which is the religion that they had, for the Gentiles now. We need a universal package for the Gentiles. And the Judaism, as it was at that time, was not a good package for all the Gentiles. It was being corrupted, it's being changed, tweaked to their needs and ethnocentric feelings or whatever. Supremacist Jews.
But do you guys forget what you guys did to Ali?
What happened to Ali? Tell us.
Ali was a good man, and then Aisha, even after experienced his mercy.
Ali is just a follower of the Muhammad. Islam doesn't come from Ali, it doesn't depend on Ali, absolutely nothing with Ali. Ali is a Muslim follower that submits to Allah and follows the Muhammad, that's it. Anything that happens to Ali, Allah will punish those people. And anything good Ali does, Allah will reward Ali. Ali has no impact whatsoever in Islam, as you perceive. Islam came from God. The Prophet is the messenger.
My friend.
Any of the Sahaba, they're just followers, obedient, good Muslims, contributed to Islam to some degree at the early stages. It doesn't matter. I
quake for Islam after Ali.
What Islam? Okay, so did he bring Islam to us, or what? What do we have to thank him for in this case? Whatever he did for himself.
I quake for I quake for Islam after Ali left.
What do you mean Ali left? Ali left what? Ali died. Everybody dies. Ali had to die too. Everybody. The Prophet died. Why do you got to mention Ali so much?
I quake for Islam.
Everything you need, the Prophet taught us. That's it. If Ali taught you something positive, go take it from him.
What about alayhi salam Joseph Smith?
Joseph Smith. The Mormon guy?
Yeah.
They're just a bunch of imposters. There's no more prophets coming up from Islam.
I think the Mormons are very funny. I get a kick out of them. They're very nice people.
No. They have a sense of community. I mean, they're prospering. They're doing the right thing with respect to earthly stuff.
It works. So, what else do you need from a religion? The whole thing works.
Work on the earthly sense, but they're not going anywhere spiritually, so to speak. In the end, when they die, eventually they're going to end up being judged by God. With respect to the theology of the religion.
But what if you get judged by Joseph Smith?
Oh my God. Dude, he's gonna burn in hellfire and all his followers.
Why? He's just trying to do. What did he do wrong?
Declaring you're a prophet of God, or to follow the voice of some demonic entities.
False prophet and liar.
But they had parallels, same parallels, both these prophets, so-called.
Look at the beautiful, productive, non-criminal community. You never hear about Mormons committing terrorism. You never hear about. You tell me what.
Yeah, no, they're harmonious. They're very good people, but eventually hellfire awaits them.
How could that possibly be? Why would hellfire await them? Did they commit any sins?
They rejected their prophet.
Who is their prophet?
Prophet Muhammad. Who else?
Who is that?
After the 6th century, Prophet Muhammad is the prophet of all the Gentiles. He's your prophet as well.
My prophet?
Your prophet too.
How could he possibly be my prophet?
That's his claim. You take it or leave it. That's fine.
Oh, it's his claim. Well, Joseph Smith makes the same claim too.
True. I give him that. He made a positive claim. But that's the reality. When you die and the two angels ask you, who's your God, who's your prophet, guess what the right answers are?
They know already.
And the Prophet Muhammad.
They know already. What do I have to ask you for?
Part of formality.
What if you see
formality?
You gotta answer, buddy.
What if you see on the name tag of the angel Moroni?
Yeah, Angel Moroni.
What are you gonna say?
It's a big trouble.
Here's the name tag.
That's they say that. That's what the angel that gave the tablet to Joseph Smith. That's why they call it Mormon.
Oh boy, this is the same guy by the time old boy is the same angel.
Or maybe Moroni translates to Jabril in Arabic.
No, Jabril is busy doing other stuff. In the grave, there are two other angels. I forgot their names.
Laurel and Hardy.
What a chemistry those two had, man.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable, actually.
I enjoy their shows so much.
There was something honoring Dick Van Dyke recently, and he talked about, one day he opened the phone book in Los Angeles back when there was such a thing, and he looked up Stan Laurel's number, and he called him, and he went to go visit him. I mean, not Dick Van Dyke, I think is 100 years, literally 100 years old. But, and he said, Stan Laurel, do I have the name right? Yeah. You were such you were such a big influence on me. And Stan Laurel said, I know. With the physical comedy and stuff.
I grew up with these guys. It was good times on black and white TV. Their show was black and white. My TV was black and white.
Yes. I grew up with a black and white TV.
Yeah, me too.
And, think about two guys like that. Like, they're going to say, look at all the pleasure and relief from worries that those guys brought to the world. Who cares, it's Jesus or whatever,
Yeah, I understand that a lot of charismatic, colorful people end up in hellfire.
Norman Arman turned in the room into Shady Acres. Like, Jesus.
What? What you want? Mikhail talking gibberish in the background?
Oh my God, that guy
Spice it up.
guy's got mental issues, man. I don't know what Shady Acres is. What is Shady Acres? Talking Laurel and Hardy here. I just left the movie room. That was really a nice conversation.
You sound like the olds playing pinochle at the senior center.
Really? I don't get it. Oh, because we're talking about Laurel and Hardy. Oh, they're just some classics that happen to come up. Like, we were trying to come up with funny names for the Prophets, so I said Laurel and Hardy.
No, for the Angels.
For the Angels, sorry. Not for the Prophets. Beg your pardon. You're absolutely right.
Let's not blaspheme more than we have.
No, definitely not. Well, we already talked about Joseph Smith.
I mean, he didn't have a good character, There's no way God chose him to speak.
You're right. You're right. His story is absurd. He's like making that stuff up as he goes along. He was kind of brilliant, though, I guess, to be able to dictate that stuff.
He was a convicted scheme, fraudster or something.
Yeah, you're right. He's got to really... How did such a bad story turn out such nice people?
Yeah, it's just... I don't know, man.
They were looking for something. Can you believe people actually believe that stuff, though? Don't you think that's funny?
What's interesting is second right-hand man, he gave it up, but somehow he never recanted his testimony, because apparently there are witnesses that somehow they're, kind of supporting the claim of Joseph Smith to have received this tablet. So he quit the religion, but it's like, but I still believe the testimony for some reason. So somehow he never recanted the testimony of that Joseph Smith is actually received those tablets. I don't know at what capacity he witnessed whatever, but I just came across this fact that his second in command, so to speak, quit that religion, but never recanted his testimony.
We could have had a president who believed in that. We came within a hair's breadth of having a president.
Yeah, that's true.
No, with Mitt Romney.
Yeah, we seem to be making the right financial decisions as communities. They're very fiscally responsible.
They're clever that way.
Yeah. And they say they own a lot. I don't know, but they say, I don't know, it's a small community, but they own a lot.
Yeah, they're like Jews.
Very, very wealthy, yeah. Self-sustained almost.
Yes. But you meet them, they are so nice. They're just so good. I don't know what it is.
Which movie portrayed them in a kind of dark way? I think it's 1829 or something. It's the movie Yellowstone has a few prequels. And I think one of them portrays them as very, very dark, killing people,
There's probably a dark side.
Yeah, exactly. When they were acquiring land, you know what I'm saying? And they were creating their own, because they always feared that someone would come for them, so they acquired land. They pretty much doubled down on finances, land acquisition. And they were ruthless at the beginning, trying to hold it under survival mode, so to speak. We got to protect our flock, because they saw themselves as
they claim to have had a Holocaust. They have their own Holocaust.
Exactly.
You know about that?
Persecution. I don't know who persecuted them, but yeah, I know.
Well, the other Christians. Do you know what? Do you know what they call non-Mormons?
No.
Gentiles. Isn't that funny?
Their claim is just outlandish. You know what I'm saying?
They're humorous. Nargis, what are you watching? Nargis, what are you doing?
making is a lot of rules.
You know that each one of them gets their own planet.
Oh yeah. They pretty much they become gods in some degree with same properties and smaller, so to speak, but still again the same quality of property as God has, control over a certain dominion. Just nonsense. But what's interesting is I don't know what is their outlook for the hellfire. Is such thing as punishment for non-believers? I mean, or no, just non-existence.
I don't know. I think you know as much as I do about it.
Okay, it's perfect. No, it's good that it's good because I had some questions about you because you're a Jew. I mean, I understand the opinions vary when it comes to this one. Okay, so what is the afterlife according to Judaism? At least what you believe. You know,
I believe Judaism is not based on belief. Judaism is based on action. So what you believe is kind of important. You're a Jew. So
no. Let's talk about the looks.
I know. I'm giving you the answer. Like we don't focus on afterlife. The idea is that we all contain a little bit of the spark of God in us, much the same way that God breathed life into Adam. You know, that's that holy breath. And when we die, our souls don't die, and we get closer to God. We're reunited with God. And that's all we know. We don't have any vivid pictures of anything. That's it.
Animals creating it.
No, we just see ourselves as getting closer to God. It's we're very focused on the here and on doing good works here. The three pillars are learning is like number one in Judaism, which you can probably tell because number two is
the outcome after all these earthly realms.
Yes. We're not focused on it, man. It's if we're close to God, we'll go back to God from where we came, back to our Creator.
There's no sense of punishment or reward.
Well, if you have sins, you have to get rid of them, Well, you're purified by them. It's like a purification process. Probably not.
What is the mechanism? Is it suffering through a hellfire?
No, it's not that. No. We don't have all that stuff. We're not focused on the afterlife. We're very focused on doing mitzvahs. So our good deeds are called mitzvahs, and we compete to see who can do more good deeds. Very
What non-Jews, bad people?
We have no opinion on it. Nobody is worrying about non-Jews. We don't.
The non-Jews are worried. The non-Jews are asking you.
If you go work it out for yourself, we're not worrying. We don't tell you. Yeah. It's honest, non-judgmental. Jews only chosen what am I chosen for?
God told you
for what?
Guidance, information, problems.
He gave us the Torah. So
I don't know.
Why are the Gentiles asking us that? Why do you ask questions so that you can argue with them? The next thing you say, okay, whatever I say, you're going to argue. What's the point? The point is to do good while we can, because when you're dead, you can no longer do missions. So it's important to do as many good things as possible while we can. That's the great trend. I told you like 3 times. You don't like the answer. We honor it's reunited with God, our Creator.
Is that the same thing for the Gentiles?
No, we have no opinion about the Gentiles. I know it's not good enough. You're very judgmental of others. You were very touchy at the Mormons. He says they're all going to burn in hellfire. That's very touchy. We don't have a God. Only God didn't send the prophets to us. God spoke to them and they spoke to us.
So why suddenly the Prophet of Islam has so much to say about the afterlife?
Yeah, you tell me. Yeah, I'll tell you why. I mean, if you want a sociological explanation, it's to allow people to endure suffering. You know?
Christians have the same understanding as well for some reason.
I know.
It looks like this particular information doesn't exist with you guys. For some reason, you seem not to be interested in this one. Or maybe
Not
you raised
interested.
it. Maybe you just wiped it out for some reason.
Didn't wipe it out. We never had it. We're not interested in that. So, again, it's very important to do as many good things while we can. There's so many good things to do. There's 613 mitzvahs.
Okay,
you know?
Tell us about Satan. Satan. Who is Satan?
Minor, negligible character. I mean, we don't deal with Satan. We don't have all of these weird characters like the Christians do. The good guy is the God. Huh?
Is he a creation of God? Of course. Yes.
Well, everything is a creation.
Does he have free will?
No, angels don't have free will.
Okay, so you're saying Satan is an angel?
Well, I think so. I mean, we never talk about it.
Okay.
So we have within us, right, a Yatzer Tov, a good inclination, and a Yatzer Hara, the evil inclination.
Okay. The evil inclination is enticed by who? What entity?
Not enticed. It's within us. And we are engaged in an eternal struggle with our lower power.
Okay.
Not eternal struggle. Huh?
Demonic entities, aka
we don't have.
Do they exist?
No, we don't have the jinn. No.
But you do have shayateens. They exist, such a
Say again?
Shayateen.
Satan is the same thing, no?
No. It's some sort
we
of...
don't have this. Yeah. Now, some of the folk, like there's some unsophisticated, primitive type people, like say from 100 years ago, pre-science, that they're worrying about demons and stuff like that. But it's not something that we ever talk about today.
So the entity known as jinn in Islam
doesn't exist.
Non-existent.
Non-existent.
Demonic ones? Fallen angels? Is such thing as fallen angels?
No. We don't get into it. We're very focused on our relationship with God because we're in direct...
No.
Yeah.
My questions are very... I'm trying to get some...
I know, but you're not letting me talk, except like you've got to go to the next question.
No. Just short answers, just to get an idea.
Why do I have to do short answers? What, are you charging me for the words?
Because I'm trying to get somewhere... Because you said, okay, so angels. Is such thing as angels like this?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Okay.
They're in the Torah. They're in the Torah.
Is Satan an angel?
You asked me this a minute ago and you didn't listen to my answer.
Is he an angel, yes or no?
We don't focus on it. I don't even know. We never talk about this stuff.
Just say you don't know exactly. Don't say we don't focus. It's not an angel.
Because I'm telling you the truth. You want me to lie to you?
Okay.
I'm telling you. Listen, I study Torah. I want to say most days of my life, many days of my life.
He's the main protagonist in this reality.
You mean antagonist? You mean antagonist, not protagonist.
Antagonist.
So you don't even know what you're trying to say there.
How do you deny his existence? Okay,
I don't deny his existence. We do just like saying deny. We have no opinion on the subject. It's unimportant.
He's your main enemy. He's not important. He's your main enemy.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, we struggle within ourselves to do the right thing. Yes, that's correct. Yatzer Tov, Yatzer Hara. Good inclination, evil inclination. Everybody has it. And we work against it. We struggle
against it. Satan has free will. You said he doesn't have free will.
I said angels don't have free will.
Is Satan an angel?
I think so. I don't know for sure. You want me to look it up? We don't really talk about it. We consider angels are like robots. That's our understanding. They do what God tells them to do.
Exactly.
What are you telling me, Mama? What were you telling me?
Mikey Nardi. Mikey Nardi. Hey, maybe she's talking to a demon. I'm kidding.
My understanding of the Jews with respect to Satan is that he's an agent of God who actually he does exactly what God tells him to do, and he's here to test us.
Where did you hear that?
Oh yeah.
Where did you hear that?
It's online, man.
It's online? That's where you go to understand Jews is online?
Yeah, AI is pretty good at this.
No, I don't recommend that.
Satan is an agent of God, according to you guys.
Not according to us guys, according to something you found online, not according to us guys.
Well, you say you have no interest and you don't bother, but
I didn't say I said we. We don't deal with it. It doesn't come up. We study it, like I said, we study Torah. And when we're finished studying Torah, we study Talmud. And then we study Hasidus. And then we read Tehillim. That's you're pretty busy.
What are you guys studying, for peace sake? What are you studying? We're going to have the main component of this reality. Afterlife
is Torah.
Your main antagonist, you don't have it.
No, we don't have an antagonist.
Okay. Who convinced Adam to disobey God in the garden?
The serpent.
What is the serpent? It's Satan, isn't it?
No, it's just a serpent.
Just a serpent.
Yeah. I mean, you're like focusing on this weird stuff. Focus on doing good things. That's what we do. Learn.
It's so easy to say.
Yeah, it's hard to do, and that's why we're the Jews. Because we do it. It's remarkable. If you read Torah and you read Psalms and you read the commentary and you study
What for?
To get closer to God.
And do what? I don't know what's going to happen after I die.
To do what I'll tell you why. To do what He needs us to do. That's why we're here. We're here to do what God needs us to do.
And somehow he didn't bother to tell you after he died there's a garden or there's a hellfire. He's like, no.
What do we have? That's not why we're here. We go back where we came from.
This life is a test.
Says who?
Okay, so this life is not a test according to you guys.
Absolutely not. This life is the golden opportunity to do good deeds.
Exactly. It's part of the test, doing good deeds.
No, it's not part of the test. It's our task, not our test. And we're supposed to be a light unto the nations. What does that mean? That means we should do the right thing so that other people see what the right thing is.
The nations are coming to ask you, what's going to happen to us? You're like, we don't.
Why do you want to know that? Why do you want to know that?
Who's this nations? It's the Gentiles, isn't it? They're coming to you. They're asking you for guidance. What do we do?
They're not coming to us and asking for guidance. They yell at us and they tell us that we're wrong. That's all they do.
You just say you're right to them. They're coming to you.
I said we're a light unto the nations. It doesn't mean that I have to shake them around the neck and tell them what to do. We do by example, the same way you raise a child. You don't yell at the child and tell him what to do. You show them what to do.
Simple question. They're going to come.
I know. I gave you a simple answer.
Okay, they're going to say, we like you as a community.
Okay.
Tell us about your God. How do we worship your God? And what's going to happen to us after
Great
we
question.
die?
Great question. Get up in the morning. Thank God for your existence. Go and study some Torah and then go do some good deeds.
Well, no, they're asking you what's going to happen to us after we die.
You're going to go back. You're going to go back to your Creator.
In what sense?
In the sense of your soul being reunited with the source of all things from whence we came.
We're not going anywhere. The moment you created us, we're here to stay.
What does that mean?
Such thing as closer to God, further from God.
Oh,
just there.
Okay.
The question is, what kind of place is
Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
You're not telling us much.
That's because you're asking stupid questions.
No, you have stripped your religion.
You know what you're doing? You're looking for an excuse for your existence here.
My God, how you guys have corrupted religion to this point? There's nothing left in it.
Corrupted? What's corrupt? I told you to do good things, and you're telling me that's corrupt.
There's no heaven. There's no hellfire. There's no Satan.
I didn't say any of that.
Just plunder here. That's why it explains the greed. It explains the greed.
I think you have a demon inside of you right now.
Oh my God.
There's a demon talking to me.
It explains the reluctance to leave this earth. You guys are attached to it so much because this is it.
No, we're not attached to it.
Okay, you're not.
No.
Why are you caring so so much resources? Why are you gathering so much crap?
Who said we're gathering crap and resources?
It's
We're doing
insane greed to just accumulate crap.
Who said that?
The Gentiles.
Who said that?
Why do you charge interest on the Gentiles? What do you take our homes for?
Everybody's charging. You have a
Enslaving them financially. You know
Everybody.
exactly what
What are you talking about? You know what you're exactly talking about? Jew hate. And it's very
Jew
evil.
hate.
Jew
Evil hate. Evil hate.
No, you're hating Jews.
Interest on the money is evil.
What's evil about it? You pay a credit card. What's the
this habit you took from the
Babylonians. Wait a second. You don't have a credit card? Hello? I asked you a question.
I never pay a penny on interest.
So you have a credit card? Yes, right?
I don't borrow for anything.
So you do have a credit card. So you know, you just
you need a credit card. You know that. You need a credit card.
I know that. You're the one who says that interest.
Because you guys made it so hard to even rent a car without a credit card.
You have a you have a savings account?
Yes, thank God.
And you get interest on it. Thank God. No?
We're charging interest on people.
Oh, you're getting interest so you can collect it, but you're not charging? You're very deceptive. This is evil. Yes.
Am I supposed to put my money in mattress?
So you believe in interest, like the
Jews.
Jews?
Huh? I don't charge people interest and take their cars and their homes.
You're being what? You don't charge it, you pay it? I beg your pardon?
Oh my God!
That's very manipulative and evil.
Here, man, trying to give us interest.
You're collecting interest. No, I'm not charging you anything.
I thought you went to bed, man.
I'm not charging you anything. You're a hypocrite, and you're being evil now. You're collecting interest, but somehow you're the one collecting interest on your savings, and you're judging somebody else's hypocrisy.
What am I supposed to put my money where? In the mattress?
I don't know. Follow your religion. Follow your religion. Don't be a hypocrite. Don't be judgmental. Don't be a liar. Don't be evil. You see, you've already.
I'm evil.
Well, and I didn't say you are. I said don't be. So you just put me on a pedestal. Huh?
You might be a great person. Maybe you are a great person.
I'm a
person.
In
general. What
I'm a
Jesus
person.
has done. You do understand that.
This is Jew-hating bullshit that you're talking.
No, it's not.
This is you have a mental illness.
You got a stronghold on financial system like
you have a mental illness. You guys, God gave you all of the oil.
Left and right.
Why are you calling over? Why are you talking over?
I'm right. What oil? I got
God gave you all of the oil.
Yes.
You don't even have to work. You just sit there and the money comes out of the ground and you count it. And what? I beg your pardon?
I'm not in that.
I love the Albanians. You got. Listen. Go back and go right to your prison boyfriend. Your prison boyfriend is waiting for you. The Albanians are very special people. I love the Albanians. You know why, don't you? You know why? Huh? Of course you know. You don't know? You know why. Why?
Isn't it 1 a.m.?
Why? King, just listen. The grown-ups are talking. King, just listen. You're going to learn more. We're teaching you more, King.
You need to go to bed, man.
You're learning from the Jews now.
No, it's not good for you. You know you shouldn't be on the
Okay, King. Just listen to the grown-ups. You're going to learn something. Okay, so why do you want quiet, King? Quiet, King. Quiet, King.
Brother, give him a minute. He needs to get rest.
Arjun, why do you think we look quiet, King? Quiet. I'm looking out for you, King. I don't want you to go back to prison. And also, by the way, you believe in a fake Islam. This black, this black Muslim thing. So Arjun, quiet, King. Quiet, King. I'm talking. So Arjun, quiet, King. King, quiet. Arjun, do you know why we love the Albanians? King, you're still talking. Now, 2 people have asked you to be quiet. Are you so disrespectful? Show some respect. Quiet. Arjun, do you know why we love the Albanians? Arjun, take a guess. Take a guess, Arjun. Quiet. Take a guess. Arjun, you come into a conversation, you don't understand the 2 people, and you start running your big mouth. Very stupid. You make yourself look like an idiot. Arjun, why do we love the Albanians?
I don't know. We suffered a lot too.
Keep thinking. Big reason. I'm going to give you a hint. World War II.
Oh yeah, we did save some Jews. That's for
sure. Some? You saved all of them. Not one single Jew died in Albania because of the Nazis. That's why. You're righteous Gentiles. We have a big thing about you in Tel Aviv.
Really?
Yes. You should go visit it. Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah. I didn't even know my pizza place when I was growing up. I didn't even know. It's the most delicious pizza.
So-called Italian pizzerias.
Yeah, I had no idea. But when I learned of it, I went to the guy. The guy who sold me my first slice is already dead, although the guy who made it was still alive. And I went, and his son was there, working there. And I went over to him and I shocked him. I gave him a big hug. I said, you know why? Because Shiro, he said, I know, I went to Tel Aviv. I saw the Avenue of the Righteous Gentiles.
We're very hospitable. I don't know if you notice it, but we're very, we like to show it,
100%. 100%.
Part of our culture for some reason.
Yes. You protected us. It's even more than hospitable. It was your religious responsibility to not let your guest be hurt by these evil Nazis. So I thank you. You're going to heaven for that, for sure.
No, we've been through so much, and we somehow we're trying to feel what others go through. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've always been the underdog, and we stand for the underdog.
100%. I just learned today about a place in the Bronx. I don't know if you're a New Yorker. It's called the Bureks of the Bronx, and on Arthur Avenue, because the Albanians live with the Italians up there. And apparently it's like the best Bureks in New York City. I want to go up there.
It's funny the way you say this. It's actually good. Burek. Actually, I think it comes from the Turks for some reason. I'm not sure, but it's just layers of dough filled with whatever. Meat,
Yeah. Yeah.
And baklava is the same shit. Baklava is the same crap, just more layers.
More dough with honey on top.
Exactly. Just a thicker, denser burek. That's all baklava is.
Yeah.
Do you like burek? Bureks are good.
Of course I love. I had a girlfriend who was half Sephardic, and they have them also. So she comes from the the Ottoman Empire. Rhodes. You heard of the island of Rhodes or Salonika? Yeah. So she's that kind of. She's half Sephardic, half Ashkenaz, and she had a craving for. She called them, I think, burekas.
So, a nice question would be, for example, how fancy do you think bureks can get? Can it compete against a very good pizza? What do you think? A good burek versus a good pizza. What do you think?
Well, I've been to Istanbul, and I flew business class on Turkish Airlines, and they have fantastic food. It's gourmet food, so you can do anything. You can make simple food taste delicious. So yes, I think you can. Yeah. The Italians do it. The Turks do it. So of course, the pizza.
It's simpler. Pizza's much simpler to make. I think that's why it's so industrialized, so to speak. Boom, boom, boom.
The line is around the block for this pizza place. They're like making money $1 after another. It's like crazy. It's the most delicious pizza.
Yeah. So
the Albanians.
Yeah. Hard workers. Seriously, we don't. We seem to always try to make something of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to brag, but I'm a civil engineer. Look, I came here with nothing. I already done, for example, almost half of the university back home, just to skip the army because the army was too mandatory when I left. And imagine, I waited tables for 8 years, and I still went back to get my high school because they don't recognize my high school from Albania. I got the GED, 2 years of community college, then UF, Florida University, got a master's in civil engineering. But wait, my journey has been music back home because I study music, and then 2 years police academy to skip the army. Then culinary arts in Austria, where I learned German, and I'm like, screw this, I want to be something harder. End up doing what? Civil engineering. It's just, I would have never stopped at just waiting tables. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, screw this. I was like 38 when I went back to college.
Yeah, I went back and got some degrees too. God bless America.
No, absolutely. I'm always grateful, and I've done my part. I already got my tax credits, so to speak. Retiring, so to speak. If I can, I've done enough. I've contributed enough to my taxes, so to speak, so I can actually have enough credit to retire. So
Yeah.
I've done my part. I mean, I've contributed, and I continue to work hard. 2 jobs most of the times.
Tremendous.
I never took anything for granted. Just keep as far as I could take it. I'm like, let's take it. Because I don't know how long it's gonna last. This blessings, because you never know. You might get sick. You know what I mean? The opportunities may go away. So that's my whole idea. Has been work as hard as you can while you can, because you never know how long you can.
That's the American way.
Yeah, exactly. Not working to death. Like some Japanese culture, for example, you got people dying, people literally dying. They have a word for dying from work exhaustion. Pretty much just push yourself until you're what? Die. I mean, that's stupid too.
Well, this is why we also need God. We also have to serve God, not just work.
Exactly.
We serve God by acknowledging our Lord Jesus.
There he is. The medicine wore off. You gotta take another pill. Well, what was I gonna say? So you lived under this communism for all this time. It's so weird to me in Albania.
Yeah, that was the harshest one. I don't know how much about it, but this was the most awful one, the most isolated one. We broke with Russia in '68, with China in '81. That's it. Our economy tanked. The last 10 years have been hell. We're just barely food to eat.
Didn't understand it, and it's funny. So my friend's father, again, the pizza place guy, he went back to Europe to try to do a revolution in Albania. He got as far as Spain, and they caught him, and they said, "Get the hell out of here, go back to America." So he came back.
You couldn't leave. If you left, your whole family went to Gulag. We pretty much had the same system. The whole family get prosecuted. That's it.
What kind of craziness is this? How do you get this mental illness of communism?
Communism doesn't have God, so you're going to see the greatest depravities.
If there's such a thing as evil and devil and all the things you said, communism is it, as far as I can tell.
Oh my God, they were monsters. Look, they killed each other. All the so-called communists that pretty much they were up front once the country was liberated. Guess what? They start taking out each other.
Correct.
And you just end up with one guy, which is our dictator. Dude, he swear to you, he killed every single friend he called friends. The entire party, the members of the Communist Party in 1942, whatever, he killed every single one of them and persecuted their families. I'm like, wait a second, is any standard that's being used in here? How can all these people somehow traitors now? You know what I mean? They're all communists, supposedly. You know what I'm saying?
Stalin did the same thing.
It's retarded. It's like saying,
probably they want their own people to testify against each other.
How long are we going to complain about communism?
What was the name of the guy who was the dictator?
Enver Hoxha.
Enver, I-N-V-E-R Hoxha?
Yeah, Enver, yeah, exactly.
Is there anything written about him?
Oh my God, what's interesting, he's got his own, communism, some sort of the way he interprets it, and actually he's being followed.
What Alban, what ethnicity was the founder of communism?
Was he? There is no founder. So was he also? Did he also practice Islam?
I was pretty sure he's an Ashkenazi. Is he?
Quiet.
Is he not an Ashkenazi, Alban?
Quiet.
I'm pretty sure
yes, there was a Jew, but not
he is not a Jew. He's an Ashkenazi. We did not say anything about his religion. We said simply about his ethnic background. He is Ashkenazi, is he not? Who can deny that?
Take another pill, please, because you're going to get thrown out again.
Every time I speak, you continue to project.
You get thrown out of every room. So this guy was a Muslim and a communist, Alban?
No. Of course he wasn't.
Karl Marx was an Ashkenazi man.
His father was actually Imam, which means pretty much.
Alban, I have a question for you, Alban.
You're interrupting. He's in the middle of a sentence. You have no socials.
That's crazy.
Karl Marx was Jewish. To bring up the Jewish influence in the communism. Let's talk about that. Do you think it's a good topic?
It's not Jewish influence. It's their interpretation of Judaism. The Torah says what the Torah says, but the Muslims interpret it differently.
I think communism is a failed search for the Messiah.
were the Jews behind it? For some reason, I thought it was a good
There were.
idea.
It's not only Jews. It's people who get the mental illness. Go look around at the communists today. Look at Mao Zedong. He's not a Jew. It's a mental disease that you can catch from people. What do you think of this Zohran Mamdani? Okay, one thing, he's a Muslim, okay, but he's a Muslim communist? What kind of sense does that make?
It seems to be far left social.
Yeah. Also, what's his name?
Did he ever identify himself as a communist?
He's what do you call it? The Democratic Socialist.
He never do that, even if he is. He will never say that word anymore. It's like
Martin Luther King was a Democratic Socialist.
Was he? Well, I like him, but I don't like this guy. Go look at their platform. You don't agree with anything on there. So, this guy is evil, this Mamdani. Look at the stuff he believes in. He's going to start giving millions and millions to transgender. That's what he wants to start with. Big transgender guy. You don't understand what we're saying.
Where's Nargis at?
Why are you interrupting again?
Nargis knows Mamdani. Nargis knows him, right?
Yeah. Why are you interrupting them?
I want her to clarify. What type of family he's from.
Just listen to the conversation.
Nargis, don't we?
I know his sister. I don't know him.
Okay, but how's his sister?
So you just lied again.
They're very good people.
Is the sister not a family member?
What?
She says he comes from a good family. Mamdani
comes from a very good family.
Yeah, you're Nair. She's a good filmmaker, and the father is some kind of a communist professor. Huh?
I know the sister, not the mother.
Yeah. The sister of Mamdani?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This weird Shia and communist nexus like Khomeini, I don't understand it. Maybe you can explain.
They're not Khomeinis.
Say again?
They're not Khomeinis.
I know they're not, but they have the same nexus between communism and Shia Islam. What do you mean, what?
They're Khojas from like Gujarat and India. They're a different kind of 12-er. They're not politically inclined. I don't know how he is. But they're just good people. Very honest.
Most of
them have business.
Go take a look at the platform of the Democratic Socialists. It'd make you vomit. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so they do a lot of charity. His sister here too is engaged in like these blood banks, and they do a lot of selfless work.
Yeah.
For no money.
A lot of transgender.
Transgender?
Yeah, he's really big on it. His first thing he wants to do is restore the $65 million to transgender youth. It's his first thing right out of the box. You should see the people he's surrounded.
Yeah, any problem with that?
Yes, I think it's child abuse and sick and weird and twisted. Huh? Yes.
How so? Your child is queer. Like, I don't know why you'd have...
My child is queer? What are you talking about?
Queer.
This is like weird.
Like, you shouldn't feel like that about... Like,
what does queer mean to you?
Belong to the LGBTQ community.
You just answered the question with another meaningless statement. What does it mean to belong to the LGBTQ community? What are you talking
about? Belong to the queer community. I don't think you should.
What does that mean?
You should be here, like, opposing transgender. Like, I don't think it's fair. You should be accepting and non-judging of them, right? Because I live in California and I feel sensitive about those topics. You shouldn't be judgmental about him. About non-me if he wants to do that.
Nargis, I asked you 4 times. What does it mean to be queer? What does that even mean?
To be like, what is it? You don't know what queer is?
I am asking you. You use the word. What does it mean?
He knows what it is. Pretending not to know. There's a little tact.
It's not what I mean. It's not what I know. It's what she means when she says it. She's in California. What did you mean when you said it, Nargis? Or do you not know? Yes.
What, obviously it looks like you know something more than LGBTQ, ABCD, EFG.
What?
Is there anything more than that?
What?
Should I add transgender to it too?
Are you like asleep? What did you just say?
What is your problem?
No problem.
What is your problem? Why are you so...
Alright, there's some guys...
No problem.
I don't want to... El Norma, we'll do the birds and the bees for you. There are some guys that have penises.
King, quiet, King. Nargis, what did you
First of all, that's not me.
I don't know why you made me
the transgender community?
Who said that I hate them? I said that you shouldn't be telling children.
But why do you pretend they don't even exist? Some people pretend the Jews don't
pretend anything. I asked her what it meant.
What is it? You don't know what a tranny is.
They're just trapped in the body of a man or a woman.
You know what a transsexual is? You know what a transsexual is?
Quiet. What did you say again?
No, you don't say quiet. You answer the question.
Hey, shut the fuck up. She's talking. I'm serious. Shut the fuck up.
Normo. Why do you always behave this way? Disrupting. Go to sleep.
You're interrupting.
Normo.
Explain to me what this means. Trapped in their body.
Normo.
You just said quiet. You just said.
Normo, please.
You just said a man trapped in the body of a woman. What does this mean?
They feel trapped, bro.
They feel trapped.
He doesn't know what a tranny is.
Quiet, King. We're trying to figure something out here. What does that mean?
Alright, I'm going to give him one last chance. I'm going to give him time to breathe. Take it in slowly. Exhale. Do you know what transsexual is? You know what homosexuality is? Oh, good, he left.
Homosexual or bisexual.
Why did he do
I don't know why he behaves like that.
Why not just say, yeah, I know what this tranny business is?
How dare he judge like the trannies when he has a family member, his own kid is 3 years.
Is that true? His son is gay?
Yeah.
Son is a transgender gay man.
They're not transgender, he's just gay or bisexual or something. He's telling us. Why are you judging like other people?
Can you please listen to the link at the top?
What is that?
It's the mosquito.
Okay.
Please.
Yes.
And just tell me what you think of it from an artistic standpoint, but try and be as serious as possible.
Yeah.
And I want you to look for any of the nuance and any of the beauty that you see in it.
I don't have Instagram. Sorry.
Are you still upset about Timothy?
What about Timothy?
You still have beef with him, or are you guys cool?
Not at all. Not at all.
Do you feel like he was bullying you?
You will not bullying. He's the only one who stood up for you.
He was the only one that stood up to you, for you?
For me.
Who was?
When you were bullying with that freaking ginger juice Sam.
Why are you so mad at Sammy?
Because Sam's a hypocrite. Well, you're a troll and a bully by like nature. Sam is a hypocrite because he advocates against all of these things, right? And complains about others bullying him. So yeah, I think he's a bully.
I think there are certain
things. He also is like a star for 24/7, like he speaks about the same freaking topic. He generates hate, and I think it gets boring after some time.
What is it that happened? He was like that before, though.
True, but then
you know,
it's okay for some time. Like it's kind of mixed with humor and song and things, and then it becomes just that. It is just like it seems like he's obsessed with it. It's not interesting anymore. Yeah, he hates Islam.
Why?
Because it's a cover for Zionism. It's like hate the ideology and devalue it. And this would like be justification for the baby killer.
Yeah, I know.
And so
I don't support. I never did. I was like always uncomfortable with it. But he's my friend, you know.
Yeah. I mean, the moment I sense hypocrisy, I drop you as a friend. Like this, I do that to anyone.
cold can your heart be?
It's very cold.
When you cut someone out and erase them from your life, did they ever come back?
Not unless I allow it.
Have you found that you allowed that in the past?
No.
Do you have a virtue of forgiveness?
I forgive a lot. He's made like scenes in rooms where I'm sorry, Nargis, I did this to you. I'm sorry. It's not the first time, right? It's like a bit much. Like just, I don't know. It's not interesting after a while.
Were you upset with Zabu?
Not Zabu, no. But Zabu has, I mean, she's whatever.
I was upset with you, Daniel, for a while, but then I passed it.
I know you
I'm
were
not upset with her. She's got whatever her loyalties to him, right?
What do you think about their relationship?
I don't know anything about it.
Do you know that they live together now?
I thought that was the idea. He didn't have a place, so he was going to go there and live with him. He was going to go there and live with her.
We should never make it personal. We should never make people be upset with us on a personal level. We should focus on.
Why would you be so upset with me on a personal level? I didn't even insult you.
You just one day you were bad at me, I swear. You mentioned my ex-wife and all that shit.
Yeah, he's a shit.
Yeah, all right.
He's a shit bully. What's that? That's the nature. See, for
like
Daniel, that's who he is. That's fine.
And I told you personal things. And I felt good when I said
you should never tell him anything personal.
You're like, wait a second. You're the same guy that I was being honest.
Yeah, you should never tell him.
And one day
I remember you
just come on. I forget.
Yeah, he did the same to me also.
Armand, you were trying to rile people up deliberately.
Yeah, but you don't expose his personal life when he's like.
I didn't expose.
Yeah, he did it to me also.
I lied. I made a lie about. I lied.
It's hurtful.
Why is it hurtful? It was a lie.
I felt comfortable telling you a lot of stuff, and one day you just became this monster. Just
yeah. Don't tell him anything. They did that.
Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Armand,
you have this voice that makes you feel like you're comfortable to talk to you, and the next day you're like, wait a second, who's the same guy at work? And I just every time I saw you in the room, I'm like, I'm not going to this room.
You guys take the
I blocked him too, Matt Armand. He did the same
take
to
the
me.
fun out of public.
No, he really did the same to me also.
I know a lot about Armand. He was on his roof fixing
My God, Armand, why did you tell him?
I told him so much, and guess what?
Why?
Why? Because that's who I am. You know, I take people for what face value. I think he's a good person.
Well, this is a good lesson for you, then, Dog.
You guys take the fun out of polemics. It's not fun anymore.
Armand has a gift. He's able to get people going. He likes to play with people because he's of his intelligence. He gets bored of normal.
Emotional, believe me. I don't think how should I write this person up. This is not my intention to write people up. I get charged emotionally and I outburst. Maybe in the wrong manner sometimes.
You don't ever troll. You never troll.
I swear to God, no.
Yeah, come on now.
Armand. And I feel like
just express my opinion. I never lie. I just tell you exactly what's in my mind, what I believe to be true, and I spit it out.
Why would he troll? He doesn't know how to troll.
You are underestimating this guy. He's a little genius over here. I'm telling you. I know he's.
Look, I'm smart. I know I'm smart. Okay, I wouldn't be where I speak 5 languages for Pete's sake. Mastered in civil. I'm a millionaire, self-made. I can just be stupid. I don't need to read too much to know what's right and wrong. Can I keep it simple? I don't dwell in metaphysics or philosophy and shit. I have a very strong common sense, that's for sure.
This is why Armand, I think, is so dangerous to leading people to Islam, is because of.
True.
That's the problem. I've seen people that he's converted here, Christian. I could hear it in their voice.
That's why you still got to keep up the polemics, even though it's not as fun as it used to be.
Arba told me a story once that he was on the roof and he fell off the roof and broke his ankle.
I'm so determined to do something. I have to do it myself. I finished the roof already. Imagine I have to wait 6 months to damn foot heal, but I did it. You know how many people do their own roof completely, man? You know how much labor that shit is.
Well, if you do it yourself, then you definitely know it's done right. You know.
How do you
but
know?
Even if somebody else does it,
how do you know how to build a fucking roof?
You just say doing it right is so funny, man.
Did you watch videos to make a learn how to
design roads and water systems, dude?
Oh, I see.
You think some technical crap about shingle alignment and this and that, or follow? All I do all day long is follow standards, FDOT standards. How things are built. I look at blueprints, make sure it's done correctly. You think I can't follow some county requirements for roof construction? This is like no.
Dude. You know
Did
what
you take off the old shingles or put new shingles over it?
No, man. I stripped it down to the goddamn. I even changed the wood because I didn't like the shape of it and the colors and the damage it had done.
You would be in a really good position to design a woman.
I do have exactly. You got me on that one. You know,
how would you design her?
No. If it's not very pretty, I ain't touching her. You know what I mean? My ex-wife was so pretty. That's the mistake, not mistake. It's just that when they're so pretty, you gotta keep an eye on them. You know?
Can't you get her back after her sweetness has been tasted?
Did you catch her? Did you catch her in the act?
No. It's just too forgiving, too tolerant. Believe me, it's just that's the wrong approach sometimes, man. You know? Especially with the pretty ones.
You should have walked around the house talking like Resistance.
It's a toxic environment, man. You know, I mean, you guys know what percentages, adultery and cheating, workplaces. That's where it takes most of the play. It takes place most of the working place, which comes from intermingling of women and men workplaces. Check out the statistics. Pretty scary there.
You have to pay her.
Think twice. You gotta think twice before you send your woman to work. Here, go make some money for us so we can live better. Well, careful what you wish for. I mean, the moment she leaves the door, you don't know what's going to happen.
Just get her a job at a daycare center. I think that they have Somalian daycare centers looking for employees.
Somalian? What the? I'm from Albania.
You haven't seen online? These Somalian daycare centers in Minnesota, they're embezzling government money.
Really? I thought it was Nigerians because they're good for scams and shit. Somalians.
Bro, the money that they're making, everybody wants to be a scammer.
Now the Indians are the capital of the world for far more scam.
This one conclusion, please help me. How can someone with an education like yours, critical thinking, an engineer, someone interested in the extreme details, how is it that Islam was something that you identified with? It doesn't seem like the most critical thinking religion. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. I'm not insulting it. I don't think Christianity is critical thinking either. But how is a mind like yours doing that? I don't get it.
Well, what else is out there? Give me the options, and I'll pick one.
Well, you have Hinduism.
You gotta believe in God. You gotta give me that. If God exists, I gotta choose.
What's better than only one? Oh, you got many now.
Come on, guys. It's just that thing fails every test. Physical test, all that crap. Hinduism doesn't survive any test. Judaism. This guy couldn't even answer if it's afterlife. They don't even believe in the afterlife, for Pete's sake, these Jews. What is Satan? We don't think about Satan. Satan is non-existent. Afterlife non-existent. What about us Gentiles? We don't care. They have no answers for anyone, but even themselves. What have they done to their religion, for Pete's sake? Christianity at least believes. You have a purpose in life. You know, you have an afterlife to look after. Jews don't give a shit.
Agree that it's permissible to tap your wallet with a miswak. Not honestly, you can do that.
I mean, no one wants to hit their wives. You know, if Quran mentions something, it's just there in the sense of it's better to say it than not to say it. But how much, and the Prophet clarifies that you cannot inflict pain. You can't leave a mark. So now I don't know what kind of punishment that is, but that's how it is. The Quran says this. The Prophet says how, and that how seems pretty like very light. You know, I mean, like how can I hit her, not causing pain and not leaving a mark? What kind of hit is that shit? If it's a symbolic thing, what impact a symbolic hit has, I don't know.
You still love your wife?
True. I mean, yeah. I'm not
Are you still in love with her?
I guess. I mean,
if she said to you, Arban, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Would you take her back as a wife?
No.
When she says she'll let another man taste her sweetness.
No, it's just spilled milk under the bridge.
I'm sorry to hear it.
No, I moved on. I freed myself from her. Beginning is hard always. I don't know if you guys been through some heartaches and shit. But once you're over someone, you know, that's it. Then it's freedom. Sweet freedom, actually.
Or she flies to Turkey. It's surgery. Make everything brand new down there. I heard that was a thing or something like that, where like the girl that's getting married to the husband or something, the husband's mother would check if everything looks brand new down there.
If not, send her to Turkey for a week or so. No, it's okay.
How do you celebrate? Let's say that there's an event that you want to say, it's time we'll really have a celebration. What does that look like for you? Because you don't have alcohol or anything.
Sure, no, we'll eat. You know, well, I guess we'll compensate with extra food instead of booze. We like non-alcoholic beers, you know, nice juices and stuff.
What about some lamb honey or lamb onesie?
No, my culture is simple. I mean, my Albanian culture has heavy booze, you know, like raki.
You guys got lamb then.
Exactly. Yeah, you know about the lamb. Yeah, we have a dish like baked lamb with yogurt. I don't know if you know who came up with that crap. It's a national dish.
On the gyro? The tzatziki sauce?
No, this is like a baked lamb with yogurt. Pretty much literally yogurt inside the goddamn lamb. The lamb is being cooked in yogurt. So
I gotta look into this.
Yeah, think of it a lamb and yogurt dish, Albanian. Pretty much Italian cuisine, Turkish cuisine, you know, stuff like that. But we drink. We heavy drinkers too. Not me. I'm a Muslim, but culturally, we make raki, which is pretty much schnapps, you know, like peach schnapps and stuff schnapps. Any type of fruit schnapps, we keep it clear. We don't mess with its colors, you know.
And then you guys drive around your Mercedes.
So we'll have a blackberry schnapps. My grandfather used to make blackberry schnapps. This is pretty high content alcohol, you know. Like grappa. The Italians call it grappa. It's a little bit lighter than our crap. Our crap is way stronger. You get a buzz really quick with that crap. Think of it as moonshine, exactly. Moonshine will come close to what we cook back home. Moonshine.
That's what it is usually.
Exactly. It's just homemade crap, you know what I'm saying? It's just.
Miranjes.
Miranjes.
Mirdita.
Your pronunciation is very good, guys. Seriously.
Heck yeah, I want to have an Albanian wife.
We have some crazy letters in our pronunciation, articulation of words. We got 36 letters. You better be able to say all of them. Sh, l, t, ch, k, l, m, j, j. My last name is J with a J, J. Like you might have the sound, but it comes through a combination of letters here. We have a specific letter for each sound. Like English is confusing, sometimes this combination makes you this, sometimes it's that. It's not clear, what sound.
Or they got the silent letter.
No, there's nothing silent in Albanian. We don't like the French people. They write 7 letters, only 3 are you can only hear 3 of them. Like what happened to the rest of them? Silent. Same thing with German language. You can learn to write and read German in like a couple of weeks. That's it. This is straightforward. Once
all of us got together and we learned the language as a group, and then we debated it in that language. Like we all got together and debated it like Japanese or Hindu, and a Bible, Quran, and Hindu or something.
I have to work on my language to get an Albanian wife. You can pay the money, the $40,000. There's some really good
Mercedes. Where did the 40,000 come from? Where did you see the price from?
It is you bring an Albanian woman to the United States and you marry her and she gets a citizenship here.
Oh, I see.
There's a website.
Are you serious?
I don't know how to speak to her. I have to know how to speak to her.
Where's the website?
Dude. You haven't seen it?
That's illegal. How can they have a website? Bring me to US for payments.
It's the best value for your money.
But it's illegal, though.
Let's go together,
Albanian
guys.
women. I'm like,
you want to have tall and warrior children? The children with a hatred for Turks. The Turks invaded us for so long. That's all the parents could say to their children. All I'm giving you, my son, is the hatred for Turks. And then, what the fuck, Dad? And that's only gonna leave me? Yes, my son, the hatred for Turks. Keep fighting them. I'm like,
can be.
In so many movies, that's all you hear the fathers telling to their sons. All I'm leaving you is the hatred for the enemy Turks. Fight them. Like I did.
It can be.
Like, shit.
And I'll invite her to this country and I'll take care of her. What should I know about Albanian women? Is there something that different?
No, man. I'm all fucked in the head right now. There's nothing good left.
If we go together, maybe we'll get a discount.
But then what? You're just gonna have some fun with her? Like, is she gonna stay with you? You want her to stay with you? But what does she want? It's like you're gonna plan to have a family and buy stuff with her, but knowing she's going to leave you. It's just so many unknowns, man.
See it.
What is that?
See it.
See it. How are you?
Are you Albanian?
Of course I'm Albanian.
How do you not know how to say how are you?
Well, you said it too fast. See it. See ya.
See ya.
See ya. That means like you're saying goodbye almost.
It's like you say goodbye. It's crazy, this line.
No, goodbye is...
Right, but I look
Mir
back up.
Mir is good. Pavshim is like to be seen. So let's see each other again. Good. It's like saying, I'm translating it word for word. Same thing. Good, bye. Mir, Pavshim. So Mir is the good part. But Tunjateta has something to do with you live a long life. Somehow that's a greeting. Tunjateta. When you see someone...
Aloni.
Sipra Kaloni.
I want to see some Albanian food. Maybe if it's good, I'll marry this woman.
We got heavy food. It's just a lot of baked stuff. That's the thing. When the woman is saying, I'm cooking today, she's baking a lot of shit. Just heavy stuff. A lot of oil. I like the sound of that. They have the sense of duty as a woman in the family. I mean, they're not fully modernized in the sense of.
You gotta see on the website if she comes from the city or if she comes from the village.
Yeah, you want them from the village. You don't want anything from the city.
For the city, she's gonna be stuck up. For the village, she'll either probably take out the garbage, cut the grass, even probably chop down a tree.
Absolutely. Dude, anything. I mean, contamination has reached the villages too, in a sense. That's what modernization did, man. It stripped a woman from their womanhood. It's not easy, my friends. It's not easy to find a woman you can trust. She has to be grateful. That's the whole key concept, is the gratefulness. She has to feel gratefulness for what you're doing for her. She has to respect you in return, never hurt you.
If you get her from the village and then she realizes you got indoor plumbing, you got a bathroom inside, she doesn't have to go outside to the outhouse in the winter time, she's going to be so grateful. But the girl from the city, my goodness.
This girl one is called Drita. 40,000. She's 32.
From the Middle Ages or what? Dark medieval.
Have you, my daughter, come to learn the truth about Jesus Christ? Is that why you now post the archetype of Jesus Christ in the Western mind as your PTR?
Michael, we're getting on these Albanian lines. You trying to get in on it?
I'm tired of hearing you guys speak of Albania, please.
Bro, we're getting live in Albania from the rural areas.
Daniel is feeding this stuff. I'm just answering.
Drita, 40,000.
But it seems like Narcissus has been feeling the
word. City or the village?
Seems like you.
Nargis changed your entire world view.
What do you mean? She's posting. I've never seen her post.
You were Salafi. Brother, you were Salafi like before.
He changed himself.
We all bring each other to the Holy Spirit.
Miriam introduced some concepts, all of us. But he changed himself.
Indeed, you were the steps that I
do you see how hot she is?
And rose to the top of the pyramid to meet the gods.
So you think she's beautiful?
No, Daniel. Come on, Daniel.
I don't care if she's not that beautiful.
You guys were like the cheerleader pyramid. And I'm the blonde top cheerleader up there.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, that is so hot. If she's wearing that in the kitchen cooking, that is so hot.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
She looks like she wants to fight the Ottomans, man. You can tell it in her eyes.
She's a traditional.
She looks like she could provide for the Ottoman army.
Exactly. So rude about this woman. I don't understand. She's a kind woman. Please be nice to Drita.
Is there anything for if we go extra $2,000? What do we get on that?
If you up it to about 50, 60K, you can get some really fucking hot. I'll show you ones that are like 70K.
How do you know how much they cost?
Are we talking about what?
He's saying there's a website.
She's making it up. He's making it up. It's not pouring out Albanian women.
Is he talking about male brides or something?
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm thinking? Instead of getting a
you need 70,000? Dude, come with me. Just have a passport, and I promise you, I'll find you a wife in less than $5,000. Just follow me.
Are we gonna do a Bible Quran passport grocery?
Those will just take you to places in the world where there are people. What are you, a Christian? I'll take you to places where there are Christians.
So, Mikhail, are you a Christian now or what?
I am the way, the truth, and the life. There's only one logos. There's only one truth in many ways to look at the logo.
Because what I was thinking is, instead of like putting all my money into a house, like a $300,000 house, get a $200,000.
Why would you put it in a woman? Why would you even waste your money?
$100,000.
Shake, do you want to have a family or do you want to fuck around?
I'm trying to see what $100,000 Albania will get me.
$100,000 will get you a lot. A lot.
100K.
But $100,000 doesn't get you a life.
He's 18 years old.
Unless you stay in Albania. Do you want to stay in Albania?
Do you think that
$100,000, you can live your life. You can retire.
This is horrible. This talk is horrible.
Arvon, do you think she's pretty?
Let me see what you found.
Well, I don't know. Now, there's like I'm waiting on you to take initiative since you have now fashioned yourself as our Lord Jesus.
No,
Shepherd for the sheep.
18 years old.
But here you are. You just continue to entertain.
No, I haven't. I just came in. I haven't been on.
Can we put some Christian?
I don't listen to this shit, man.
Put a Christian.
Here you are wrestling among the pigs.
Standards, don't you know?
I just came in. I don't listen to this shit. I don't listen. I hear sounds. That's all.
I play music in the background.
100K for this little number here.
No, please don't make fun.
Yeah, like what value does this conversation have right now? It's
Zero.
Zero value. So it doesn't add value to my life. It doesn't make me money.
Do you know why,
It does nothing
Natchez?
to me.
Because they are Western men. Western
people-
European men.
If the more people in the world, that's more people you can then
They're like low life people.
They are upset that they look behind them and they see thousands of years of human history.
Yeah.
And they don't see themselves.
Guess how much this one costs, Shake?
No, they don't even look back. They just don't look.
There's no prices, Dayo. Come on, you're making shit.
It's like bullshit. In my real life, I don't have friends like this.
Guess how much?
You don't have friends at all.
I have friends like
How much? 1,400?
You don't have friends like this.
That makes it 14,000.
I'm well connected to Mikhail.
$7,000. 7K.
That's
it. I'll take it for that value. Get two of them.
Oh, that's right.
You can go to Vegas and get something for much less.
She's a little heavy. She's a little on the heavier side, though.
Oh my goodness, I get her for 7K. I get her a gym membership and send her to like Gordon Ramsay like school of cooking, you know. That she'll look good and cook really good.
It just doesn't happen where I live.
And then I'll send her to Brazil to get like online or something.
No, I don't.
What can we get for like maybe
You're not white considered white trash in the United States.
Yeah, I like trash.
No, honestly.
For 60,000?
You don't think you're considered white trash in the United States? With an accent like that? No one is going to think that... They're going to think you're a foreigner, obviously.
I am a foreigner.
White chicks are Americans. What are you
That's not true. That's not true. This is California. Speaking pretentiously is a fashion.
Accent like that, they're going to try and get you to do their laundry.
Is that not right, Marcus?
Yeah, so this is when Daniel becomes like a fucking joke.
Yeah, Daniel, man. It's past the 12. He's...
Like, you should never tell him your secrets.
I put an offer. I put an offer at 3. I put an offer at 3,000 in. A loser. No speech
He's
impediment.
done nothing in his life. Like, he's job resilient.
Who are we talking about?
He's done nothing. He just hangs out.
But who are we talking about?
Daniel.
What do you do for a living?
Daniel is an angry, small dick white man.
Just a lonely old man.
Well, let's stick with what we know. What Daniel will
You know, guess what? I just made shit up. $2 grand. $2 grand.
Now let's see what we work with. Let's see what we work with.
I'm scrolling, but it's the same woman.
What about 60,000? Or about
So much like this, so many things to like.
There's no such thing. I don't know where Daniel is looking, man. You keep throwing numbers at
Honestly, honestly, Daniel, this woman, you would be happy with a woman like this. I think this. Would you not agree, Duchess? Would this not be a standard that Daniel would be appropriate for him and he would enjoy? No, I think this woman in his PTR would be of standard.
What's the woman in his PTR?
I think a woman with this stature. She's not. She's attractive. She has a thing going on for her.
Yeah, I think this is fine for Daniel.
I think if Daniel came with me to a place like Albania, maybe.
No, don't really go live. Why would you do that?
Azerbaijan, probably. Maybe some places in Turkey.
I would have said at least maybe she knows how to cook, but she's eating fast food.
$5,000, $10,000 a grand. She will be your wife.
Did you go to Brit school or something? The accent is pretty good.
Well, in Palestine, they do teach the British.
Yeah.
No. Oh no. I just got one for $500. It's just a plane ticket. I'm not even kidding.
It's so lonely. Like, who talks like this?
Plus, this is the Holy Spirit speaking. This is how it is to speak in tongue.
How is it?
It is the fight.
Is there like an AI filter to see what
after
they look like
the cash?
Yes.
$500
This can't be real. This AI. This can't be.
You're not yet.
For $500?
After the cash matches comes the what?
Come on, let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can get for 70,000.
You're experiencing these or what?
I showed you the one for $70,000.
Because I have found the logo.
But the experience is not the same as knowing.
I'll find one for 70. They're
I know, and I'm experiencing. I have become one in the Holy Spirit. I have embraced our Lord Jesus Christ.
Are you meditating or like how?
I am indeed meditating the words of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Paul.
Indeed, Paul is what the mystery is all about.
Yeah, so I watched the video you sent me. It's really good. About James and the little that is taken from James. That was really good.
It is but an insight. But just because he might be frustrated from the archetype that is Paul, does not mean that Paul is a wicked spirit.
Exactly.
Alright, that's what you get for $70,000.
I mean,
you know, just for shits, let's see what's out there for $100,000.
He might be.
$100,000?
Would you like to go open a room so where we could discuss like civil adults?
Yeah, come. Let's open a room.
I mean,
I would be happy with the $70,000. But let's see where $100,000
Alright, let's go.
We get a
make a room. My daughter.
Yeah, make a room.
So inflation's gonna go up, and then we'll get our money's worth.
Come, Alban and my puppy Ami. You may follow after us. Go, Nargis. Fly.
Okay.
What's the name of the room, Nargis? Uh-oh. Daniel, you killed the room, Daniel.
I think the conversation about what type of money can get what type of woman got her going.
I mean, it gets depressing for people that are not looking to find women or husbands. I think Nargis wants to stay single. Mikael too.
Oh, I heard something about Lithuania not having enough man to woman ratio. So there might be even cases where the women their parents will buy you a car or a house or something like that. So that way you get married to the daughter.
I mean, there are some countries experiencing a surplus of these and that. I think it's the culture that you're trying to avoid something that the culture has a negative impact on her. This modernity, man, ideally the woman should not work. Or if she works, she should work not 40
Take care of the kids.
Not 40 hours. Exactly. Not 40 hours. 20 hours, maybe it's a bit healthy in the sense mentally you don't want to get bored around the house.
So something where she can.
Exactly.
Or just get some groceries or something for the house at the end of the week. Pay some little small bills. And then get back home and cook something and that gets to show up back home. That works out.
Yeah, in Islam, she gets to keep the money that she makes, which is interesting. In Islam, she has the right. You don't have to ask her, where's the money that you made. I mean, of course, a couple can do whatever. They can come to an agreement. We'll collect all the money and put it in one pot and just move on that way, so to speak.
As a guy, I feel like I should cover like everything. If she wants to contribute something cool, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, but she doesn't have to give the money that she makes to her husband. She can just pretty much spend it all if she wants. Islamically, she's okay with it. Allah is okay with it. Whatever extra effort she puts. Of course, she has to first take care of the home. Take care of the children. The extra time that she has, if she wants to invest it in the time for a job, she can do that. Not like abandon them, have the kids being raised somewhere else. The house, then another person cleans the house. The wife has to do first thing that she has to do. If she has extra time and energy, then fine, she can find a part-time job, ideal, around other women. Definitely not around other men. Definitely. The West is paying the price of intermingling between the sexes. They don't want to admit it because it undermines their entire morality and the way the society is structured.
Or you get her a job like as a bank teller or something somewhere.
Exactly.
You're running all the cameras all day.
Exactly. Exactly. There are certain things,
That's what guys should do. Get together like at least one of these days on Clubhouse and then women, jobs for women, that's your wife, so that way they don't do no harassment.
That's the thing. And the moment you're trying to limit your options, they'll consider that as you're infringing your freedom, your rights, you're oppressing. What I'm saying is like she has the rights to work whatever she wants to work, including at the titty bar. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? It's like,
oh my God.
A lot of women make money, in entertainment business. Even the so-called actors, the superstars, they're required to get naked sometimes. They're required to kiss other guys. They're required to do whatever the director, tells them to do. Some of them will say, "Oh, God, I don't do this or that." Eventually, they'll all kind of, pretty cozy. Or the director will say, "I don't feel the love between you two. I want you to show me that you love this guy." Imagine, that's another act.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Exactly. So now you fake it, okay? But these are feelings. These are people. You can't tell someone fake it like you love this guy, act like you love him, show passion, but it's just acting. Nonsense. We're like, with all these actors, when they met each other in a movie, all of them, they all hook up with one another in the set.
You don't know what they're doing on the trailers between scenes or something.
Exactly. But in the end, what did you meet your wife? On this movie, we work together on this movie. Oh, okay. You start putting the dots together. Wait a second. So every time these fuckers get together in a movie, the director tells them, act. I want to see some feeling, some emotions and shit. Of course, they're going to cheat on their husbands and wives, and they end up together now. So now you got a new couple. These actors now, they're a true couple. Now. They're not acting anymore. They're real people now. And the same thing, and this keep repeating, you know what I mean? Now,
another thing. Sometimes if they're trying to get a position in a movie, they're going to sleep with the director.
Of course. And then 10 years later, they'll say, he sexually harassed me. My ass. Bullshit, you know what I mean? The moment you go in this industry,
You're gonna get sexually harassed the moment you stepped in the door. You know what I'm saying? And the lady always say, oh, he sexually harassed me. He blackmailed me. I had to do this. I had to do that. I mean, what do you expect more? You know what I'm saying? It's like porno stars claiming sexual harassment. It's nonsense.